Hello and welcome to Roadshow's live stage here at the Detroit Auto Show, officially known as the North American International Auto Show, the big one here in the U.S. I'm Brian Cooley with Tim Stevens, editor-in-chief at Roadshow, and this also marks the launch of CNET's newest site, which you'll find at theroadshow.com.
That's right. At CNET, we've been covering the intersection of tech and cars for decades, but a new generation of automobile demands a new generation of coverage. At Roadshow, that's exactly what you're going to get. We're thrilled to launch a whole new site dedicated to everything automotive, and I can't think of a better place to do it than here in Detroit, and I can't think of a better person to do it with than yourself, Mr. Cooley.
Thank you, Tim. And I can remind everyone, it's 7 a.m. in the morning Eastern. Got a good early start here. Boy, did we. We're at Cobo Center in downtown Detroit, and in just a few minutes, we're going to bring you the first of 14 automaker press conferences that are on tap for today, and another 4 of them tomorrow. These are these lavish unveils that are honestly some of the best stuff in the whole world of technology, of all the shows and news events that we go to. There's nothing quite like these. So this is great eye candy, great technology, and great auto as well.
And today we're expecting to see 55 new vehicles debut. Chrysler's going to kick things off, and the action is going to be non-stop all day long. Every company is going to have 25-minute windows to introduce their latest models, and the trends that they set here today are going to impact the industry for years to come.
And so after Chrysler, which is our first one to kick off, and we're just a few minutes away now, we'll get to Chevrolet, Audi, Volkswagen, Mercedes, and Smart, followed by BMW, Volvo, Porsche, Ford, and Infiniti. That sounds like a busy day, but it's actually just prior to lunch.
And we're not going to get lunch.
No, no way.
We'll also be interviewing automotive executives, including GM CEO Mary Barra, Porsche COO Joe Lawrence, Volvo's North American CEO Lex Chrisamaker, and on top of that, we're going to go live to the show floor multiple times with the hottest cars and have all of our editors give their impressions of everything that's going to be coming on today.
Yeah, we've got a real army here, the new Roadshow team, and on Tuesday afternoon, after the press conferences have ended, these unveils, we keep going. There's a lot more to come. We hand out our own awards for cabin technology, best safety tech, best driveline innovation, and the new Roadshow Vehicle of the Year. The inaugural award for that is coming up tomorrow as well. Okay, so now we want to start to get granular with you on what we expect to see, certainly in the next few press conferences this morning. What's happening with Chrysler?
Well, they're going to be bringing back a nameplate that we haven't heard of from a few years and putting it on something that's a little bit of a rare bird these days, a minivan. We're going to see a brand new Pacifica. It will be a bit of a luxury minivan. Think of it as a town and country-esque kind of model. It'll be a high-end van with nice styling. Looks a little bit like the 200 and some of their crossover SUVs at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
And they'll have a plug-in hybrid model. So it'll be the first plug-in hybrid minivan on the market, 30-mile range, all electric, which is pretty cool.
And the 80 mpge, that's the new number you use for vehicles that have blended power. That's a big number. Yeah. It's nice to have that to go to market for a family vehicle where value is a big deal. What's interesting here is they've really worked hard, as we're going to see shortly, to get the lines to print anything but minivan. Because no one aspires to the big monoblock that minivans tend to be. That's why they're so practical, is because they don't have a lot of incursions of body styling getting in the way, but we don't get inspired by that too much.
Pretty rarely, no, but yeah, there's some fender flares on there, a fair bit of chrome, as you might imagine, as well, from a Chrysler. It does actually look pretty good. I'm curious to see how it looks in the flesh. We've only seen images at this point, so it'll be on the turntable soon, and we'll be able to see what it looks like from every angle.
And unfortunately, they, as far as we know, will not have an integrated shop vac, so Honda still owns the market on that one.
It's quite a coup for Honda, actually. That's been a pretty big talking point. I know some people have that van, and they love that van.
They do love that feature. After Chrysler, we're going to go to Chevy. Chevy's already had bona fide news that you sampled at CES.
Right, so just last week in Las Vegas, Chevy unveiled the Bolt with a B, not with a V. That is their 200-mile range, sub-$30,000, all-electric car. And I got to drive that in Las Vegas, and I got to say, it's a pretty impressive little machine. It's you look at it and it looks like a normal car, which actually is a nice selling point for an EV these days, because most EVs you drive, they kind of look quirky, they kind of look funky.
Yeah, they look too much like EVs.
Right. If you don't want to make a statement, if you just want a nice car, this could be a good choice. It's interesting. They've designed the battery pack into the floor, just like the Tesla Model S. Yeah. And that gives them a nice flat platform to build upon. So if you sit in the car, there's no transmission tunnel to worry about. There's no big bumps in the trunk that you get from a lot of EVs.
And you made an interesting point about that. That was coming the day after GM did their $500 million investment in Lyft. And you pointed out that for a Lyft driver, what a great car, because you can pick up someone on the right curb, drop them off on the left curb, and it's easier for them to slide across the vehicle because there's nothing in the middle. Small thing?
It is a little thing, but it's a pretty good thing
if
you're going to be sharing that car. They've also got some other functionality built into the car that'll make it easier for car sharing. It's got Bluetooth Low Energy. It's one of the first cars we've seen that. So it can recognize your phone as you're walking up, even in a low power state. And this means that you can create a digital key for other people to share so that they can unlock your car just by walking up with their phone.
No, I didn't know that.
So the idea would be if you're using a ride-sharing service, you can actually share your car to other people. Give them a key that only works for a span of 4 hours. Walk up to your car, unlock it, drive it for a few hours, drop it off, disable the key, and secure again. So Chevy's really trying to be forward-thinking and progressive about how this car will not only work today, but might also fit into future modes of transportation. Even if we're not buying cars, if we're sharing cars, this could still be a good choice.
And inside, they did what a lot of people always want is to say, look, just give me my mobile on the dash.
Yeah.
Well, aside from our Android Auto and CarPlay that do that, they really revised Chevy MyLink to have a lot of tablet-like look and behavior in terms of how you rearrange home buttons or icons on the front. It's very tablet-like. It looks a lot like an Android device.
Yeah, definitely Android was a big influence there, but you can go in, you can customize that, you can drag and drop widgets on your car, which is the first time I've seen a widget on a car that I can drag around with my finger. But interestingly, not only when it recognizes your phone, it'll also recognize who you are. So as you go and you create your custom homepage basically on the car, when the car recognizes you, it'll bring up that homepage for you. So if your wife, say, goes in and drives the car, it'll bring up their customized homepage. It'll even remember what song you were listening to last and keep playing that. So it's kind of a more involving, interactive experience for customization of the car.
Yeah, there's
nice
a lot
touch.
going on that one. Then after Chevrolet, we get into Audi. Still talking about just our early morning press unveils here at Detroit, by the way.
Before 9 a.m.
We haven't even gotten past 9 a.m. yet. What do you expect from Audi? They have a new all-road, is that right?
Right, they're good. They're going to be showing us some concept crossover SUV with some new powertrain technology that hopefully will be coming to the market here in the not too distant future. But that'll be the big crossover there. They'll probably also bring out the e-tron Quattro concept that we've seen at a few shows. I'll bet you that'll be making an appearance here today. And hopefully some more advancements in their virtual dashboard technology. We've seen that first debuted in the TT. If you haven't seen it, it's got a beautiful dashboard that is all LCD. It dynamically reconfigures itself depending on what you're doing. If you bring up navigation, it pops up in the center of the dashboard.
Yeah,
really great for the driver.
interface.
Not so great for the passenger because there's no center console
center
anymore.
screen anymore. Yeah, they pushed everything in front of the driver, and
Right.
they told us, no, it's so big that the passenger can easily glance over and see it. Well, it's a pretty oblique
They
angle.
pretty much had to lean over and kind of get in your lap to change
Yeah,
the
there's
radio
some
station.
battles.
But that's okay. But that was, it's a really nice progression, a really great show off of technology, and I'm guessing that Audi's going to be building on that today.
Okay, so those are just some of our first few press conferences. Again, to remind you, if you're just joining us, this is live roadshow coverage of the Detroit Auto Show, the North American International Auto Show, here in downtown Detroit. This is the biggest auto show in the United States by far, and it's one of the very few enormous global shows that happen every year. The world's media watches this as they do just a few others. One of the big themes here, Tim, appears to be shaping up to be luxury cars.
Yeah.
We have Lincoln Continental.
Right.
We have a new E-Class from Mercedes. We have a new flagship Volvo.
I think the Continental is going to be one of the big talking points of this show. Lincoln's been, I don't want to say hurting, but they've been kind of quiet anyway compared to brands like Cadillac's been doing a lot of bold things. Audi's been doing a lot of bold things. Lincoln showed off that Continental concept before. We've seen it. It looked fantastic. They had all this kinds of crazy technology in there. The whole thing was inspired by luxury airline travel. I don't know if you remember in the back seat, they had these beautiful leather seats with custom loafers that came with the car.
Yeah, luxury airline travel from back then.
From back then, right. Back when luxury airline travel was truly luxury. I don't think the loafers will make it into the production car that we're going to see today, but we will see the final lines of that car, the final production model that will be hitting the dealer sometime this year. I'm definitely looking forward to see that. Yeah, as you mentioned, luxury is making a comeback, and American luxury in particular is making a comeback. The market's picking up, the economy's picking up, sales are up. It's a good time to launch a big, beautiful, comfortable car. I think it's going to be 400 horsepower, if I remember correctly, so that's a pretty good figure.
Legendary name. I mean, it is no introduction.
Yeah,
Everyone knows what
absolutely.
Continental is, what Continental stands for as a vehicle brand, so their work is done for them, and it's one of the brands that has always meant something, even though it's come and gone over the years. Another one, briefly before we go to Chrysler here, you and I were at the Mercedes event last night. There's a remarkable new E-Class coming.
Yes, so the E-Class is kind of mid-segment for Mercedes, a very high-end car, but in the grand scheme of Mercedes, it fits right in the middle. For them, right. But they are using this as a launch pad for a lot of great technology. Their next generation autonomous functionality, basically, it's not a full autonomous car. You can't get in and punch in your destination and then read a book or take a nap, but you can get on the highway, take your hands off the wheel, the car will drive itself, and it'll change lanes, which is something that Tesla pioneered in the Model S.
Only Tesla had the claim to that until last night.
Right, and this definitely looks a little bit more advanced even than what Tesla's offering, so I'm curious to see how that works on the road. But they're going to be launching that in the E-Class, and a lot of other great technology is going to be built in there as well, new pedestrian safety detection. They spent a lot of time at the event that you and I were at last night talking about how the car it's not just recognizing shapes, but ultimately identifying what those shapes are and doing a better job of identifying a pedestrian, a dog, a person on a bicycle, and having the car react appropriately to those different scenarios and different situations. So this could be one of the safest cars on the road. I'm definitely eager to learn more about it.
That's one of the hardest things for a early autonomous car, or early days still, to deal with, is to recognize things that it may not have been taught by rote in its software when it was built, to, as Tim says, to sort of take a lot of these sensors that it's got and figure out, okay, what is this new amalgam of shapes and trajectories that I'm seeing? Because unless we can crack that, which is a very crude, simple form of intelligence, we have a big roadblock between getting to further autonomy. And Mercedes, the whole word around this new E-Class is about intelligence, which is going to be on a lot of companies' lips. But it was interesting to see them perhaps equal, if not leapfrog, Tesla's audacity to get partial autonomy on the road very soon.
And I think autonomy is going to be a big story of the show, of course. Ford actually had a big announcement last night that they are the first manufacturer to test their autonomous car in the snow, which is actually more of a challenge.
That's a big deal.
Than you would think, yes, because your average autonomous car is looking at lines in the road and basically using that to determine how it should get somewhere. But when there's snow, there may be no lines in the road at all. So what Ford has done, interestingly, they've got laser scanners on the roof of their test cars. They had those scanners, instead of just scanning the road, they're scanning everything around. So basically, as the car drives, it creates a 3D map of the entire world around it, and it can use the trees, the road signs, the sidewalks, everything else to position itself in 3D space and determine where it needs to be. So even if the road's completely covered, even if the plows haven't come through yet, even if there are piles and ruts and snow and things like that, the car knows exactly where it is, which is pretty impressive.
And that's how humans drive in the snow.
Absolutely.
I mean, we know the road, but we also look at those contours, and those suggest to us that the road is roughly here.
Right.
Pick up little things like the occasional tree or snow stick sticking up here and there.
Hopefully those things are off to the side as we're driving.
Hopefully buried in that snow there is not a motorcycle. But this is really big stuff, because we're starting to see an awareness, even at a show like this, in an industry town like this, that the auto industry and its relationship with how we use their products is going to fundamentally change. The car is a tool right now. Gradually, the car, even the specific car you have in your driveway, becomes a little bit of a service in small little increments. And that changes the way that we market cars, the way that we feel about them, the way we feel about the identity of owning a car versus driving a car versus getting around. We're going to kind of rejigger the whole deck of what it means to engage with all these products that are around us, from what is, one of the most ambitious, interesting industries in the world with huge stakes on the line.
And being able to test in the snow is a pretty unique thing here in Detroit. It's not unique ultimately, but it's something you can't necessarily do in Silicon Valley. So there's been a lot of talk about the Google self-driving cars and that sort of thing. Those cars, I really haven't seen any actual weather yet. So that's
honestly, the number one question I get about self-driving cars in email from our users and viewers is, what about weather?
Yeah.
That's the number one and absolutely smart concern about self-driving. They see all these beautiful little videos of little Google self-driving cars and all this, and they're on sunny, clean, dry California roads.
Right.
And then you get them into any kind of weather where you can't see lane lines, you can't see the lane, let alone the lines that divide it. And it's been a big hurdle. It's been the elephant in the room. So that was a big announcement last night.
Absolutely. That was great to see.
All right, so we are, if you're just joining us, we're getting ready for the first live press conference here at the Detroit Auto Show, the North American International Auto Show. And we're going there live now. This is Chrysler live as we kick things off with Roadshow.
This will not go viral. It will not be in anyone's feed. It was not curated. It cannot be expressed in 140 characters or less. This will not be captured, retouched, or posted. This you will keep for yourself.
When I'm right here with you, all the heavens break loose. I've got to feel Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Head of Passenger Car Brands FCA, Tim Kaniskis.
Good morning, and thank you for being with us here today. What a great reminder that video was as we kick off another new year. The moments that matter are the moments that have real meaning because they create real memories. And while I'm generally not someone who gets too sentimental, walk around the FCA stand today and you'll see vehicles that can create memories in 1,000 different ways. Some were designed to deliver unforgettable drives. Others were built to take you to unforgettable places. But there's one vehicle that was designed to serve simply as a stage, a place where the passengers create all the memories themselves. I'm talking about a segment invented by Chrysler more than 30 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present back on the stage at Cobo Hall the one and only, the original, the 1984 minivan. Seriously, this vehicle arrived and immediately addressed one of the biggest unfulfilled needs in the industry. Straightforward family practicality. Straight up, no-nonsense family function. It was all business with some wood grain slapped on the side. It was the mid-'80s, and Chrysler set the gold standard for families on the go. Well, some people bronze their baby shoes. This is our baby, so we have every right to be proud because it shaped the history of our industry, and it created a stage that served up memories for generations of families. The minivan answered America's need for a car that could provide comfortable, safe, efficient, versatile seating for up to 7 people. We couldn't build them fast enough, and for good reason. They just made sense. We created the segment, and as a company, we've sold more than 14 million minivans. We know this customer, and we know what they want. So we have continued to evolve, to lead the market with game-changing innovations, like dual sliding doors, dual power sliding doors, power liftgate, and of course, stow and go. We were the only ones with a vision to create a minivan that could quickly absorb both rows of seats, creating a flat load floor that didn't require removing anything. When it came to innovation, the interior of this box redefined thinking outside of one. But we don't have to boast about our minivan, because you've already done that for us. With more than 120 industry accolades, it's the most awarded vehicle in the segment, including multiple J.D. Power Initial Quality Awards, a better IQS score than Honda or Toyota for 3 years running, and holding the IHS Award for Owner Loyalty for the last 14 straight years. So when it came time to design the next generation minivan, we went to our 6 million current owners and asked them what they needed and what they wanted in their next family vehicle. What they told us was despite available alternatives like SUVs and crossovers, the minivan is still the best tool to help manage the chaotic life of being a parent. But like everything else, their needs have changed. Today, parents require a car that brings order to their daily chaos, a car that puts the family first, but without sacrificing their personal need for style and connectivity. So as the inventors of the minivan, we came to a decision. We owed our customers and the people who've never owned a Chrysler product something designed for their evolving tastes and expectations. Clearly, it was time to reinvent the minivan. Leveraging everything that we know about this segment and this customer, it was time to take the segment innovation that we're known for to the next level. In the last 30 years, we've launched 78 minivan firsts. Today, with our 2017 introduction, we're adding 37 new innovations to that list. Now, not too long ago, that would have been enough to get everyone's attention. But we live in an age of market disruption, an age when leading brands are taking decisive and dramatic actions to redefine themselves. Change so dramatic that it changes a consumer's mental image of the product or segment itself. Step outside our industry for a second, and it becomes obvious. When someone asks you, what time is it? You look at your phone. When you think of coffee, your mind sees Starbucks, not a can of Folgers. When you want to watch a movie, your mind sees Netflix, not Blockbuster. Even the mental image of the American family has changed. And just like these brands, we're about to dramatically change the mental image created when you hear the word minivan. Forget everything you know about minivans and say hello to a new mode of transport altogether reinvented. Purposeful and practical, but also confident, strong, and intelligent. Everything today's families deserve with no compromises. Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than an all-new Chrysler minivan. This is the future of the Chrysler brand. This is the 2017 Chrysler Pacifica. Please welcome the new benchmark for minivans. We did more than just listen to our customers. The all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica delivers on everything our owners said they needed, wanted, and more. So let's take a minute to unbox the innovations you'll find in the new Pacifica. From any angle, it's easy to see that Pacifica makes a bold styling statement. This may be the first minivan you drive where the kids will let you pick them up in front of the movie theater, while offering an unprecedented level of functionality, versatility, technology, efficiency, and comfortable seating for eight adult people. Of course, a design this radical is only possible when you start from scratch. The Pacifica is all new. All new means everything has been rethought from the ground up. It means Pacifica began with an all-new architecture that let us design the most advanced minivan ever. After all, exceeding the wants and needs of the modern family is how Chrysler dominated the market in the first place. And because we started from scratch, we could consider every component and choose the best material for each one. As a result, overall mass has been reduced by about 250 pounds. We now have best-in-class torsional rigidity, nearly twice as stiff as the previous generation. We've added an independent rear suspension to achieve class-leading ride and handling, and our engineers have wrapped Pacifica in layers of what equates to sound insulation, an acoustic windshield, side glass, underbody panels, and active noise cancellation, all of which combine to eliminate outside noise, vibration, and harshness, giving Pacifica the quietest interior in the segment. Add the next generation 3.6-liter V6 with a 9-speed transmission, and you get the best riding, best handling, quietest minivan in the segment that also delivers an expected 28 miles per gallon. Now, moving from the bones of the architecture outward to the beautiful new exterior design, Ralph and his team were determined to prove that function and fashion can coexist by creating the most stylish, no-compromise passenger vehicle imaginable. The result is something that we feel stretches the boundaries of people mover design. The dual sliding doors say minivan, but the 200 sedan-inspired front end, industry-leading aerodynamics, long, low, wide athletic stance, and aggressive 20-inch wheels say anything but. Of course, anyone will tell you that when it comes to minivan, while appearances are important, it's what's on the inside that counts. And Pacifica owners will be the envy of all road warriors. Now, there's no way I could possibly cover all the interior innovations in the new Pacifica in the amount of time we have here today. But let me give you an idea of just how significant a leap forward we're talking here. This is not new colors and trims. This is significant and substantial change in innovation. Things like the industry's first hands-free power liftgate and hands-free power sliding doors, new easy tilt seats that allow access to the third row, without removing a child seat. A new and improved stow and go system with one-touch access and improved comfort. A built-in professional-grade rows, 8-passenger seating, and a triple-pane sunroof. There's even a built-in Uconnect theater system with 20-speaker carmakers surround sound, an 8.4-inch touchscreen in the first row, and dual 10.1-inch touchscreens in the second row. This integrated system can play content via Bluetooth, wireless streaming, HDMI, USB video, or the built-in Blu-ray player. And we even include a menu of kid-friendly games and features, including one to answer the eternal question.
Are we there yet?
Yes, it's an animated navigation trip tracker that even young children can easily use. Of course, passenger safety is essential to every minivan buyer, and we're leading the way with over 100 safety and security features. In addition to the standard 8 airbags, anti-lock brakes, traction control, and stability control, the new Pacifica is nearly semi-autonomous. With passive entry, it can unlock itself. With the new surround view cameras, it can actually see itself. With park assist, it can parallel or perpendicular park itself. With lane keep mitigation, it can stay in its own lane. And with adaptive cruise control, forward collision warning, and the new camera systems, it can even stop itself. The most awarded minivan ever is now also the most powerful and fuel efficient, with more safety features than any competitor, and has the quietest interior with the most advanced entertainment system ever offered. Look, when you're out to maintain your position at the top of the hill, it takes an approach that doesn't settle for anything but the best. And when you're the most awarded vehicle in the entire category, you don't settle for anything but more. And when you invent a segment, you definitely don't stop innovating. And while it's true that 30 years ago we did something that nobody saw coming, today with Pacifica, we bring you a vehicle that you don't hear coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you the 2017 Chrysler Pacifica Hybrid. The 2017 Pacifica has everything our customers have asked for. 8-passenger seating or 80 miles per gallon. The world's first, the world's only 80-mile-per-gallon hybrid minivan. This minivan takes the stage in a class all its own, literally, and quadruples the mileage of the original. Chrysler is proud to launch the most versatile and functional hybrid in the market. It includes the innovations we just reviewed, but it's configured as a hassle-free hybrid. Owners will be able to accomplish most of their daily errands without the gas engine ever kicking in, thanks to our 30-mile electric range. But it seamlessly changes from full battery mode to gas mode when needed. That's why Pacifica Hybrid is equipped with our 3.6-liter Pentastar gas engine, which sends power directly to the wheels, just like the regular models, so that it delivers an expected 530-mile gas and electric range without stopping. Our battery setup is unique too. In other hybrids, the cargo area is often robbed by the battery pack. We put Pacifica batteries where the second-row stow-and-go tubs are. Then we gave the hybrid incredibly comfortable but easy to remove second-row seats so that the flat, spacious load floor is still possible. Again, for a vehicle built on no compromises, we couldn't compromise on interior capability. The 2017 Pacifica will be in dealer showrooms this spring, and the Pacifica Hybrid later this year. With an all-new architecture, new level of convenience, safety, connectivity, entertainment, cargo and passenger space unmatched by the competition, all wrapped in a stylish design that will bring pride of ownership to the minivan segment. A no-compromise offering, 8-passenger seating, or 80 miles per gallon, only from Chrysler. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold a moment for press photography.
Okay, we had a lot coming out there just now. We had a lot coming out from Chrysler on their new minivan. That was the entire focus on this one. Some automakers will do a couple of models. They have a lot on the line here, Tim. New Pacifica.
Yeah, they definitely spent a lot of time going through all the features, and they actually split it out as a 2-model launch, effectively launching the normal Pacifica versus the hybrid Pacifica, which is kind of interesting. A lot of people just kind of lump that in as a footnote, but they made that basically as if it were a separate car that were being introduced. But yeah, a lot of great features. I was taking notes here as we were going through seating for 8. They were making a big deal about the quiet, the comfort, independent rear suspension, which isn't something you hear most people talk about.
You never
on
expect
a minivan.
that in a minivan, and that's all part of them driving toward, I think he said at the very end, a minivan that will have pride of ownership.
Right. Yeah, he said that ultimately a minivan that your kids will let you drop them off in front of the movie theater. Well, the jury's still out on that one, but it does. I think it looks quite nice. The front fender flares that flow back, nice clean line, simple and sophisticated. It looks good.
And what they did at the rear is interesting. If you were watching with us there, it's normally a straight drop at the back of a minivan from roof to rear bumper. They visually kicked it in and gave it this carve-out that just completely transforms that box.
Right.
It's still a box, but visually it's got this nice carve-out. It's like, oh, okay. I feel like I'm driving something that has a little bit of sort of, you know, blown back high-speed lines to it.
Definitely was something that they were taking pride in the design, and that's great. And that's something, I think that's probably one of the biggest things we've seen in the auto shows over the past year or so, is that much more of a focus on design in general, even for the lowest of cars, which is great to see. It's not just about getting a car on the dealer lots. You know, I've seen quotes saying things like design is cheap ultimately, but it adds a huge amount of value to the car. And it's great to see that. But in terms of practicality, of course, this is a minivan. You're going to stick your kids in there. It's got to be, and your dogs and your plants and everything else. It's got to be a practical thing. They showed off the stow-and-go seating, for example, that disappears into the floor. The automatic doors on both sides, hands-free opening is nice.
So that's like we've seen on a lot of tailgates lately. You can walk up and approach the side doors. I believe this is a first. And the side doors will open the way many tailgates do now. Now, as Tim mentioned, the stow-and-go seats are a big deal with Chrysler. I mean, they are so easy to go flat floor on that second row, but they do drop away when you get the plug-in. As they showed us, the batteries live. If you're a big stow-and-go fan thinking about upgrading, you know where those wells are. The batteries for the plug-in are going to live there, so you'll have easily removable second row, which means your back will hurt, but maybe not as much as it could. That means they've lightened them up.
Easy to take out, but not easy to carry necessarily. They can give us a weight on those things. But you can do nice things like you can get into the rear seats without removing a child seat in the middle row, which is a nice bit.
Great everyday thing.
Absolutely. And lots of great technology and a vacuum.
They have a vacuum.
We weren't expecting the vacuum. That's
I know.
Our first surprise of the show.
We thought it was exactly that. We've come all the way to find out that Honda no longer has a class exclusive on the in-car vacuum, though I believe theirs is Shop Vac branded. I don't know if this one is. So, hey.
That's interesting.
It's a differentiator. Now, I was looking at some sales numbers for last year on the minivan battle, because everyone knows that Chrysler invented the category, and they don't let you forget that. Last year, the Town & Country, the one that this replaces now, the Town & Country goes away as a brand, sold about 95,000, which is a significant drop below the battle for 1 and 2. Number 1, Toyota Sienna at 137, and Honda Odyssey at 127,000. Those are U.S. sales numbers. So Chrysler's not out of the shooting match by any stretch, but you know it just galls them to be third in a category they invented.
Right, in a category that in the eyes and hearts and minds of many is dwindling as more and more people step up to crossover SUVs and things like that. Ultimately, this category, in the eyes of many, is going away. So it's great to see a strong statement that they're confident with this category is going to stay. The one question they didn't answer in my mind is how much is the thing going to cost? I was looking up pricing for the outgoing Town & Country. It starts at about $30,000. I'm guessing we're going to take a step up from that based on all that we just saw. I wouldn't be surprised.
And the plug-in will be a big question because that's an economical story. It's a family car. People don't throw money around needlessly on these things, so they do have to have a value. Even though you're buying a lot of vehicle, you still want value for those. And I did take a little bit of umbrage as they opened it up. They kind of snickered at their, the way they used to have wood grain paneling on the old Town and Country. Boy, they wouldn't do that anymore. They really dismissed that. Well, let's go to my computer. Okay, I have a sensitive spot for wood grain, for crying out loud. My country squires still sport it, so let's take it easy on the wood grain here at the Detroit Auto Show, all right? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of wood grain vinyl.
I was disappointed they didn't bring out one. They talked about the original minivan in 1984, and they said, here it is, but then they just had this like holographic image.
Oh, I know. I still wanted to see them bring out one from the collection at Auburn Hills, wheel out some perfectly pristine one. Remember
Probably
those well.
With a cloud of smoke behind it, I wouldn't be surprised.
That's just the rear brakes burning up,
Absolutely.
that's all.
But again, 30 miles of range on the plug-in hybrid, which is great. It's
Yeah.
enough to get the kids to school and back, probably. 80 miles per gallon equivalent. And even, was it 29 miles per gallon? 28 miles per gallon in the base, which is still quite good for a van of that size.
They get there with a 9-speed automatic, which has been a big Chrysler theme. They've been one of the first companies to really embrace the new 8, 9, and 10 speeds coming out of the big transmission makers like ZF and Aisin and others. So that's kind of the wrapper on the Pacifica, reinvigorating an old name, giving it a pretty good dose of tech. Oh, this is the one that I thought was interesting. I'm dying to get my hands on this. They have a kids console, optional in the back, that has apparently a rendition of your GPS map interface done in cartoony graphics that shows the trip. No one's ever done anything like that before.
No, that's smart. It was like a Sesame Street vision of GPS. And it was just a side view with a happy car going along and big buildings with the smiling sun and all that good stuff. You know, the kind of thing that a 3 or 4-year-old could tap on and get an idea. And, you know, the question was, are we there yet? The idea is to answer that.
It's always answering
kids from complaining. Absolutely. It's an interesting idea, yeah. And ultimately, you know, kids in the back seat want to know where they are as much as anybody does. So, hey, I wouldn't mind using that myself.
Sometimes. I'm fascinated by that. Yeah. Sometimes I just want a simpler interface. Maybe I want that in the front. I hope it can be translated up there. You know, it might be one of the best. Okay, so there we go. Availability on this one. As we mentioned, we don't know the price yet, but we're going to have the spring availability of the V6 powered vehicle with all of those features. And then if you want the plug-in powertrain on top of that, we're looking at mid to late summer.
Always make you wait for the good one.
Yeah, and prices are still TBD. Okay, so that was Chrysler. Let's get you back on point here in case you're just joining us. This is a brand new show coming from a brand new website, Roadshow, from CNET at theroadshow.com. Brian Cooley, Tim Stevens, Roadshow Editor-in-Chief, and we're here bringing you what is still very early in the beginning of day one of the press days here at Detroit Auto Show.
Very early.
Very early. For us, for me, I'm West Coast. It's still 5 a.m. We're going to be going in a few minutes, we're going to be going next to Chevrolet. And aside from the Bolt, which we talked about earlier, they've also got a rock star car in the Volt. They have two very strong electrified statements. They're all of a sudden a major player on the world stage in the electrification story.
Right, it's been pretty interesting to see them sitting out and watching as the Prius, you know, kind of took over the industry in terms of hybrid. But then Chevy came out with the Volt. They had some missteps in terms of marketing, trying to differentiate between a serial hybrid versus a parallel hybrid, which ultimately was a message that didn't really resonate. And you can see that they don't really focus on that anymore, which is good. Ultimately, the Volt is now just considered to be basically a plug-in hybrid car versus the electric with onboard generator.
That whole range extender message was difficult. Yeah.
But the new Volt is doing quite well. The original Volt had really high ownership loyalty. People loved that thing. People would go for weeks and weeks and weeks without ever getting gas in the thing. They would never get a new set of brake pads. You know, all those great advantages that you get from a plug-in hybrid.
There are three contingencies you run in that are rabid in this industry. Volt owners, Prius owners, Tesla owners. I think Volt owners may be
the most passionate.
Which
is a good way of putting it, yes.
Yes. I didn't mean to use rabid in a pejorative. I'm just saying, you know, really love that car.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Volt owners absolutely adore that vehicle, and it's interesting. They were forged in fire for their love for that car because of all the, you know, all the sneers and jeers that came along early on. People didn't think it was the prettiest thing on the road in its first gen.
Right, and the second gen looks quite good. They've made a nice step forward. It's still a little bit lacking in practicality, I think, which is something that the Bolt has in spades. And we're going to have a hard time talking about Bolt versus Volt, and I apologize if you have a hard time differentiating between the two.
One letter. Who cleared that?
I don't know.
It doesn't work verbally. Bolt and Volt sound the same, and then if you say it's a V or a B, those letters sound the same. There's no way to do this.
No, there's none, but we'll just soldier on and do the best we can. But yes, The Bolt's got great practicality, seats full flat, everything's fantastic inside. The Volt doesn't quite have the same level of practicality. I would love for them to release a hatchback Volt or something like that. That would be a little bit more family friendly. But ultimately, yeah, it's a great looking car now. It's a nice step forward. I'm sure we'll see some more talk about that. And maybe some new options packages, that kind of thing. You know, that was the first car to have wireless inductive charging in a car, for example. So Chevy has tried to push that forward.
Good point.
Well, it's interesting to see what sort of things they can bring into that car going forward now.
So we're looking for Bolt, which we got a big taste of. Tim's got a great video of that over at CNET CES coverage, which will be at ces.cnet.com if you want to take a break later and look at it. But stay with us for the live stuff today.
Please.
And of course, Chevy Volt. We've reviewed that recently, and it's new, guys. And we're also going to be, I'm sure, hearing at least something about Malibu, which is a breakout car for them.
Yeah, Malibu was launched, I believe it was at the show last year, and it was one of my most impressive cars at the show just because it looked quite nice. Again, we're talking about design before being a more important factor.
In the low price category.
Right, and they also
can't make ugly little cheap cars anymore
Exactly.
and get by saying, well, that's the best we can do for 20 grand.
Yeah.
Not more.
And this is Chevy's entry-level full-size sedan, which used to be a fine-looking car, not a great-looking car. But the new one looks quite nice. I had one for a week, and it got a lot of compliments. But more importantly, even than design, is all the technology that they brought to the table in the new Malibu. Things like lane departure warnings. They'll steer back into the center of the lane for you. You got a rear-view camera, of course. But there's also this parent mode, basically, where you can give your kids a key. And the car will keep track of how fast they're driving, give you reports on how many times they do panic braking, how many times lane departure assist kicks in.
Oh, that's that teen safety report
safety
card.
mode, yep.
Yeah.
Again, it's not the first we've ever seen something like that in a car, but for Chevy to bring that in such a low-cost car, such an attainable car, to bring all that technology to bear in a very accessible car, I think it was a nice step forward and a nice-looking car as well. So Malibu's been a great story for them. I think it's going to be a huge seller for them this year. Again, I enjoyed my time in mine. I think a lot of people are going to enjoy it too.
Okay, so that's some what we expect to hear coming up from Chevrolet, and then which will be starting in just a moment or two. We'll be taking you there live just a few minutes away. A little later on down the day, if you're just joining us, we're going to move on this morning into Audi, into Volkswagen. Now, Volkswagen, you know, these days they carry that cross on their back. They have to always start with the obligatory couple of minutes update
a few minutes.
about the diesel thing. I mean, it's going to be dogging them for a while, but they know they have to make a nod to that story with an update. So we'll hear what they've got, if anything new. You know, normally they wouldn't announce a fix or anything like that here. This is more of a glamorous unveil, but they have been dropping some interesting seeds every time they make an announcement. So that could have some interesting, look into where they're going to go to fix the emissions issue. Then Mercedes and Smart. Remember, Smart's part of Daimler. It's a sister ship to Mercedes, though no relation. Just that truly is a brother from another mother. But that'll be coming up. And then we have BMW, Volvo, Porsche before we get to lunch.
Some very nice cars before lunch. A good way to end the morning to look at some. The M2 from BMW is going to be great. A new Porsche Turbo, capital T Turbo, not the new 911 Turbo from Porsche, which is going to be great to see in the flesh. And yeah, ultimately, a lot of great cars coming before noon.
Volvo's new flagship will be coming up. It's a highly anticipated car this morning. That's going to be the S90.
Yeah, the XC90 is one of our favorite cars of last year. In fact, it's a finalist for our Car of the Year awards, which everyone will have to tune in a little bit later to see if it wins. But that's been a great car. Again, I spent a lot of time driving that car last year. Really, really enjoyed it. The S90, I can't wait to see what that thing is like to drive. The driving feel of the XC90, the technology they added to the XC90, a really great package. And so I can only imagine that in a smaller car, it's going to get even better. We're hoping for a performance variant as well. I'm a big fan of the V series Volvos from the past. So
yeah, so this is Volvo's first bona fide entry into that area that's occupied by S-Class, by A8, and by 7 Series.
Right.
So they're really, they never really had anything in that category before. If you think about it, they've had some largish cars, but they weren't quite in that full luxury category, and yet still using very small 4-cylinder. Turbo and supercharged engine, which has been their new coin of the realm in that XC90 you spent time with. And so here's a great tech story, a great new cabin tech interface, their legendary safety, cutting-edge driver assist, bundling that all up, saying, yeah, we can play at the very top and deserve that kind of price point.
Absolutely, and they came out and they flexed their muscle with the XC90, and I think a lot of people were skeptical of whether that car would actually be any good. We all knew that it looked very good, but it drives incredibly well. So, performance is a very important part of that high-end luxury segment. It's got to feel powerful, it's got to feel good, it's got to be nice to drive, and that's something that they've got to show the S90. Obviously, we're not going to find that out on the show floor today, I don't think, unless they've got a racetrack hiding over there.
Something that we've missed.
But ultimately, I'm really eager to see. I think that car is going to be fantastic. I'd be shocked shocked if they don't knock that out of the park again, which is just another great step for Volvo. And then, later in the year, I'm really curious to see them bring that design language, bring all that tech into a smaller car, something a little bit more accessible, which is going to happen soon, and I'm eager to see it.
Because XC90 and S90 are the two that will now have Volvo's new look, a very different face.
Right.
You still got the barn badge, but beyond that, boy, that's a different looking car. And then the other vehicles in the line still retain something of a more squared off earlier look. This is, I think, the first time with these two new cars they have thoroughly and completely shed what, for a lot of folks, was baggage, was a square, hurly-burly, practical first look.
Boxy but good.
Boxy
yes.
but good.
Uh-huh.
And I think they've really gotten away from that. Okay, we're going live now to Chevrolet from the Detroit Auto Show, brought to you by Roadshow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Alan Beatty.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2016 North American International Auto Show. What a great way to kick off the new year, and welcome to Detroit. We have several government officials here with us today, including Senators Debbie Stabenow, Gary Peters, and Tom Carper. Thank you all for being here today. At Chevrolet, we are building our global Chevy brand, and Find New Roads continues to be our unifying philosophy, our North Star on our journey. We made tremendous headways on every front in 2015. And our market share here in the US proves that out. Chevrolet had the highest, I repeat, the highest retail share gain of any full-line manufacturer in the US. And our brand opinion and consideration have risen to record levels. Make no mistake, winning is about having industry-leading products. Our 2015 mantra here in Detroit was 5 in 15, and that is now a reality, and you, the media, are definitely taking notice. Camaro won Motor Trend Car of the Year and Car and Driver's 10 Best. Volt was named Green Car of the Year. And for the second year in a row, Colorado picked up Motor Trend Truck of the Year with the new Colorado diesel. We're also committed to delivering the best technologies and making them available right across our lineup, not just on a few select models like many of our competitors. Technology like 4G LTE Wi-Fi, Apple CarPlay, and Android Auto. Our entry into new segments has also added plus sales and market share. I'm talking about vehicles like the Chevy Trax, which joins the biggest portfolio of crossovers and SUVs in the business. And Colorado, our mid-sized truck in our very successful 3-truck Chevy strategy. When you put it all together, Chevrolet offers the widest range of cars, trucks, and crossovers in the industry. And of course, there's our important dealer partners who provide the highest sales and service satisfaction of any full-line manufacturer, according to J.D. Power. So as we enter into the new year, we have tremendous momentum, but I believe that Chevy is just getting started. The all-new 2016 Cruze will arrive in dealer showrooms this spring. First introduced in 2009, Cruze quickly became our best-selling passenger car worldwide, and it remains so today. With 3.8 million units sold, Cruze has redefined Chevrolet for customers right around the world. Here in North America, more than a third of Cruze buyers are new to the Chevrolet brand. The all-new 2016 Cruze builds on that success and allows people everywhere around the world to experience a new, fresh Chevrolet. And here in the US, customers will soon experience a whole new kind of Cruze. Let's take a look. The all-new Cruise hatchback takes everything that's great about our new sedan and makes it even more sporty. It also takes Chevrolet into a new segment to further expand our portfolio here in the US. Like the sedan, it's larger, it's lighter, and it's more efficient than today's Cruise. Plus, it's extremely nimble and fun to drive. Both the sedan and hatch offer mid-size roominess in a compact package. The new Cruise hatch offers one of the largest interior cargo areas in the market, with more than 47 cubic feet of cargo room. Customers will also drive with true confidence, knowing that the new Cruise offers segment-leading crash avoidance technologies, like side blind zone alert and rear cross traffic alert, features that are truly rare in this segment. You know, Chevrolet has a rich history in product innovation. We at Chevrolet believe in the power, the true power of ingenuity. And truly as a team, we believe that we are finding new roads. Perhaps the one Chevrolet that best exemplifies this true commitment is the groundbreaking new electric vehicle, the Bolt EV. A year ago, we showed you the Bolt EV concept that promised great range and great value for money, a combination thought to be unobtainable. Ladies and gentlemen, now just 1 year, and I repeat, just 1 year later, we are proud to present to you today the Chevrolet Bolt EV.
Good morning, everyone. With more than 200 miles per charge and a cost of around $30,000 after federal incentives, the Bolt EV is truly the first EV that cracks the code of long range at an affordable price. Some may think they saw the entire story when we introduced the Bolt EV in Las Vegas last week, but there is much, much more. To tell you the rest of the story, here's Mark Rice.
Thanks, Mary. And good morning, everybody. It was a great week at CES. And as Mary said, exactly 1 year after we showed the Bolt EV concept right here, we now have the production version on this stage. This is our first architecture designed specifically for electric vehicles since the legendary EV1. And when it hits the road later this year, there will be nothing else out there like it. In addition to breaking new ground in affordable, long-range electric driving, the Bolt EV is also practical and a lot of fun on the road. The electric drive unit features a new high-capacity electric motor developed by us right here at General Motors. With 266 foot-pounds of torque, 200 horsepower, and a final drive ratio of 7:1, the Bolt EV accelerates from 0 to 60 in less than 7 seconds. Now combine that with a low center of gravity made possible by our new battery configuration, and Bolt EV performs more like a sports sedan than a small crossover. Drawing upon more than 1.3 billion miles of electric vehicle experience, our battery chemistry engineers worked with LG Chem to come up with an all-new cell to deliver more than 200 miles of range. All of this performance comes at an industry-leading sell price of $145 per kilowatt hour. The battery pack spans the entire floor from the front footwell to the rear seat back. It contains 288 cells that are about 4 inches high and 13 inches wide. The low-profile design enabled the vehicle structure team to maximize interior space. A new nickel-rich chemistry in the lithium-ion cell provides improved thermal resistance. That allows more efficient packaging of the cooling system to keep the battery operating at its optimum temperature. And using the optional DC fast charging system, the battery can be charged to provide 90 miles of range in about 30 minutes. At full recharge, which is rarely required, takes about 9 hours with a standard onboard charger connected to a 240-volt service. The Bolt EV is a car designed for people to use every day. So maximizing the interior space was a very high priority. By integrating the battery into the floor, we created a flat, open cabin that comfortably accommodates up to 5 passengers with more than 94 cubic feet of passenger volume. And large windows all around contribute to the spacious feel, while upright seating positions, similar to an SUV, offer customers panoramic vision. And shift-by-wire controls and a flat floor allow the designers to open up the space between the console and the instrument panel as a convenient storage area for a purse or a briefcase. Bolt EV can also carry cargo when necessary. With a fold-flat rear seat, a large, wide liftgate opening, it's easy to load items in and out of the vehicle. And, as Mary mentioned last week, the Bolt EV features advanced connectivity technologies that enhance and personalize the driving experience. Now, most of those features are available through the large, customizable 10.2-inch touchscreen. That's bigger than an iPad Air. An enhanced MyLink system offers Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, and you can access our surround vision feature that provides a bird's eye view of the immediate surroundings in the car. We're also offering an innovative new wide-angle rear camera mirror. Using a rear-facing camera, the mirror shows a full wide-angle view of what's behind the vehicle without the obstructions of pillars, people, or cargo. It's simple, it's innovative, and it makes the car easier and safer to drive. It's exactly this kind of innovative thinking and spirit that we've infused all the way throughout the car. Our designers really took advantage of the electric-only architecture to develop a unique, forward-looking design that pushes Chevrolet's signature cues in new directions. The Bolt EV will be built right here at our GM Orient Assembly facility beginning later this year. Now, I'd like to bring Mary and Ellen back on stage, as well as the people who really made this car happen. Our Chief Engineer, Pam Fletcher, and Chief Designer, Stuart Norris. So thank you all for being here. Now please come take a closer look at this groundbreaking car. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Chevrolet just wrapped up their unveil here at the North American International Auto Show. Brian Cooley and Tim Stevens from Roadshow. Bolt and Cruise.
Absolutely. No mention of the Malibu. I thought they'd give us some sort of a teaser, something.
Little update of some kind. Nothing there.
But the new Cruise, we were talking about the importance of design before and how good-looking cars are all over the show floor. And I got to say that I'm looking at it right now, the new Cruise looks pretty nice. They showed us the sedan before. Now we're seeing the hatchback version. Maybe it'll be a little sportier.
Yeah.
They said it's a little bit lighter, a little bit more performance-oriented. Maybe not a GTI competitor yet, but it looks really nice. I think it's a pretty good step forward. I think they said 1.4-liter turbo, and they didn't give us a mile per gallon figure, but I'm guessing we'll probably see about 40 miles per gallon out of that thing.
Did you hear anything new in the details of the Bolt from when you saw it at CES?
The only thing that they weren't talking about at CES was fast DC charging. So this is basically the ability to go beyond your typical EV charger, a very, very high rate of speed up to a certain, you can't fill the battery at that speed, but you can get pretty close. You can usually do about an 80% charge in about a half an hour. So what they were saying is basically you get 90 miles of range, or was it 90 miles?
90 miles in 30 minutes.
30 minutes. So basically half an hour will get you about an hour and a half, more or less, of driving before you run out of charge, which is a pretty good, not bad. You know, you stop at the rest stop, take a half an hour break, go get some coffee, something like that. You can drive for another 90 minutes. That's a pretty good deal. They said that will be optional. They didn't give us still any idea of pricing other than, quote unquote, around $30,000 for the car. But it does sound like DC charging will be optional. I did ask at CES whether or not there will be different size battery packs depending on how much money you spend. Like with a Tesla, you can option out different size batteries so you can get greater range if you're willing to pay for it.
Yeah, no one else does that except Tesla so far.
And Chevy was not willing to deny that they would do such a thing, but they did say that the 200-mile range will be around $30,000. So you won't have to pay extra to get that 200-mile range.
Okay, so that's after $7,500 IRS tax credit.
Right.
And almost certainly before destination.
Absolutely.
So add another $700-800 for that. But still, they're working it pretty hard on the price.
Right.
They've been working with LG now for 3 or 4 years. LG Chem division is very tightly wound in with Chevrolet. And LG has a powertrain division in general that I think does almost the entire powertrain. Battery, electric motor, inverter, and some of the drive controls. This is, in a sense, it's kind of snuck into the industry, the first car to really come from an electronics maker. Never mind whatever Apple's going to do. This is kind of an LG car in many ways.
And I'm guessing that Chevy has some kind of agreement to keep them from making a big deal of that. Otherwise, you would think they'd be shouting that from the hilltops.
Right.
They showed us a little bit more what that battery pack looks like. They had a cutaway of the car. And again, it shows that the battery pack is like a Tesla built into the floor.
Real flat, you
And that has a lot of advantages. The primary one being handling. So if you're driving on the corners, you want the center of gravity of the car to be low. If it's up high, then the car's going to roll back and forth as you're driving through the turns. But keeping that battery pack low, keeping the weight low means the car will handle better, which is good. You know, most people don't think of EVs as being sporty cars, but we've both driven a bunch, and they're actually pretty fun to drive.
They almost always are, because you think you want horsepower, but I think by now a lot of people are starting to understand, no, you actually want torque. Horsepower is kind of more about top speed. Torque is more about that acceleration that's more in the usable range, and that's what EVs do so well. Unlike a gas or a diesel or a combustion engine, they don't have to build up their torque as you wind up the RPMs. It's basically all there from 1 RPM to whatever their maximum is. You can't describe that until you've driven an electric car. If you've not driven one yet, and say, oh, okay, they're utilitarian. They're almost always fun.
And it totally recalibrates your expectations for what throttle response should be. And once you drive a Model S, even if you go out and drive a Ferrari or Lamborghini, it doesn't really compare to the throttle response.
It's hard to get past that throttle response, where the very first tip in is just got all that twist to it. It just feels great.
And that flat battery pack has a lot of other advantages. We were talking before about basically the packaging in the car. So they mentioned it's got a flat floor, which is great for cargo space, for ease of getting in and out, for loading cargo in there, all sorts of things. So ultimately, that gives you a lot of practicality. And ultimately, I think that that's going to be a really nice car for them. $30,000 for 200 miles of range. That's really good value.
Okay, so wrapping on the Bolt, I mean, you know, I love this. I love the horse race numbers. So the sales numbers last year on this, you know, the Cruise, the other car that they talked about, which is their competitor in the most busy segment in the auto industry. You've got Mazda 3, Sentra, Forte, Elantra, Corolla, Focus, Civic, Cruise. I don't think I'm leaving any out. I don't know anywhere else there's that many direct competitors.
It's a pretty packed segment,
Incredible. And so Cruise comes in mid-pack of those. It's the fourth seller. It's about 226,000 sales last year compared to your number one leader was Corolla, 100,000 more. So Chevy has a lot of ground that they would like to take back from especially Honda and Toyota, Corolla and Civic. And to get there with a vehicle that they think can really help them get some major new volume, after coming off of a year last year where we had new record all-time, I believe, of U.S. car sales, 17.6 million sold. And this is interesting because we entered last year with the prediction that we would not crack 17 million and maybe never do so, according to some of the economists in the industry. And all of a sudden, the industry uncorked an amazing year of sales in the U.S. And for a company like Chevy that sells mainstream cars, trying to mainstream electric with the Bolt, they've already mainstreamed hybrid, second to the Prius with Volt, and then to come along with Cruise, you're going to have these 3 degrees of modernity in the powertrain, all roughly in the same category of compact car with good style and good handling.
And with good tech. That was another big story for the new Cruise. Like with the Malibu, they're pushing a lot of great technology into this lower-end car. You have both Android Auto and Apple CarPlay available in the car. And you know, this segment's really targeted toward younger buyers. And for that sort of thing, technology is really important to them. To be able to plug in my iPhone or be able to plug in my Galaxy S5 or S6 and have that take over the dashboard, so I can stream Spotify, I can talk to Siri, I can get my text messages read to me. That's a really important thing. And so for Chevy to be bringing both of those to the table in this car is great.
And both those platforms, credibly now and through this year, and with the kind of volume that they sell, I think they are the #1 backer of these 2 new mobile platforms. No one else has the volume times the models that they're adopting.
Right.
It's incredible. I mean, Chevy's very cutting edge there, so hats off to them. They made that announcement last summer. They were going to be, you know, wall to wall, and they're starting to deliver on it. Brian Cooley with Tim Stevens from Roadshow. We've got a few minutes here live till we go to the Audi press conference and unveil. So as we wait for that and stand by, live coverage all day today here from the most important auto show in North America, one of the biggest in the world every year. While we wait for our next Audi press conference, let's roll a brand new video we just posted from the Roadshow team on the new Porsche 911.
For 40 years, the Porsche 911 Turbo has been a very coveted car, a pumped-up Carrera with way more power than was strictly necessary. Though never a cheap car, the Turbo has always offered the kind of brutal acceleration typically reserved for machines costing much, much more. In 2016, Porsche's putting turbochargers in every new 911. Good news, right? Maybe not. Some Porsche purists are up in arms about a loss of driving character, a muted engine noise, and, well, this is that new car. This is a brand new Porsche 911 with turbochargers, and I've come all the way to the Canary Islands to answer one simple question. Is it any good? It certainly looks good. It still has that traditional shape and style of the 911, but I think it looks quite modern and honestly quite pretty. Changes over the outgoing car, which was called the 991, are quite few. This new car, which is called the 991.2, has a slightly more pronounced, a little bit more aggressive nose. There are a few creases on the rear end that weren't there before, and a new engine cover, and really, that's about it. In fact, Porsche's press release on this car says that the most striking new feature are the door handles.
It sits 10 millimeters lower, and thankfully, Porsche now offers an optional lift to keep you from smearing that new nose across every speed bump you find. And the new rear-wheel steering system promises to make the car more nimble in the twisties and also more stable in the straights.
So the big question, does it still sound like a Porsche? The answer is yes, it does, but it's not as loud as it used to be. Those of you who want a little bit more volume will definitely want to option out the sports exhaust, which gives you another little button here in the middle. Hit that and the car does get quite a bit louder. At least it does on the inside. Interestingly, it doesn't get much louder on the outside. But unlike BMW, who resort to some digital trickery to pull off that kind of magic, Porsche actually ran a couple of tubes from the engine's intake into the car's interior here, so you get more noise without annoying the neighbors. It actually works quite well. The car does sound very good. Again, it's not as loud as before, but it does still have that trademark Porsche growl.
Where the old 911 had different motors depending upon whether you went for a base model or paid extra for the S, the new 911 offers a smaller 3-liter flat 6 across the range. In base trim, it makes 365 horsepower. Go for the S and you get 414 thanks to bigger turbos and some other tweaks. Both figures are about 20 more horses than the outgoing car. Now, if you're thinking what I'm thinking, yes, there is the potential for much, much more power from even the base car with just a little bit of ECU hacking courtesy of your local tuner. What that'll mean for reliability and of course for your warranty remains to be seen. There is some turbo lag for sure. When you put your foot down, there is a little bit of a moment there before the boost builds and the car leaps forward, but it's really not that noticeable. That's especially true if you go into one of the sportier driving modes. The throttle response is sharpened, and that definitely helps to hide the turbo lag. There's also a button on the PDK-equipped cars which gives you a Sport Response mode. That's 20 seconds of Sport Plus, perfect for quick overtakes or for quick escapes. On the inside, things are much the same as they've ever been inside of a 911. We're surrounded by nice materials everywhere. The front seats are supportive yet comfortable, and in the back there are 2 child-sized indentations. But there's been one major change in the interior, and that's thanks to this, an iPhone. For the first time, the 911 offers Apple CarPlay, and while I'm disappointed there's no Android Auto here, those of you who live your lives within Apple's walled garden will be happy to know you can now build a garage next door and park your new Carrera inside. If you don't have an iPhone, or if you can't be bothered to plug it in, the fully revised navigation system now offers Google Maps integration and is overall much faster and nicer to use. The new 911's gained about 35 pounds over the outgoing model, and while I hate to see cars getting heavier as they get older, Porsche did have to add about 80 pounds worth of plumbing and pipes and other stuff to make those 2 turbos work, so it certainly could have been a lot worse. Adaptive suspension is now standard on every 911. In normal mode, the car is quite plush and comfortable. Hit the button though, of course, and things get a little bit more stiff. But interestingly, the car never starts to crash over bumps like other sports cars can. In sport mode, it's still really drivable, even on the bumpy roads we have here in Tenerife. Whether or not you like the new motor or the new look or the new handling, the new 911 has taken a big step forward on the interior with that new infotainment system. It's properly good, and it's going to get even better when they add Android Auto. As to the rest of the car, I can see how you might be a little bit disappointed about the lack of engine noise and the tiny bit of turbo lag that's crept into the system. But in exchange, you're getting more power, more efficiency, a smarter car, and better handling. You gotta admit, that's a pretty good deal.
All right, that was our take on the Porsche 911. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I believe that we're actually getting Audi starting right now. So unless I'm mistaken, we're going to go straight to Audi to their Porsche stablemates. Hang on, stand by. I'm getting an update. We're not ready yet. Well, maybe we can talk about the 911 for a few minutes. That was a lovely video. I hope everybody enjoyed. That was shot by Mark Ganling.
We have invented a technology to master them all. A phenomenon to start a monumental era, an unmatched age of racing. A revolution designed to pave legendary roads with stunning victories and eternal records. An advantage that prevails against the strongest rivals and is evolving into the fastest ever station wagon of its day. Almost 30 years after the birth of the myth, Audi heralds a new era of further epic victories by electrifying the world of motorsport. And we're moving on with intelligent four-wheel drive. Our biggest challenge is yet to come. And this time, we head back to the stars, into the future, with Quattro.
The rover Luna Quattro has landed.
Taking off to the moon, the Audi Luna Quattro. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Audi of America, Scott Keogh.
Thank you very much for joining us. And obviously, a special welcome and thank you to the CEO of Volkswagen Group, Matthias Müller. Matthias, thank you. And of course, members of Audi AG and Volkswagen Group boards. Look, for more than a century, Audi has stood for pioneering innovation and a lasting spirit of success. And today, this press conference is really about both. As you know, a few days ago, we recorded our 6th straight year of record sales by topping the 200,000 sales mark for the very first time here in America. After taking 40 years to achieve 100,000 sales in the USA, we recorded our second 100,000 in just 5 very short years, doubling our sales in 5 years. Now, of course, this couldn't have happened without the best team in the business. And it's my pleasure to deeply thank and celebrate the entire team at Audi of America, the Audi dealer network in the US, for investing so much heart and soul into our stunning gains. Now, of course, as many of you know, cars don't get sold without the best partner and the best sales guy in the business. So Mark DeRosso, I know you just made about 2 minutes ago from DC. Thank you very much for everything you've done for us. Thank you. Now, of course, we are on this arc of success precisely because Audi celebrates the pioneer, the innovator, the creative mastermind. And because of this spirit, I'm announcing today that Audi will return to the Super Bowl. We call the commercial Commander. As this sneak peek suggests, there is something shared between the Audi pursuit of mobility's unfolding horizons and the brave commanders who have explored the final frontier. And that is why I am pleased to introduce a real commander today to share why it's essential to explore and cultivate a pioneering spirit. 43 years ago, this commander hopped into a visionary vehicle for a radical ride like nothing any of us have experienced since. Please join me in welcoming the last man on the moon from the legendary Apollo 17 mission in 1972, Captain Gene Cernan. Gene. Well, Gene, obviously, thank you for joining us. And I thought 200,000 units was going to the moon, but you really went there.
What a pleasure. And, you know, is there an interest in cars or is interest in space? Is there an interest in innovation? There it is, folks.
I couldn't agree. I agree. Tell us, what was it like driving the lunar vehicle on the moon?
Well, you know, I'd read, if you'd put a rumble seat on that thing, Scott, I'd show you what it was like. The moon is full of potholes. You know, and you're up and down. But the biggest thing is the 1/6 gravity, because you're on 3 wheels, quite frankly, almost all the time. You hit a pothole, you're up. As a matter of fact, I hate to admit it, I knocked a fender off of that lunar rover.
It's still up there, huh?
I'm the only car within 240,000 miles, and there's no roadside assistance. So I hope you're playing that in that vehicle right there.
We're working on that. We're working on that, I promise you. Look, if you think about Audi, we really like to transfer innovations, as you know, from the racetrack to the driveway. And I know you personally feel that space exploration must continue in order to make these great contributions to life. You want to give us some of your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that's the future of the entire country, and of course, it's the inspiration for our young people in this country. The thing that's not given enough credit for America's space program is the inspiration it provides in the hearts and minds of our young people to dream. I've often asked the question, if I can go to the moon, what can't you do? And I very seldom get an answer, but the real answer comes from the fact, if you believe in yourself, you got the courage to accept the challenge and are willing to take the risk, there isn't anything any of our kids or grandkids or theirs can't do if they want to do it badly enough. If I can go to the moon 43 years ago, there's nothing we can't do if we want to do it badly enough.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I couldn't agree more.
Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Please. You know, Captain Cernan, I think it's clearly safe to say you're an absolute hero to many of us here today, and clearly I want to thank you very much for joining us. Missions like Captain Cernan's Apollo 17 only happened with the commitment, the sleepless hours, relentless investment in innovation, the creativity of an entire network of believers. That's exactly how the Audi success was built, by staking out bold visions and hitting those targets. And believe me, we are not done achieving milestones here in America. 2016 will be a big year of opportunity with all new models and, of course, like Audi, all new technologies. To explain more about what the future holds, Audi would like to introduce our chairman and CEO, Mr. Rupert Stadler. Mr. Stadler, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Scott. Congratulations on your great success here in the United States, and also, I would say, a big applause to our dealers for breaking the 200,000 vehicles landmark. Thanks a lot. I think this is very encouraging as we move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2015, we continued to pursue our worldwide journey for growth. And despite increasing volatility in key markets, we achieved a new overall sales record of 1.8 million automobiles worldwide. And please remember, we are now ahead of our strategy 2015 by more than 300,000 units. And in 2016, we will bring more than 20 models to the worldwide markets. And this includes essential carriers of success, such as the new Audi Q7 and the Audi A4 that will come to the US market shortly. Going forward, within our strategy 2020, we will focus on future mobility technologies, products and solutions, all of them sustainable and digital. So, how to start? First, we will emphasize our electric mobility engagement. Within the next 3 years, we will launch 3 additional plug-in hybrids. It is about the Audi A6, it is about the Audi A7, and we talk about the Q8 e-tron. In 2018, our first purely battery electric SUV will come also to our customers. And this is only the beginning, and there is more to follow. Second, with piloted driving and with piloted parking, we demonstrate pioneering innovations. We are ready for volume production. The new Audi A8 sedan in 2017 will be the first serious car to fully take over driving functions. And this not only for customers in one single market, like in the US, but across the world. And as we have shown in our Audi Urban Future Initiative and the award-winning concept for the Boston-Washington region, traffic in the cities of the future will be about merging individual and public transport, will be about piloted driving and piloted parking, and about self-learning cars connected to each other and the traffic infrastructure. So, while I would like us to focus on the future of mobility, there is one topic that was overlaying everything last year, the exhaust issue. It has been an inflecting point for all of us at Audi and for everyone within the Volkswagen Group. And I would like to take this opportunity to confirm that we are 100% determined to get this issue thoroughly resolved, that we are strictly committed to clarify any open questions, and we are heavily focused on quick and easy and sustainable solutions. That's what we owe our valued customers, our distinguished stakeholders, and the authorities, both in the United States and around the world. While it is crucial to resolve this issue, it is a unique opportunity for change and for innovation. And honestly, I am very confident that we at Audi, we will leverage this momentum and turn our company to the better. Our mission for Audi is very clear. We make the 4 rings shine on. Look what this means. You will see it.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the world premiere of a fascinating automobile, the all-new Audi A4 all-road Quattro. Obviously, thanks to the Quattro drive system, the Audi A4 all-road Quattro keeps moving where the paved road ends. The all-road concept allows 1.4 inches more ground clearance compared to the Avant version. The 2-liter TFSI now delivers 252 horsepower. Its new assistance and connectivity systems are benchmark in safety and convenience. This car is a perfect companion in every situation. It combines really two great advantages: off-road qualities of an SUV and the driving comfort of the Audi A4. Ladies and gentlemen, for decades, the Audi A4 has incorporated our brand's key innovations and convinced our valued customers. Globally, every fifth Audi is an A4, and we are convinced that the new A4 family will contribute strongly to the momentum here in America and, frankly, all over the world. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Audi H-tron Quattro concept. And the H stands for hydrogen, the chemical powerhouse of this car. And Quattro stands for a vital part of our brand DNA. It's performance, it is about sportiness, and of course, emotion. And the Audi H-tron Quattro is our latest benchmark innovation in drivetrain technologies. Audi has more than 10 years of fuel cell expertise, and we thought Detroit 2016 is the perfect place for the Audi H-tron Quattro concept and its powerful 5th generation fuel cell for up to 110 kilowatt of performance. Its lithium-ion battery is delivering a boost of up to 100 kilowatt, and the combined power of the fuel cell and the battery is driving two electromotors, one at the front and one at the rear axle. And this makes the car an electrified Quattro with excellent driving dynamics. And the Audi H-tron Quattro is as sporty as efficient. Just imagine, only 4 minutes to refill the tanks, like a gasoline car. Once you look at the interactive model of the interior here at the Audi booth, you will experience our second innovation focus next to efficiency. It's about digitization and connectivity. And the Audi H-tron Quattro offers a spacious interior with latest Audi virtual cockpit, including curved OLED displays, LTE connectivity for fast internet, OLED displays and tablets for rear seat entertainment, and a smart butler software to organize the luggage compartment. So, forward-looking drivetrain and high-end human-machine interface, that's the Audi h-tron Quattro concept, or as we call it, Vorsprung durch Technik. And this car is a great testimony of the unique premium experience you may expect from every Audi model also in the future. So stay tuned with us. No less than this is our ambition. And thank you for attending the Audi press conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending the Audi press conference. Now we would like to invite you onto the stage to take a closer look at the car.
All right, we're back from Audi, and boy, we got a lot to talk about. They covered a lot of ground in that time. Everything from the moon to a new hydrogen-powered concept. I don't even know where to begin.
Well, first of all, let's start at the end with that yellow concept. It's a fuel cell hydrogen crossover.
Right.
H-tron is the new line in their world on top of E-tron, which is anything electrified. Now, H-tron, they're joining a very elite club of trying to get near production on fuel cell with Honda, Toyota, the mind leaders there.
Right, and Volkswagen has shown us concepts of hydrogen-powered cars, and Audi did have, there was an A7 H-tron rolling around in 2014, which they didn't make much of a big deal about.
Yeah.
So this is a new hydrogen-powered crossover, like you mentioned. They mentioned 110 kilowatts, which is about 150 horsepower, which sounds a little tame for a car of that size.
Yeah.
But ultimately, hydrogen cars are effectively electric cars. It's just instead of pumping in electricity, you pump in hydrogen, and then an onboard fuel cell stack converts the hydrogen into electricity. So you get quick and easy refills, a lot of range, and much more practicality in theory than an EV that you need to plug in and charge for 30 minutes, or in many cases a lot longer than
many
that.
hours.
So just a concept vision of what Audi might do in the future. Interestingly, it showed cameras for rear view mirrors, which seems to be a bit of a trend we're seeing on a lot of concept cars now. They popped out of the fenders, which was kind of cool. Taking the side mirrors off the car saves you a couple miles per gallon on the highway, which when you're dealing with only 150 horsepower, maybe you need all that you can get.
You need to get all the CD you possibly can, get that coefficient of drag down. It's interesting, they did show off the all-new A4 all-road,
right.
which to my eye looks a little less burly than it has. The all-road keeps getting more citified every year, and it now just looks like a slightly taller, inch-and-a-half more ground clearance A4, which is a huge seller for them.
Yeah.
Although, interestingly, the number one seller, I didn't know this, for Audi, by far, is the Q5.
Really?
It doubles
I didn't know that
anything else they sell, in the US anyway.
Yeah.
And then you get to A3, and then you get to A4. So it's still a substantial seller, but if I have the US numbers right, it bats 3 at Audi. They also touted a lot about their 200,000 sales mark. They just got over that line last year, 202,000. But to put that in perspective against their competitors, they're still gunning for the 340, 350,000 that a BMW or a Mercedes or a Lexus are selling. So they're all a significant 150,000 or so. That's a big jump. So Audi still remains kind of the challenger brand of these premium German cars. And to put it in perspective another way, Audi's sales all that last record-breaking year is just Ford Focus. So
That's these are
these companies are premium. They're relatively niche, even though it seems like today you see an Audi everywhere. They've had such enormous growth. Right. They've really done an amazing job.
And I think they're really going to have to build that on the A4. That's the 3 Series competitor for them, and that's of course BMW's most popular model. That one that you see on the road anyway is most often the 3 Series.
Yes.
And so there's a new A4 and a new A4 all-road that they showed today. Got the specs of it. They didn't really talk about the A4 itself too much, but 2-liter engine. There will be a diesel coming at some point down the road. We don't know exactly when. They probably don't know exactly when either. Starting price of just over $37,000, and it will have the virtual cockpit tech, but it's going to be an option. If you want that, you have to step up to the Prestige model, which starts at $47,000. So you're going to be spending a bit of a premium to get all the tech. That'll come with keyless entry and all the winter weather packages that you'd want, and all the other convenience technology that you'd want. There will be no more 6-speed manual available.
That's it.
In the A4. You'll have a dual clutch gearbox or a CVT on the front wheel drive cars. Those are your only options going forward in the A4.
One more, if you're playing the manual gearbox goes away drinking game,
here.
you just took a shot. One more. gone by the way.
But that car will be available this year, again, just with a 2-liter gas engine at first. There'll be some other options coming down the road.
Yeah, so nothing dramatically new under the hood. It's about keeping, once you get a car like that is like a bread and butter vehicle, like 3 Series, that tends to be where the more conservative moves are made. A car maker will innovate on the high end where they've got a lot of margin. They'll innovate sometimes on the low end to enter a lower price category like we've been talking about. But sometimes those middle selling bread and butter cars get a little conservative over time as they become sort of the anchor of the company and everything else kind of goes around it. They did, as we predicted, give a obligatory nod to the emissions issue. Because they are attached to it, even though it's called the Volkswagen emissions issue, it's now part of the entire group, including Porsche.
Porsche as well, yes.
To some degree, and they had no new concrete information. I know a lot of our viewers have been asking us and emailing us ever since this broke out.
Yeah.
When will I find out what they're going to do for my Jetta, my Audi, whatever that's affected here to fix it? Is it going to screw my car up in the handling or the performance and the power delivery that I love? So far, nothing new in concrete here. They just said the emissions debacle is a opportunity for change.
And they're committed to fixing it. So, if anyone's thinking they're just going to close up shop and go away,
by no
maybe
means.
that will put that to, but I don't think anyone's really thinking that they're going to do that. This is too big for that.
All right, so that's where we are at Audi. So we've gone through this morning. If you've joined us now midstream, we've gone through Chrysler, Chevrolet, Audi. All the stories, if you want to backtrack onto the details, are flowing right now to the new Roadshow site at theroadshow.com. And of course, follow us on Twitter. It's just Roadshow there. Or follow us on Facebook. Our page is Roadshow Autos to find us there. We're going to come back in a few minutes, and we're going to be taking you to Volkswagen. So we've got a 1-2 punch coming from the Volkswagen Audi group. That'll be coming up in just a few minutes. Let's see, we're at about 58 now, just top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take a short break and look at another fresh new Roadshow video, this one on the Cadillac ATS-V.
For decades, we've had to go to Germany to get our sports sedans, to get our mixture of performance and luxury, but that's changing. If the Cadillac CTS-V didn't change your mind, maybe this car will. It's the Cadillac ATS-V. It's a shot across the bow of BMW's M3, a $62,000 shot across the bow. Is it worth your money? Can it really live up to the hype? Let's find out. Now, while I love the way the Cadillac looks on the outside, I gotta say I'm not so fond of the interior. It's got some nice touches. The leather overall is pretty good. There's some carbon fiber insets here and there which look quite nice as well. But there's also a lot of cheap rubber and kind of shiny black plastic that picks up fingerprints and dust, and overall just doesn't look very nice. There's also the Q system, which is not my favorite to say the least. It's improved quite a bit over the past couple of years, but it's still very sluggish to use. It takes a long time to boot up when you turn the car on. And ultimately, it's not as quick to use as the competition. Something like BMW's iDrive, for example, is, in my book, far preferable. But there is one neat hidden feature, though. If you touch the bottom console here, a hidden cubby opens up with an inductive charger built into the center console. If your phone has wireless charging, you can pop your phone in there and it will charge it. It'll also keep it cool while it's charging. Unfortunately, my phone doesn't fit. If you have a larger phone like a Samsung Galaxy Note, it simply isn't going to go in there. Thankfully, though the interior is not perfect, it's pretty easy to forgive these flaws because once you're in here, the Cadillac is so engaging to drive, well, none of that really matters. The motor is very responsive, it's got plenty of power, and while it's not the loudest thing out there, it sounds pretty good. The shifter's got a great feel, and it's also got a flat shift technology, so if you got your right foot to the floor, you can just grab the next gear without even having to lift. It's incredibly engaging, and you've got 5 separate track modes to go through, different traction control settings for each, depending upon how much traction you've got and just how brave you're feeling. So does it beat the BMW? I can't say that universally. On the track, it certainly is better, but everywhere else, the Cadillac's got a little bit of room to grow. But still, as a first time out, it's quite a feat and quite a car.
All right, that's a little taste of our Cadillac ATS-V coverage. One of the great cars I was lucky enough to drive last year. We get a lot more ATS-V coverage coming up on the site, so keep a lookout for that in the coming days. But now we should probably talk Volkswagen. This went from Audi, now we've got to cross over the hallway into the VW side of things. And again, we can probably expect another little nod toward Dieselgate in the not-distant future here.
And this could be a little chunkier because the emissions area around the consumer's mind, of course, is centered on the Volkswagen brand, as we know. So the VW executives may have a little more, may move the ball further down the field. Hard to say. Volkswagen's biggest challenge right now, which they did not need the emissions problem to pile on top of, is a running 3-year decline in U.S. sales. At a time when, as we mentioned earlier, we had a record year for U.S. sales, so there were a lot of big winners out there. VW was not one of them. That's really grinding them at a company that is, of course, the volume brand at the group, if not the margin leader, which Porsche is. So they do not want to be going the wrong way in a good time when there may be a little air pocket coming in the future, and as a result, they don't want to be catching that trend and having no way to dig out of a long-term slide. It's been bedeviling VW.
Right. We just haven't seen that much innovation in the U.S. from VW. We've seen some great cars abroad. The GTE, for example, a plug-in hybrid version of the Golf that I think would play quite well in the U.S., but they haven't opted to bring that here. They said they had been relying on their TDIs as being the economical choice and the high mileage choice.
In their face.
And absolutely, that went sideways for them, unfortunately. But at the show this year, we are expecting to see a new GTE concept, the Tiguan. The Tiguan is their small SUV. This will be a plug-in hybrid version of that with 20 miles of range. We've seen the pictures of it. We haven't seen it in the flesh yet, but it's got these kind of crazy mutter tires on it. I don't know if it's actually going to have proper off-road cred or not. We'll have to talk with our Emmy Hall later about that to find out. I'm sure she'll give it the thumbs down. But anyway, they're again going for that kind of citified, not quite an SUV, but ultimately off-roadable kind of thing.
Yeah, with off-road pretensions.
Right, and the plug-in hybrid, so you can feel a little bit better about driving your big car.
And this will be an all-new Tiguan as well as having an all-new plug-in electric variant of the Tiguan. So we're going to get a double-header here for those of you that are looking, really into the compact crossover space, which is so red hot. This is them revving that whole model one more time. And again, the Tiguan, I don't recall the number, but the Tiguan is a relatively small seller in the category. So they would like to see this as their engine to address that sales slide we just talked about, because you want to use a hot category to address your overall problems. We've had good impressions of Volkswagen's electric GTE in prototype testing of it, even though it's not here. And yet their cabin tech has never wowed us, at least not until very lately they've begun to embrace some of the more modern interface technologies.
Right. They have added on CarPlay, or they are in the process of adding on CarPlay, I should say. So that's coming a little bit late to the game. Not too, but that's the awareness of CarPlay is still pretty low, so I don't think that's too bad.
Right.
But ultimately, just not a lot of innovation there. The designs, the models, the new Jetta, the new Passat, they haven't really played all that well, I think, in terms of the competition. So we'll see what they can launch today. We'll see if they can get things a little bit more exciting for us, and maybe they'll give us a hint that a GTE something will be coming to U.S. shores. Yeah, I spent a lot of time driving that in Europe, actually. I was lucky enough to go cruising around in Germany in one of those, and it's a great car. It just feels like you're driving a nice Golf with really great mileage. So.
And really nice low center of gravity.
That would help too. Yeah, I think it would do quite well in the U.S. Hopefully they'll bring it here. I know my wife in particular would really like to buy a GTE. So
I've always loved Volkswagen's restrained styling.
Right.
Beautiful. I mean, it's the most inexpensive way to get into what remains a unique German design language. I mean, every German car out there still has this unique ability to look as if it's carved out of a single ingot of metal. There's just, I can't put my finger on it. But German cars have that look of a really solid, mature. They tend to age very nicely, model year after model. You can have a 10-year-old German car and it never looks like, so 1990s.
Right.
That kind of conservative value. Let's see what they're doing with that as they build new technology. Bring us a new Tiguan. Live coverage, Volkswagen, Detroit Auto Show from Roadshow.
That sleeps in the garage.
I've put over 156,000 miles on that car. People take pictures of it. It's become like an icon around town.
Kind of an innate character that's almost human.
Volkswagen being a very dependable and solid car, I've just enjoyed every minute I've had in the vehicle.
It can't get any better than a Volkswagen. We've already got that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Michael Horn, President and CEO, Volkswagen Group of America.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind applause, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here, and good morning, and welcome to Volkswagen. 2015 was a challenging year for Volkswagen, specifically looking at the 2 and 3-liter TDI emissions issues we had to face and we're continuing to face in 2016. We will not only have to finalize the discussions with the responsible agencies about the remedies, but we will have also to start implementing those remedies. So, looking at 2015, our sales results, of course, have been reflected on the voluntary stop sale of the TDI vehicles. However, and this is very important for me personally as well, together with our dealers, we have kept the overall retail volume stable in this market in this year. Very important. And even more important, the dealer profitability has been significantly increased over 2014 with all the actions we did before the TDI issues hit us and afterwards as well. Among other highlights for 2015, the all-new Golf family delivered more than 65,000 units. This is 94% increase versus last year. We are very proud of this. And also the Tiguan, our SUV, compact SUV, has the best year on record with close to 36,000 sales, which is 43% up versus 2014. As far as our TDI customers are concerned, we launched the voluntary customer goodwill program with a $500 prepaid Visa card and the $500 dealer reward card, November last year. Since this morning, it's precisely 265,000 customers who have registered, and it's precisely 145,000 customers who's already received their cards. So that's very good, and I'm also pleased to announce that today, and this is online already, we started exactly the same goodwill package for the affected V6 TDI customers of our Touareg models. And furthermore, in order to demonstrate how important the customers are to us, we've recently hired the attorney, the well-known attorney, Kenneth Feinberg, to independently manage a program for out-of-court resolution and settlements with those customers who look for additional financial compensation. So we want to make this right in the American way, and we will continue everything in our power to make it right and to regain your trust, and specifically of the American public. And at this point, I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our customers and dealers very much for their continued patience. But of course, there's more to Volkswagen in the US than just the diesels issue. We continue to introduce attractive new products into this market, and we continue to work on building a successful future. So, 2016, we also kick off with optimism, and we are launching right now with heavy media the redesigned Passat built in Chattanooga. And next to its great design, it features the new MIB2 infotainment system, faster processors, higher resolution screens, and class-leading connectivity with Apple CarPlay, Android Auto, and MirrorLink. The interior is much more refined, has new instrument gauges, and we put a lot of effort in all the active and passive safety systems. And so we are also proud that we got from the IHS Top Safety Pick Plus Award, which is very important here in the US for us. So this Passat will more than satisfy its owners. Next is the Beetle family. The Beetle Dune, which we showed as a study exactly 2 years ago in 2014, is going now, at the end of first quarter, going to hit the showrooms as a coupe, and at the end of the second quarter, we are going to add the convertible versions. So we've listened to the customers, and we are delivering. And we'll be also introducing a Beetle Denim. Some years ago, we did a Beetle Jeans. Now we do a denim, also as a convertible and a coupe in a very, very attractive price position in Q2 this year. So these models will keep the Beetle family fresh, and we closely looked and answered the demands of our customers. And then in fall, very important, first Golf ever with 4Motion and all-wheel drive in the US here. So we've listened also to our customers and dealers, intensive discussions. We've shown the car last year in New York, but we will introduce the Golf Sportwagen with 4Motion, all-wheel drive, and as well we introduced the Sportwagen All-Track, which has higher ground clearance and very nice, stunning off-road looks. So this will come into the showroom in the third quarter. So that you can see Volkswagen is committed to continuously introducing great new products that will excite our customers, our dealers, and hopefully also you. And now, I would like to introduce to you Herbert Diess, CEO of the Volkswagen brand, who will address the strategy of Volkswagen for the future. Herbert, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome from me too. As Michael already said, 2016 will be one of the most challenging, but also one of the most important years in the history of Volkswagen passenger cars. We know that we have let down our customers and dealers, the authorities, and the American people. And I'm truly sorry for that. We at Volkswagen are disappointed that this could happen within the company we love. And I assure you, we are committed to making things right. In Europe, we already developed good, approved solutions for about 8.5 million affected cars. They are being implemented right now. And we are confident we will develop good, approved solutions for our US customers too. We are in an ongoing constructive dialogue with the EPA and CARB about what is really needed. And we know that the agencies and the political leaders also would like to see a rapid resolution of the issues. We made much progress over the past couple of weeks, and so I'm very optimistic that we will be able to find a solution soon. Our most important goal for 2016 is to win back the trust in our brand. And to this end, we are redefining Volkswagen for the future. In terms of strategy, mindset, products, and technologies. We are creating a new Volkswagen. As you know, Volkswagen kicked off the new year at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. For me, it was a great experience to present our vision of future mobility to more than 2,000 people who joined us for the keynote address. A leading US newspaper called our Volkswagen Buddy the real showstopper. Our concept car also received multiple awards, such as Engadget's Best Innovation Award. Let's have a look.
The Buddy represents everything Volkswagen is heading for. An entirely new user experience that is smart, intuitive, and convenient. The fully connected automobile. And, above all, affordable long-distance electric mobility. To make this happen, Volkswagen is developing a new vehicle architecture specifically for electric cars. It paves the way for completely new, exciting vehicle concepts and all-electric ranges of more than 230 miles. The Buddy is the first car based on this architecture. Many more will follow, not merely as concept cars, but as real cars that you can buy and enjoy. That is how Volkswagen will shape the future of mobility.
Ladies and gentlemen, winning back trust also means improving our strategy here in the United States. Volkswagen cares deeply about the US. We remain fully committed to this market, to our customers, and to our employees. America is absolutely vital to our future. We stand firmly behind our Chattanooga plant and our 5,000 employees here in the US. And we are moving ahead with the planned expansion of the plant. We will be investing about $900 million creating a further 2,000 new jobs in the region. But this is not enough. We also have to deepen our understanding of the needs and priorities of American drivers. In the 60s and 70s, iconic cars like the microbus and the Beetle were part of American culture. In those days, millions of Americans loved our brand and our products. It sounds ambitious given the current situation, but we want to reignite America's love for Volkswagen. And we believe we can make that happen. Because our brand has something important, something unique to offer. And that is more innovation, higher quality, and better design than any other high-volume brand. Premium cars at an affordable price, that is the essence of Volkswagen. Within the next 2 years, we will bring our best model range ever to the showrooms. That holds especially true for our major SUV offensive. Our brand new midsize SUV, made in Chattanooga, will roll off the assembly line by the end of this year. The all-new long wheelbase Tiguan will follow in 2017. And there are many more SUVs to come. By the end of the decade, we will be offering at least one SUV in every major segment. We are pushing hard to put our brand back on the right track. And despite all the current challenges, I'm confident about the future. Volkswagen has great products for American drivers, with many more waiting in the wings. Volkswagen remains an innovation powerhouse. Volkswagen has a great and dedicated team. Volkswagen can count on a strong, committed dealer network, and we will give them all the support they need. And Volkswagen can build on strong values: innovation, responsibility, and lasting value. This is the basis for winning back people's trust and confidence in Volkswagen. We stand by these values, and we will bring these values to life. Of course, our first priority is to solve the current emissions issue, and we are working very hard to do so. This is our promise to the American people. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at a car segment that is getting more and more important: SUVs. Michael Horn will give you a sense of what you can expect from Volkswagen in the coming years.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new Tiguan GTE active concept. What a great car and what an off-roader. And before I continue, I would first like to thank Klaus Bischoff and his team for putting this car on stage, because this market is about SUVs and it shows what we can do on top. It's also an impressive example for pioneering technology, first-class quality and great design. Conceptually, this vehicle is based on the all-new Tiguan, which went into production in Europe just a few days ago. In the US, we will get a long wheelbase with 7 seats, which will follow in 2017 and which will be made in North America. So it's fair to say that the Tiguan is going to be a trailblazer of the new generation of Volkswagen SUVs. And we are proud to present it in this country where SUVs were born. So let's have a closer look at this exciting concept. The all-wheel plug-in hybrid system is especially innovative. The GTE active concept always starts off in electric mode with 0 emissions, driving electrically up to 20 miles. And all 4 wheels can be powered, providing permanent all-wheel drive even in all-electric mode. The alliance of a turbocharged TSI engine and 2 electric motors develops system power of 221 horsepower. The ground clearance of more than 9 inches further boosts the Tiguan's off-road performance. And the same applies for the special off-road driving program, which has separate profiles for rocks, sludge, sand, and also gravel. And you would have a hard time getting this vehicle stuck in whatever the condition you get it into. Just as remarkable is the new infotainment system. We are not talking about a concept here. This is a reality. The infotainment system will be in our cars and on the roads this year in Europe, and a similar system will be made available in the US soon afterwards. It breaks completely with conventional systems with rotary switches and hard keys. Instead of that, there's a 9.2-inch touchscreen in there and just a few sensory buttons. Furthermore, and this is another good example of our premium approach, this infotainment system features gesture control. So to date, this has been only available on premium cars, this technology, but will be available soon in more affordable vehicles. As you can see, Volkswagen has a lot to offer to our US customers in the future with SUVs that are efficient, intelligent, our key selling points for the segment. The Tiguan GT Active concept is leading the way. So please join us now and as looking at this exciting concept. And I would like to invite Dr. Dies back on stage for a photo opportunity. Don't rush too much. Thank you very much for your attention. Hope to talk to you soon. Thank you.
Okay, back from Volkswagen. We just got the introduction of what we expected with a few more details is this new generation Tiguan, Tim. Plug-in hybrid electric version. And what I'm most excited about, they finally have a new interface in the Volkswagen line. 9.2-inch, dramatically new user interface, LCD touch, with the gesture that they first showed a year and change ago at CES.
Right, gesture is something that we think is going to be making interacting with our smart cars a little bit easier. You can do gestures in the air. It'll wake up to the approach of your hand rather than having to touch the screen all the time. Little things that'll make our cars a little bit easier to use. A lot of people hate hunting for buttons on touch screens, and overall, I think reception of touch screens in cars has not been great. But I think that gestures will help us to get there. We've both spent a fair bit of time in the BMW 7 Series playing around with gestures there. It's good to see it come to something a little bit more accessible here.
And we're also looking at this vehicle having this all-new interface in Europe late this year. If I understand it correctly, it doesn't come to the U.S. till 2017.
Until next year. And we're only going to get the larger version, the long wheelbase version of the 7-seater that is going to come to the U.S., but it will be built here in the U.S. So
okay, so that'll be the U.S. version is the long wheelbase.
Right, yeah.
The little compact one that is where the Tiguan fits today in the market will seed U.S.
And
sales.
I'd be surprised if we get the GTE version of that. I'd be shocked if that comes here. Maybe down the road, but they still haven't brought us the Golf GTE, which has been on the market in Europe for a couple of years now. So if anything is going to come first, it'll be that.
They spent an inordinate amount of time, more than I expected, to be honest.
A whole lot of time.
Bowing and scraping around the emissions issue.
But that was all they did. They didn't actually really say anything other than, hey, we're sorry. We're
still sorry.
We still like you. Do you still like us?
And we're still offering, and they're still pushing the offer. You get a $500 Visa gift card, which I find both tangible and nice and also really tacky for some reason. It's like, here, we're just going to give you some money to be okay for now. And a $500 dealership credit to spend any way you want. That offer's been out there for a while. They say they've had over 250,000 people sign up for it, U.S. market. That's about half the number of people who have an affected car. They also then mentioned they've also retained famous attorney and negotiator Kenneth Feinberg. That was earlier last year to handle everyone who wants more than just the two $500 cars, to handle settlements. settlements.
In the American way, they said. They're going to handle this in the American way, they said, after hiring a lawyer, which
they got an attorney.
was a bit of a backhanded way of mentioning that.
And then I think last week, they had their most recent summit with the EPA, proposed not that we know any details, a proposal for how to deal with all this. EPA is still sitting on it, so they're still in kind of a wait-and-see mode with EPA and the California Air Resources Board. They would like to get that cleared because the headlines that there's a fix and it's moving out is the next big step. And the question is, how do the vehicles actually behave once the fix is in place? But that's really a logjam right now, is a fix agreed upon by regulators before we can move any further on this.
Well, unfortunately, no real solid updates on the emissions scandal, but we do have a first look video of a concept car that actually hasn't even been introduced yet. We got to look at it early this morning. We've got the video ready to show you right now. Have a look. Emmy Hall got to check out the new Buick concept.
Hey everyone, it's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, and behind me is what has got to be the surprise of the show. It's the Buick Avista concept. Yes, it's a Buick, y'all. I know, I can hardly believe it by myself, but look how beautiful that is. Now, Avista roughly translates to being to be seen, and please, 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 we want to be seeing this. Now, the specs behind it are 400 horsepower, a twin-turbo rear-wheel drive, 8-speed automatic transmission, and look, they're not confirming, but does that not look like it's built on a Camaro platform? Because I think it might be. One of the things I really like about this concept is that there's no B-pillar. The greenhouse just extends all the way from the A-pillar all the way back, and it gives it a nice, airy, open feeling and a great feeling of movement.
I can tell you the Buick Avista, which we're calling a labor of love, is it's a magnificent project for us. It really, for us, embodies what we feel is the soul of Buick. And in fact, that would be one of the key inspirations for the designers who worked on the exterior, is that rich history of the brand and how the energy and the dynamism that came with that brand from its over 100-year history, all that into this vehicle. The surfacing, the design language, it all brings back that energy and dynamic quality of the Buick brand.
Now, this concept is a 2x2, that's right. There's 2 seats in the front, 2 seats in the rear, and there's even just 2 doors. Now, coupes are a hard sell in America, so we'll see if Buick brings this to production, if it remains a coupe. Please, please let it remain a coupe. And in the interior, we've got a bunch of technology in here. There are screens galore. There is a lot of driver's aids, a lot of interesting things that Buick should be bringing to market soon. That's it for this first take of the Buick Avista concept. Hey, follow Roadshow today for all of your North American International Auto Show news.
Okay, that's the new Buick Avista concept. A lot of car show stuff going on inside of it. It's very straightforward, simply, and all it has to be is an amazing styling exercise.
Right. It doesn't have the Grand National badge on it, which is what I think a lot of people on Twitter were hoping for. The name actually sounds, Chris Paukert from the team called it pharmaceutical sounding. And it does sound like something that would help
consult your physician before taking
an overactive prostate or something like that, which is maybe tying into the Buick marketing message.
Be a good car. Who knows?
I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it looks fantastic. I think, Cadillac's had a lot of success going sportier and doing things like the CTSV and the ATSV. Maybe this could work for Buick as well if they build the thing.
Yeah, and this is 2 years in a row they've stolen the show style-wise. Last year they had the Avenir.
Right.
Amazing. It was a little bigger vehicle, but absolutely blew everybody away on styling. Now they come along with a Vista, and I'd be curious where this is designed. I mean, a lot of the Buicks now are coming out of their Chinese design studio because that is the majority of their sales. Buick's basically a Chinese market company that happens to be a U.S. car maker, but their main audience is the Chinese buyer, and some of the designs are actually coming from China to the rest of the world, which is relatively unusual, and certainly at this level of car making. So absolutely beautiful car. Buick may have some of the best-looking vehicles going in the last 2 years. None of these two have come to market yet, though. Let's get to it, guys. It's a great-looking line you've got there.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Now moving on to Mercedes.
Mercedes is really big.
Yes, we both were at the Mercedes launch event last night, got a little bit of a preview of things to come today. So we both got to see the new E-Class in quite a bit of detail. Again, we were talking a little bit earlier, the E-Class is for Mercedes mid-segment. Most people would consider this to be a very premium car, but it kind of slots in between the lower end and the higher end for Mercedes. And they're using this, interestingly, as basically a hallmark for a lot of new technologies, particularly autonomous technologies, things like hands-free lane changes, which is is what Tesla brought to the market first. Mercedes is going to bring that to the mass market with the new E-Class, which is great to see.
Now, does Tesla have it actually deployed, or is it TBD?
It is deployed.
That was a new update, right?
Yep, that was part of the automated piloting update that dropped about 6 weeks ago or so.
Okay, that's the latest one.
Yep. So that is out in the wild now. We've seen some unfortunate videos of people doing stupid things with their hands off the wheels in their Teslas. Hopefully, Mercedes buyers will be a little bit more restrained in testing out this functionality. But the car looks quite nice. It's got Mercedes' latest design language, which is very dramatic, very sophisticated, very clean.
It's baby S-Class in its lines. Proportions are a little bit smaller, and you've got this ability to go with steering, braking, and acceleration fully handled up to 80 miles an hour now, as long as the vehicle can see some lane lines. That's pretty impressive.
It's very impressive, absolutely. It'll also keep track of other cars around you and follow them, which will also give it more accuracy as it's driving on the road. And yeah, absolutely, that sounds, I mean, that's pretty groundbreaking. It was interesting, Volkswagen said that they're going to be bringing automated piloting to the masses, but I think Mercedes is kind of bringing it there first with the E-Class.
So. Oh, in a big way with this car. And this is also the first car, and I'm looking forward to any details they have here, more than we saw last night, that will ship at volume with vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure communications, which hasn't even been codified at the federal regulation level. So I was surprised to see a company, I mean, what spectrum are they using for the radio communications? What language are they talking electronically? I was intrigued by that, to say that they can go ahead with that, because this is a technology called DSRC, Digital Short-Range Communications, at least for car-to-car, where cars will talk to each other. They're looking to put it somewhere in a 5 gigahertz area on the spectrum map, but none of that's decided yet, so I'm not sure if this is more of a malleable standard that they've got in there that they can adjust later, or if they've decided to stake out some technology and hope that the feds go that way.
Right. We've seen this on like the consumer router side, for example, when things like 802.11ac came out. There were routers that came out well before that standard was finalized, and then software updates were able to bring it in line.
Yeah.
So hopefully whatever radios Mercedes is building into this car are flexible enough to be able to be tweaked down the road for whatever else, maybe an over-the-air update, probably not. You'll probably have to go into your dealer and get a thumb drive in there.
Yeah.
But it's 802.11p is the broad standard that's going to be covering vehicle-to-vehicle communications. So some things are in place, but there's still a lot to be discussed. I'm guessing these cars will talk to each other, so that if one Mercedes breaks down ahead of you, you'll know about it. But obviously, you'd want to know about every other car breaking down, and we still got a long way to go before that's in place.
So these will probably talk to each other first, which gives them some initial ability. They did talk last night also as they work in that connectivity and this autonomous driving. We've talked about these two pieces, that this will be a car that will start to do learning, obviously only from other modern E-classes, which will be not a lot of learning at first, but learning about how to drive better, feeding up information to each other and to a cloud center where Mercedes can learn from what the vehicles are encountering out there. On the inside, they've got very much the S-Class dash we're going to see. Two 12.3-inch, extremely wide aspect ratio LCDs, one in front of you for the IP, one over here for the center. They say this one, though, looks more like one because they put a single piece of glass over two discrete LCDs. It may be, slicing hairs, but they say it's one more theme where they're saying, look, better and more than S-Class. Better and more autonomy, connectivity that the S-Class doesn't have, more advanced LCD appearance in the cabin. Again and again, we're seeing them say this is going to be in front of S-Class in some ways.
And they're bringing some new touch-enabled controllers as well on the steering wheel, not exactly a full-on touch interface, but you'll be able to use, they look like little track pads under your thumbs on the steering wheel, which could be an interesting way to go. I didn't get a chance to play with that last night, but ultimately it'll give you more control. You've got the command wheel down in the center interface like usual. You can also sketch on that thing, plus these thumb things. These German manufacturers like to give lots of options.
They do love lots of interface options, and I hope they, the only thing remotely like that was Prius in the last generation. I'm not sure they even have it anymore. Had this sort of a touchpad on the wings of the wheels, allowed you to move a highlight on the menu at the screen. I never found it to be a great loop, a great feedback loop of what I'm doing and where it is, but this is a very different car several years later, so that may be a great way to go. I don't think anyone's cracked the code yet on what the right interface is for a car, and we just did a big panel on this at CES on next generation interfaces. And like you say, Marcus Barrett from BMW said, we're going to load everything in there and let consumers decide till further notice. It's not about finding the right solution, but the right stack.
And soon we'll have to take a 3-week course to figure out how to control our cars, because we'll have voice control, touch control, gesture control, everything else will be just lumped into all these cars, because, you know, the sensors are getting cheap enough. It doesn't cost them that much to throw in motion sensors and everything else. So they'll just throw the kitchen sink at it and hope that somebody likes something in there.
At least one of them has to work well for you. Let's go see what Mercedes has now, live from Roadshow at the Detroit Auto Show.
Please welcome Dr. Dieter Zetsche, Chairman of the Board of Management of Daimler AG and head of Mercedes-Benz Cars.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year to all of you. As usual, in early January, Kobo Hall is all about fascinating cars. This ride here on stage is no exception. In fact, this Mercedes convertible is beautiful and pretty unique. The AIM S63 is named edition 130 because there will be only 130 units available around the world. One car for each year in the history of our company. By the way, the world's very first car from 1886 was an open-air Model 2. But I choose this car over that first car in a heartbeat. This has 585 horsepower. That's 584.25 more than the world's first car. Plus, it has seat warmers, a must for Michigan in January. In our long history, 2015 clearly was a year that stands out. This holds true for motorsports, where we even scored the double-double in Formula One. And it holds true for our business too. In 2015, we also went fast with our product offensive, introducing 8 new or updated cars. As a result, we had another outstanding year in terms of market performance. We sold over 13% more cars than we did in 2014. We also had another great year with new sales benchmarks in Canada, Mexico, and in the US. I want to thank Steve Cannon for this great performance. At the same time, let me welcome Dietmar Exler on board as the new CEO of MB USA. Welcome. I believe Dietmar is just the right person to continue and extend our success here in the NAFTA region. We are determined to keep building on our momentum in the Americas as well as all over the world. That's especially true in our anniversary year. I think we simply owe that to Carl Benz and Gottlieb Daimler. Here on stage, you can see the very first reason for confidence, the first point of proof why we rightfully named 2016 our year of dream cars. We are going to continue what we started several years ago, filling in the white spaces in our product portfolio by making it broader, younger, and more attractive than ever. For example, I'm sure you're going to love the brand new Mercedes-AMG S65 Cabriolet. And I promise that we will be happy to build many more than just 130 units of the next top beauty. Here we go with its world premiere.
Please welcome Ola Kalenius, member of the Board of Management of Daimler AG, responsible for Mercedes-Benz cars marketing and sales.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Dream cars, that's our buzzword for today. And as you can see, we brought a lot of them. Why? Because since the invention of the first automobile 130 years ago, dream cars have always been brand shapers. And we are the brand to offer them top-down in all market segments. That's why we're working hard to further expand our modern dream car portfolio. Over the past few months alone, we have presented 3 newcomers. I hope you agree. We have founded an extraordinary Mercedes club of dream cars. And the best thing is, this club is still open for new members. Today, I'm thrilled to present the all-new Mercedes-AMG S65 Cabriolet, the ultimate dream car. It offers the perfect combination of cutting-edge technology, head-turning looks, and world-class performance. Beneath its beautiful skin lies the most powerful engine we offer, the 6-liter bi-turbo AMG V12. This power plant rockets the S65 Cabriolet to 60 miles per hour in about 4 seconds. Despite its large dimensions, AMG engineers focused a lot of effort on weight reduction, including an aluminum body shell, lithium-ion battery, and a lightened braking system, all aimed at improving performance. To sum it up, not only is the S65 Cabriolet an engineering masterpiece, it is a true dream car. Now, we also have an option for customers looking for a more compact way to enjoy the sun. Let's have a look.
It's like I've seen the light, but I have never known. Save me.
Ladies and gentlemen, with the Smart 42 Cabrio, we continue to offer an incredibly broad convertible range. From the most exclusive and powerful performance Cabrio on the planet to the most affordable convertible in the US. And as the most compact Cabrio in the world, the new Smart 42 continues to challenge the status quo with an intelligent and fun solution for today's congested cities. So there you have it, 2 very distinct dream cars for very distinct customer groups. And now, let's find out about a third one with the help of a wonderful singer. Please welcome Rin Weaver.
Lost in the cracks of the landslide, you saw me slipping on my blind side. I'm feeling lost, feeling tongue-tied, and now I'm frozen in your headlights. Deep in the haze of your love high, I used to soar on the live wire. I'm coming down from your supply, and I don't know if you can make right. I can't take it from the day I saw my heart start breaking. No one save me, I can't take it. Can't believe I went and lost you, baby. show through the cracks of the earthquake. My body's moving in a retrograde. I'm feeling loose, feeling untamed. And you're the dynamite in my chains. Deep in the trench of the crossfire. You shot me down from the live wire. Tossed to the lost in your love game. You made me cheat to cheating, and now I can't play. I can't take it. From the day I saw my heart start breaking. No one save me. I can't take it. Can't believe I went and lost you, baby. I keep shaking all around. Oh, you let me down, and I can't take it. From the day I saw my heart start breaking. No one save me. Hit the ground running up from you. Baby, you know I don't want to. No, I want you. But there's nothing left to say. Lost in the middle you gave me. God, in the middle you played me. See so plainly. But there's nothing left to say. I should have known. I should have known. No, I can't take it. From the day I saw my heart start breaking. No one save me. I can't take it. Can't believe I went and lost you, baby. I keep shaking all around. Oh, you let me down, and I can't take it. From the day I saw my heart start breaking. No one save me.
Rin Weaver and the new SLC. What a great performance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rin, I got to ask you this. Do you think about songs, new songs for you to drive cars as well?
Sometimes, yeah. I would, if I had one of these, I'd be riding in it all the time.
Okay, good. Well, I know a few people in sales, so I'll speak to them and maybe they'll contact you after the show. We'll see. Have fun.
Okay.
Thank you. Rin Weaver, ladies and gentlemen. If you ask me, Rin's song is the perfect soundtrack for a cruise with cars like these. I will definitely put it on my playlist for dream car rides after the show. 20 years ago, in 1996, we launched the very first SLK. It was the role model of the modern compact roadster. As a result, this handy two-seater has made friends all over the world. Since product launch, we have sold over 670,000 units. So what's new about the SLC? First of all, obvious, the name. The C in the SLC now shows its close ties to our C-Class segment. Second, its looks. We sharpened the overall appearance of our compact roadster, especially in the front with the racy diamond grille. And third, we added some technical innovations that you can only find at Mercedes-Benz in this segment. Take its intelligent light system, for example, or our 9G-tronic automatic transmission, or the dynamic select system, which ensures that driving dynamics adapt precisely to your preferences, from comfortable to exceptionally sporty. Looking for an extra helping of performance and dynamics? Try this one here. The new Mercedes-AMG SLC 43. Our modern interpretation of the muscle car theme has it all. The technical innovations of the series production model, and of course, the signature punch of AMG. This includes a powerful and highly efficient 3-liter V6 bi-turbo, our 9G-tronic sports transmission with extremely fast gear changes, and an individual chassis layout. In short, this car makes you want to get up early in the morning, get behind the steering wheel, and just keep driving all day. The thing is, on most days, we just don't have that luxury. We get up, we get into our car, and we drive to work. No doubt, the SLC has all the everyday usability to get that job done as well. But what if you want more than 2 seats? Well, Mercedes-Benz is the dream car company. So of course, we offer the dream car among business sedans as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our all-new E-Class.
To me, the E-Class stands for excellence. Sindelfingen is the mission control center of our global R&D network. Here, our team created the new E-Class seats. And I'm sure our customers will love the ergonomics just as much as the luxurious design.
To me, the E-Class stands for a delightful and an intelligent experience. With our new digital user interface and touch control buttons pre-developed in the Silicon Valley, our customers have access to all information at their fingertips. And the new display's graphical design is simply gorgeous.
To me, the E-Class stands for the efficiency also in our development process. Thanks to the digital prototyping we did at our R&D hub in Bangalore, our colleagues in Sindelfingen could build the vehicles of an extraordinary quality right from the start.
To me, the E-Class stands for emotion. Our customers will enjoy essential interior with a spacious layout and high-quality materials. The countless possibilities for personalization we worked on at R&D China cater to the distinct requirements of our customers.
Vorbei mit seinem Heck. Jetzt gut, sehr gut, sehr gut. Thank you to the minds behind the new E-Class, at least some of them. So, this is the all-new Mercedes E-Class sedan. Now, there are 10 generations of the E-Class and more than 13 million sold units around the world. For this latest E-Class edition, we had a team of about 1,200 engineers working hard for more than 48 months to bring this beauty to the stage today. And here I am with only 5 minutes to tell you about the result, the world's most intelligent business sedan. I guess some people would refer to this as a classic Mission Impossible. But I give it a try. These are my 4 key reasons that make the new E-Class smarter than its peers. First, it adapts to your needs like a personal concierge. Entering the E-Class feels like coming home. The E-Class doesn't only have your favorite music and contacts ready as you enter, and it's not just that you can choose from 64 different colors to illuminate the inside of the car. The whole interior and your head unit design is highly customizable. So the E-Class lets you travel just the way that best suits your personal taste. And the key to this new world is your smartphone. Next, it supports you in driving almost like a private chauffeur. The new E-Class expanded self-driving features are extremely capable. It is the very first series-built car in the world to receive a special autonomous vehicle license plate for testing on public roads in the state of Nevada. It parks itself by smartphone with the driver supervising from the outside of the car. And unlike other high-end sedans, self-parking also works in complex conditions. The E-Class also protects you like a linebacker. I'd love to say, like the Detroit Lions defense, but I guess we have to hope for next season. In the E-Class, however, a whole squad of innovative safety features make sure passengers are safe even if an accident is not avoidable. One example, the seats will actively move passengers away from the impact zone in case of a side collision. And more space means fewer or less severe injuries. In addition, a special sound will play in order to reduce harm to the ears, which is caused by high noise pressure. Last but not least, the new E-Class studies like a brainiac. To me, the most fascinating indicator of the superior intelligence of the new E-Class is it simply knows more of what's going on. As the first serious-built car in the world, it is equipped with car-to-X communication. That means it exchanges information with other cars on the road and with the infrastructure. This way, it can look further ahead and better anticipate road conditions. And intelligence at Mercedes also means superior efficiency. One example, the all-new four-cylinder diesel in the new E-Class. We are convinced that our customers will like this clean and powerful engine. Altogether, these are just a few of the attributes that make the new E-Class a masterpiece of intelligence and gives it a strong personality. Plus, unlike most humans in early January, the new E-Class even lost 70 kilograms of weight. If you look at all the different roles this car can live up to, it probably is one of the best companions you can take out into traffic. And to top it all off, it doesn't look like a mashup of Brainiac and Linebacker. It looks like a true Mercedes-Benz. To be honest, this car can do a lot more than I can explain in 5 minutes. So please check it out for yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it keeps getting harder and harder to make your choice from the Mercedes-Benz portfolio. The new E-Class is one very brilliant and very intelligent new representative in our lineup. The new SLC is a very expressive new car. The AMG S65 Cabriolet is exceptionally beautiful. And the best thing is, this year has only just begun. There's just one flip side to all these great options. No one can help you to decide which one is yours. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the 2016 Detroit Auto Show.
Okay, we got the new Mercedes big S-Class Coupe AMG. We got a Smart 4.2 Cabriolet. We got a new SLC, a baby SL, which continues to look more and more like the big brother. But most importantly, we got this new E-Class, which is interesting because they've got a great sales year behind them. Mercedes was up 5.2%, they said. They are #1 in the category ahead of BMW, Lexus, and Audi. They want to put the gas down on that. That's why I think this mid-market car is so important for them.
Yeah, Dr. Z said this is the world's most intelligent business sedan, and I don't think you can argue with him with all the autonomy functions that they showed off. Self-parking from outside of the car with a smartphone app.
Only the second car to have that after the 7.
Right, which is a little bit dubious in terms of legality here in the U.S. BMW had to disable that functionality in the 7 Series in the U.S., but then Tesla said that they can do it, so I'm a little curious how Mercedes is going to get around that.
There's legal in terms of, I guess, the regulators, and there's legal in terms of what your legal department will allow. And maybe that's where we're seeing the variance.
That very well it could be someone's willing to take more of a risk than the other. But basically the idea is you get out of the car, you bring up an app on your phone, you spin your finger on the phone, and the car pulls itself into your garage. So if you've got lots of boxes and bikes and lawnmowers in your garage.
There's no room to open those doors.
Yep, just open just enough for that car to slide in, and you'll be good to go. So it was interesting, also interesting to see the new 4.2 Cabriolet and how tight the turning radius was on that thing. They did 3 180s on the stage without having to do a 3-point turn. I'm always impressed by the stunt driving we see here. It's all very low-speed stunt driving, but it's
it's all very low
speed,
but no other car in this entire show this week will do a 360 on automaker stage. The other interesting thing about the E-Class is they'd like to get the age of the buyer down, hence more and more emphasis on technology and modern features. They still average a 55-year-old age on that car. That's still up there. That's Mercedes' heritage that they'd like to work down from. Lexus doing the same thing. Look at the kind of Lexus cars we've seen recently. They're just cutting straight down in the demographic stack as hard as they can.
And having all that technology will definitely help. Once they can bring in CarPlay and Android Auto, that'll help even more.
Yes.
But ultimately, they've got to make this tech available at a more accessible price point. And that, going with E-Class is good. Moving it on down lower, C-Class would be helpful as well, and A-Class too would be great. We'll get there eventually. But this is definitely great to see all this tech coming onto the E-Class. I'm definitely very curious to get on the road with this thing and see exactly how it drives. Again, as you were talking before, up to 80 miles an hour, basically fully autonomous on the highway, which is quite impressive. Even lane changes.
It'll nibble itself and stay in the lane, brakes, acceleration. And this is not the same as adaptive cruise. I mean, you have that in adaptive cruise control, but you need another car and you need to set a speed. This is a little step further beyond that, where the car will just do a little more interpretation of the road and being able to maintain those lane lines without us having to, this is not lane assist. This is lane keep by the car.
Right.
I'll be curious to see, though, what the software and hardware will tell me I have to do with my hands. That gets into another area of, yes, you can engineer it, but what will legal let you do on the road, you being the actual owner?
And what will people do with it once they have the opportunity? Again, some Tesla owners have done some
Make more
unfortunate
ill-advised
things.
YouTube videos, of course.
Right, yeah, hopefully we don't see too many new YouTube stars being made by the E-Class. But yes, they did have a couple of other cars, the new SLC replacing the SLK, 367 horsepower little coupe, 0 to 60, I think it was 4.7 seconds, which is pretty darn quick.
Yep.
But the big car, the AMG S65 Cabriolet, 630 horsepower, twin-turbo V12. Well, you don't need twin turbos in a V12.
They're complete over the top. There's still a place for those cars for a few buyers, and there's certainly the margin on those cars is always welcome at Mercedes headquarters on the balance sheet. But I got to tell you, every time I see a car like that roll out, I think, wow, this is just old-fashioned.
It is. It's good to see that they're still around.
Giant engine, though, with all that, with all that sort of, excess. When a lot of other makers, like, we'll see what Volvo's doing with their S90 later, with a 4-cylinder engine in a car that competes in roughly the same category.
They talked about how they're lightweighting the car by doing things like a lithium-ion battery, for example, which probably shaved 5 pounds off of a 4,000-pound car.
And if you heard that and said, whoa, these guys made a hybrid. No, this is the lithium-ion service battery.
Right.
The same one, the little square one you always have. Yeah, they save a few pounds because lithium-ion chemistry is better than lead acid for weight.
But they're not very good in the cold. I have one of those in my motorcycle, actually. It does save a lot of weight, but again, we're talking a 4,000-pound car. They're not very good in the cold.
Is that what the Optima batteries are? Those are just a different...
No, separate technology entirely. They all are impressively, if you're used to lugging your old lead-acid battery out of there and breaking your back as you try to swap it out, it's pretty. You can pick them up really nice and easy. But again, we're talking a 4,000-pound car-ish.
Yeah, a few pounds.
Yeah, not going to help you too much.
It's a good copy line.
Absolutely.
Not
Fantastic
such a big improvement.
copy line, absolutely, for a very interesting car that I certainly will not be putting in my garage, but I definitely appreciate those who do.
Yes. All right, so that was Mercedes. So we had the 5-car rollout here. Quite a few things going on. And nothing here was concept, which was interesting.
Absolutely.
These
They've
are all
got too many production cars to waste time with concepts at this point. They've got so many great new cars coming out, so much great new design.
Yeah.
They're totally refreshing their line over the next couple of years. So, we have seen some high-end concepts, their autonomous cars. They had the IAA concept, which was the Streamliner. But really, they're focused on production, which is fantastic. That's what I like to see myself.
So Mercedes is done. Let's go to the one that always comes to your mind in the exact same breath. It's BMW, now live from Detroit with Roadshow.
BMW Group press conference. Please welcome the President of BMW North America, Mr. Ludwig Willich.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome at a very special time for BMW. In 2015, we marked the 40th anniversary of BMW North America. We set a new record selling more than 346,000 vehicles, the highest US volume in BMW's history. The result also makes the BMW #1 premium brand in the United States. Our ongoing sales success continues to be driven by the debut of exceptional new products, from the all-new BMW X1 to our flagship, the all-new BMW 7 Series. Every one of them offers the highest levels of performance, aesthetics, and innovations. And every one upholds our enduring commitment as the maker of the ultimate driving machine. But BMW's long-standing success in the US goes well beyond our products. Our commitment to this market, the footprint we've established here, is strong and far-reaching. A prime example is our manufacturing plant in South Carolina, the cornerstone of production for the BMW Group. In fact, the plant achieved a new record in 2015, producing over 400,000 BMWs. This record now makes Spartanburg the single largest plant of the BMW Group in the world. Spartanburg is the production site of our X3, X4, X5, and X6 models. In fact, our X models are the fastest growing segment for BMW, representing 1/3 of BMW's overall 2015 sales in the United States. No doubt, our Spartanburg plant plays an important role for the BMW Group. It is also home for the next new model we're pleased to show you today. Ladies and gentlemen, making its world debut with the all-new BMW X4 M40i. Emotion, desire, excitement, these are mere words that can only attempt to describe the true experience behind the wheel of this all-new M performance model. And once again, BMW proves that M is the most powerful letter in the world. From first glance, the X4 M40i shows its M performance positioning with a sporty coupe roofline and wide stance. But it's what lies underneath that proves the performance roots of X4 M40i. Also making its world debut, our M engineers have created an all-new M-tuned version of the 3-liter straight-six engine that delivers 355 brake horsepower and 0 to 60 in 4.7 seconds. This is our top performance X4 model, and it once again proves our unrelenting drive to provide the finest premium performance vehicles anywhere, thanks to the X4. Over the last 40 years, it has been our enduring commitment to our philosophy that remains the cornerstone of BMW's success in America today. But the history of BMW Group's success is much longer. This year, we celebrate a truly global milestone, 100 years of the BMW Group. And over these 100 years, the BMW Group has thrived to become the success story it is today. By pausing to reflect on our company's historic progress, we see that at every point along the way, the BMW Group has always been a future-oriented company taking a look ahead to shape the future. And this thinking will continue as the company looks to the next 100 years. I'm now pleased to welcome board member Dr. Ian Robertson to tell you more about the BMW Group worldwide.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be back here in Detroit. And what a great way to kick off our centenary year. 100 years ago, the roots to the BMW Group really began. And today, we enjoy much success as, of course, the ultimate driving machine. Now, this dynamic car behind me symbolizes an era that was very, very special for BMW. The BMW 02 series put BMW on the map here in the United States, and it made the company what it is today. Now, 5 decades ago, the 02 series introduced the world to a sporty, lightweight, compact sedan, and it proved that practical, reliable cars could also be great fun. And the most powerful car in the series was, of course, the 2002 Turbo. And what our engineers did back then has made it a legend today. With a combination of know-how from motorsport, groundbreaking technology, the 2002 Turbo was Europe's first turbocharged car. And customers were thrilled with 170 brake horsepower, a maximum speed of 132 miles per hour, and an acceleration from 0 to 60 in just around 7 seconds. And most importantly, the 02 series established BMW as a legitimate contender here in the US. And for most Americans, the 02 was the first BMW they had ever seen on their streets. And I can tell you it attracted a strong following and is now a cult classic among the BMW enthusiasts. Its success paved the way for the launch of BMW of North America in 1975. As Freude am Fahren and the ultimate driving machine were largely based on the sporting pedigree that the company earned on the strength of both the 02 series and, of course, the much-loved 3-liter CSL. Now, thanks to our 2002, and a very special thanks to Gary Bellasine, who's sitting over here in the front row, who let us use his great car today. I might actually be taking it home with me, Gary, so maybe you might not be taking it home with you, but we really appreciate you letting us use that, and I'll really appreciate that. Now, today, you will find the DNA in every vehicle we create, demonstrating that this commitment is alive and well. I'd like you to watch the film, and I'll be back in just a moment with the next world premiere. So, ladies and gentlemen, hear that engine and instantly you realize that BMW M cars are just a breed apart. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever BMW M2 Coupe, and it's the very soul of what BMW stands for. The first ever BMW M2 is not only the legitimate successor to the 1 Series M Coupe, it also continues that tradition of compact, high-performance sports cars that started, of course, with the 200 Turbo that I just showed you. Now, it's characterized by a highly emotional M design language, a bold motorsport-inspired appearance with exceptionally wide stance, and that, of course, reflects its powerful presence. Now, the strong heart of the BMW M2 Coupe is its 3-liter, straight-six twin-turbo, an engine producing 365 brake horsepower, and a sprint from 0 to 60 in just over 4 seconds, so a little better than that car from the 70s. And the new BMW M2 Coupe has all it takes. Extrovert styling, outstanding performance with rear-wheel drive agility, a lightweight aluminum front and rear axle directly from the M3 and M4 models. Now, market launch in April of this year, and I'm absolutely sure that US customers are going to love this car. And I'm very confident that the BMW M2 Coupe will continue the BMW M success story. And in 2015, M had an outstanding year. Full year sales of M vehicles worldwide were up by a staggering 65% to over 35,000. And sales of our ever-growing range of M performance vehicles grew over 16% to over 28,000. And I'm delighted that American fans are such big fans of the M vehicles, because this is our largest market in the world by a big margin. Now, BMW M's strong performance last year helped contribute to the most successful sales year ever in BMW Group's history. Last year, we sold around 2.25 million BMW, Mini, and Rolls-Royce vehicles all around the world. And this was an increase of around 6.1% on the previous year and the 5th consecutive record year for the BMW Group. Now, BMW, Mini, and BMW Motorrad all achieved new sales records, and Rolls-Royce posted its second best sales year ever in history. BMW i also had a great year. The i3 has established itself at the pinnacle of its segment, and in 2015, we sold almost 30,000 i3s and i8s all around the world. And the i3 is the world's 3rd best-selling pure electric car. Now, we're transforming and transferring our knowledge from the i products to electrify our whole fleet. And this year, we'll add several new models as plug-in hybrid versions, including the 3 and the 7 series, which you see on the left-hand side of the stand. Now, as I mentioned, this year is a very special one for the BMW Group. We will celebrate the official start of our centenary on the 7th of March, followed by events in other key markets, and the United States is, of course, our second home, and of course, we will bring those celebrations here to the US. Now, this great milestone will inspire us to do better, to go further, and to aspire even higher with our focus firmly on the next 100 years. And in 2016, we're again aiming for sustainable growth. The new 7 Series and the X1 have both had an excellent start, and we expect them to provide even more sales momentum as we progress through this year. Now, we'll also continue our strategy of geographically balancing that growth, and we'll continue to invest in innovative drivetrain technologies, lightweight design, and connectivity. Now, one thing is for sure, we are continually evolving whilst remaining true to our DNA, the ultimate driving machine, with innovation and technology at its heart. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd now ask Ludwig to join me back on stage. And thanks again to everyone coming today. We really appreciate your time. And make sure you come up here and have a look at the first ever BMW M2 Coupe. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So we had an M-Fest at BMW.
That's my favorite kind of fest.
Yeah, you have no problem with that.
Absolutely no problem at all.
Never seen that. X4 M40i was a mouthful. This is a baby X6 in M trim. The 40i doesn't tell us what it used to. It's not a 4-liter anything.
Right, right. And you know, you kind of think it's odd to put an M badge on an SUV, but the X6M it's a hell of a car. I've driven that thing around racetracks, and it goes pretty well.
Yeah.
So I don't think this one's going to be quite so hardcore, but you know, sporty SUVs gives them a little more opportunity to raise the price up a little bit, put some premium pricing on there, a little more margin, a little more money into the coffers to pay for fun little sports cars like the new M2 that they showed off, which I'm far more excited about myself. I don't know about you.
Yeah, right. I mean, here we have the M2 Coupe, which is going to be the this is the new bread and butter sort of affordable M car with 2 doors.
Affordable in quotes. We don't.
Yeah, in quotes.
Hopefully, it's
by their standards.
Affordable, yes, by their standards. They kicked off by bringing out a classic, a 2002 model, an 02. I forgot what year that was. Was it mid-60s?
72.
Okay.
No, turbo that wasn't sold in this country.
Right. They didn't bring the turbo over here, unfortunately, but that was an incredibly popular car in touring car racing in the 60s, in the 70s as well.
Yeah.
Just a real classic, a real icon, and that example they had on stage was absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
So they're trying to draw the tie between that coveted turbo model from then being the first turbocharged consumer car, I think they said, driving up to now to the new M2, which is also turbocharged, maybe trying to sweeten the pill a little bit of throwing a turbocharger in there. But this is basically following up to the 1M Coupe, which was really a rocket ship, little pocket car. Now they've got a proper successor to that, a proper M car.
And this is part of their naming convention where the even numbers mean sporty fastback 2 doors.
Right.
And the odd numbers are sedans. So the
Right.
1 remains a 4-door?
That's correct, which
and
is a bit confusing.
the 2 takes the 2-door mantle from it.
Right, and the original one was not considered to be a proper M car, which was why it was the 1 Series M versus the M1, which is
and the
plus
M1
there's also the M1 was from before. We'll see
Yeah.
if there's actually an M1 this time, but this is the M2 Coupe specifically. Let's see how much we got. 365 horsepower from a 3-liter straight 6 turbocharged
Almost exactly
motor.
double what that 2002 turbo did decades ago.
0 to 60 in 4.4 seconds.
Okay, not quite twice as fast, but we're doubling and halving things at this point.
And an interesting spec, continuing to compare back to the 2002. The 2002 had 14-inch wheels. The M2 has 15-inch brake discs on the
Isn't that
front.
amazing?
So the brake discs are bigger than the wheels on the M2. 19-inch wheels on the new M2.
I love that.
Available in April. Man, I think it looks really good, except that nose is a little bit too aggro for me. It's got these giant front vents in the front, trying
It's
to
way
look
over
like a
the
train
top.
car.
Yeah, it's way over the top.
little
But I
bit.
guess that's what really sets apart an M car versus an M trim.
Right.
You know, they want to make sure that's very clear.
Right, and this is much more so than the 1M, which did have a lot of tweaks to it, but there's a lot more suspension tweaks going on here. Aluminum suspension to lower the weight.
Yeah.
They've got hollow roll bars in there as well, again, to keep the weight down.
All the unsprung stuff.
And there's no bushings in the rear end, which I thought was pretty interesting. So usually there'll be rubber bushings
All
in the
solid
suspension.
link.
It's all solid link in the rear end, so that could be a bit of a harsh ride.
That's track car stuff.
Absolutely, it should be a great car. I hope we get one of these to play with in the not too distant future. And one cool piece of tech, it's got a drift mode button. Just,
does it
just
really?
like the Ford put in the Focus RS, there's a drift mode in this guy, so they'll let you hang the tail out while still having the electric nannies or the safety features.
Gotta make a note of that for future
enabled.
testing.
Yes, we'll bring some extra tires for our road test of that thing.
All right, and by the way, U.S. is the biggest market for M cars anywhere in the world, they say. Just so you know why they focus so much on these M vehicles, especially at a U.S. show. We just love to gobble up the high-performance variants in this country. We've always been a market where any car maker can sell more of their vehicles at higher trims and certainly high-performance trims. So no mistake why they brought those cars to Detroit.
Well, we got a couple of minutes to kill before we go to Volvo, so we've got a new video to show you, which is the Nissan Titan, which is a full-size truck. John Wong took a chance to take a look at it, and now is your chance to take a look at him and the truck.
Now that the Titan is in dealers, Nissan has been exploring other possibilities for its full-size truck. The company's first experiment is this, the Titan Warrior concept, that aims directly at off-road truck enthusiasts, similar to what Ford has done with the SVT Raptor, which has proven to be a huge success. The Warrior certainly has all the ingredients of a hardcore off-roader with big tires, a beefed-up suspension, a torquey diesel V8 engine, and menacing looks. Just look at it. It's wicked and kind of reminds me of a Transformer. I'm just waiting for it to turn into a giant robot and step on me. The heart of the Warrior concept is the Cummins 5-liter turbo diesel V8 engine and Aisin 6-speed automatic transmission from the production truck. But things definitely change when it comes to the suspension. Up front, the Warrior gets custom control arms with upgraded ball joints, internal bypass reservoir coilover shocks with custom reservoir mounts, tie rod extensions, and hydraulic bump stops. Out back, in addition to the performance shocks, there are new axles, custom anti-roll bars with relocated brackets, rear lift blocks, U-bolts, and hydraulic bump stops as well. Being a concept at this point, Nissan is probably waiting to see what type of feedback the Warrior generates before making any decision about putting it into production. I, for one, personally hope that Nissan gives it the green light because a shootout story between this and the new Ford F-150 SVT Raptor sure sounds like a lot of fun.
Wow, that is quite a truck. Definitely following in the footsteps of the F-150 Raptor, as John mentioned. Full-on off-road suspension, a lot of great performance. The Titan it's kind of been a surprise hit in the truck world. That thing has come in like gangbusters and really impressive. There's one sitting not too far over. I saw it under wraps.
With this new version that rolled out not even quite a year ago.
Right, not that long ago. Right, really impressive off-road capability, towing capability. We're going to be actually getting a tester of this truck not too long to live with for a little while.
Okay,
so
because they were playing catch-up in the market for a long time, still are.
Yes.
You know, compared to just about any other pickup. It remains kind of a niche market vehicle. The Cummins diesel was the big message a year ago. I mean, serious diesel powertrain. Now they come along with another version. So they're really trying to make distinctive statements with the Titan, as opposed to just playing the middle of the field.
Right, instead of saying like F-150 going huge volume, this is definitely an enthusiast version of that truck to show what it can do. Whether or not they put this into production, as John mentioned, will remain to be seen. But it's definitely hitting its mark. I mean, it's an incredibly impressive full-size truck. We're still waiting for a really great mid-size truck to compete against the Canyon and those sorts of things. But on the full-size truck area, it's getting very competitive, and this truck is really standing out. So it's impressive to see Nissan going from kind of nowhere to really leading the pack. It's really great.
Okay, so that's a Titan look. You can get that look here if you're coming to the auto show later on. By the way, the auto show opens to the public Saturday, I think it is.
That's right, yeah.
So we're almost a week out, of course. We've got 2 days of these press unveils that we're bringing you live today and tomorrow, of course. Then tomorrow we've got our Roadshow Shift Awards, the first annual, for Best Technologies, Driveline, Cabin, Car of the Year, all of this. On Friday is a big gala party here. It's the biggest social event of the year in the Detroit area, benefiting many children's charities. We'll be here as well if you're in the local market and want to come down and join us and you're part of that event, which is a tough ticket to get. And then, of course, Saturday morning, this show actually opens up to the public.
And also on Wednesday, we're going to have a panel discussion with some industry leaders on what's going to be next generation of dashboards. We've got folks from Google, folks from BMW. We've got lots of impressive people joining the panel this year to talk about how the car is going to change as we go forward into futures of autonomy and other functionality. You know, reading a book in your car, you used to only have to do that in the passenger seat. Pretty soon you might be able to do that in the driver's seat. But there's lots of other opportunities there. So it'll be an interesting discussion Wednesday afternoon, 1:30 p.m. I see on that display, which is conveniently located right behind you.
Wednesday, 1:30, right here. And by the way, if you are at the show, come into the show, which would mean you're in the industry. That's how you'd be here today. We are right next to the Lexus stage. In the corner of the hall there between Lexus and Scion. Lexus will be coming up, by the way, at 12:45 Eastern is going to be their press conference and their event. So that's when we're going to have the world's media basically coming by. So if you're part of said horde or any other one, any other person who's here at the show, that's where you'll find us.
Might be a little loud at that point since they're right there. In fact, we're coming up on Volvo, not too loud, just right on the other side of the wall there.
That's
so
right.
That might be a little bit noisy too.
the hordes are moving our way. And Volvo, of course, as we mentioned, is going to be teeing up very much the production version of the S90, which goes up against the S-Class for the first time, and the Big 7 and the A8 and all of that. It's their first entry into that vaunted part of the market.
Yeah, the S90 is definitely going to be a change for Volvo. They've been doing well when it comes to practical cars, smaller cars, that sort of thing in the U.S., but they're really trying to move up market. That's where, as we've been talking about, the margins are higher. You can charge a little bit more for your cars and make a little bit more profit. Yep. And ultimately, you can make your cars into more of a showcase than we've seen in the past. Volvo did a great job with the XC90, as we've been saying. The S90 should definitely follow on that. And then the V90, which would be the wagon version of that. Not sure if we're going to get a sign of that today or not. Hopefully we do, because wagons are kind of Volvo's bread and butter in a lot of ways in the U.S. It's certainly what a lot of people think of when they think Volvo's here. But having a high-end premium luxury sedan and luxury wagon from Volvo, I think that's something that a lot of people are looking for, and I think they could do very well here in the U.S. market with them. And we're going to see also with them a continued push to be a leader in autonomy because of the safety aspect of that. We talk a lot about the personal freedom aspect, the taking some time back from the drudgery of driving in the commute every day, but they see it as their way to have the safety message once again become extremely valuable. They were such a leader in that when cars were really becoming safe for the first time in the 60s and 70s. Cars weren't, you didn't think that much about it. Seat belts, oh, I don't know, sure. But now, we've seen that every technology for safety has become almost, it's a given in most cars, until the recent years of driver assist. And suddenly now it's a big place to differentiate, and there's a new arms race out there to see who can be first and best with amazing new driver assist and autonomy. And I think we're expecting them to have a similar self-drive system as the E-Class just rolled out, which means going to full and even beyond highway legal speeds. I always find that interesting when a safety technology is sold by saying how well it works beyond legal speeds. It's interesting because you expect that there's going to be some liability for the manufacturer in an autonomous situation, but then if you're programming the car to go faster than the speed limit, I guess at that point you're going to go ahead and take all the liability upon yourself. It's a strange conflict of value systems. But Volvo has this program in place, Program 2020, which is basically in the year 2020, they don't want to have any fatalities in their new cars. They want their cars to be so safe that it'll be hard to kill yourself in them. Effectively, but they'll be incredibly safe. Basically. No fatalities or serious injuries. Right. They're really hanging it out there with Vision 2020. Which is great, and this autonomy is definitely a big part of taking that step forward. They think that the autonomous cars are going to be safer. I certainly agree in that regard. Starting in next year in Gothenburg, they'll be selling autonomous cars on the road. Basically, you'll be able to get on the highway, push a button, and the car will continue to drive itself. It seems like we might even be getting a little ahead of that here in the U.S. with some of this S90 technology, some of what Mercedes was just showing off. Maybe there'll be something even earlier than that. And the other thing that's interesting about this is you're seeing car makers feel as if they've gotten as far as they can, for the most part, with protective safety. When there's a collision that you survive it well, the big frontier, and Volvo will lean on this heavily, is avoiding a crash in the first place is where there's vast headroom to finally bring down what's been a stubborn level of fatality reduction. The big three of stability control, airbags, and anti-lock brakes have done wonders over the last 20 years or so, but we hit this stubborn floor of 30,000 fatalities a year in the U.S., and it's been hard plateaued for the last 3 or 4 years. We cannot seem to get it down below that. And that's where companies like Volvo are going to be talking a good game about. It's about avoiding accidents. It's the only way to get lower than that number right now. And a big part of that is also driver distraction. So the ADAS stuff, avoiding collisions, of course, is hugely important. But also keeping people's eyes on the road is very important, especially for young drivers. Are seeing that being a leading cause of death, which is really tragic. But things like CarPlay and Android Auto, basically they disable the phone. They make it harder to be texting while you're driving. Instead, you can use voice commands for everything. You can keep your eyes on the road, but still have access to all of your media, still have access to Siri if you want, or still have access to everything that you need from your phone while driving, and do it in a safe way. So that definitely is something else that Volvo has been leading. They just added CarPlay onto the XC90. We know that Android Auto is going to be coming. Hopefully they announce something similar for the S90 here. But that as well should help in terms of making these cars safer by making sure that people have fewer incentives to pick up the phone. Yeah, reducing that distraction is a piece of it. Okay. We're going live now to this Volvo press conference and their unveil. This is live coverage at Detroit from Roadshow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Håkan Samuelsson, President and CEO.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Volvo car stand here at the Detroit Auto Show. We are very happy today to show you the future of the premium sedan in the shape of the new Volvo S90. And our intention is to offer something fresh and distinct, at the same time returning to our core values, offering the right car in the right time. And you can see it is being very well received. This car is a result of the transformation journey Volvo started 5 years ago, which I believe will be seen as a major turning point for the company. 2015 was an important milestone. We sold over 500,000 cars for the first time in the history of our company. And our new XC90 received a lot of praise, including the Motor Trend SUV of the Year award, and just this morning we are very proud to be awarded the North American Truck of the Year award. 2015 was also a year where Volvo saw a turnaround in the US. We sold 70,000 cars, a growth of more than 20%. And we have begun the construction of our new plant in Charleston, South Carolina. This year we will grow further as we add several new products to our showroom. So our commitment to innovation, delivering product to people to make a difference to people's life is stronger than ever. And this you can see, for example, in our Vision 2020, stating that no one should be killed or seriously injured in a new Volvo by 2020. Our development in the field of safety is contributing to this and is paving the way for our autonomous car program. And with this new S90, we now offer as standard an advanced semi-autonomous drive functionality, increasing safety and driving pleasure even further. Volvo Cars has developed 2 new product architectures designed from ground up with electrification in mind. So our approach to electrification with our new twin engines and our planned pure electric cars is based on our long experience within this area. The new S90 will, of course, also come in a twin-engine version, as will every new car we launch in the coming 4 years. And now I'm sure you want to know more about the new S90, the car for people who love cars, have driven everything, and still want something unique, reliable, and a bit contrarian. And now let's listen to the head of R&D, Peter Mertens. Thank you.
We do things different at Volvo, and we always have. The secret behind our success is our scalable and super modular architecture, SPA. And this architecture enables us to put plug-in hybrid electrification in all our cars. With that, you actually have 3 cars in one. It's pure, it's hybrid, and it's power. When I joined Volvo Cars 5 years ago, one of the commitments I made was improving driving dynamics. And for Volvo, that means the perfect combination of drivability, handling, and performance. And we do that by investing heavily into simulation equipment and latest and greatest technology inside of the car. Volvo Cars is the leader in automotive safety, and we are launching with the S90 two world-first active safety features. It is large animal detection and it is run-off road mitigation. With all the active safety systems and sensors we have, the S90 is not only the safest car in its segment, we are also offering semi-autonomous drive. We take pilot assist from traffic jam assist up to speeds to 130 kilometers per hour. No one can deliver autonomous drive as safe as Volvo does. We've looked under the skin of the S90, and now it's about time to hand it over to Thomas.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Thomas Ingenlath, Senior Vice President, Design.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce you to the new face of our Volvo family. 23 metal blades are carved in concave shape. That's an iconic grille theme that we sourced from our great historic Volvo P1800. Right by its side, you look into the eyes of Thor's hammer. Thor's hammer can give you direction, and it is a powerful, intelligent light source. The LED high beam reflectors are positioned above and beneath the DRL, so allowing the light signature to sit right in the center. Volvo's new face is confident, it's powerful, and it is proud. The silhouette stretches to a low, elegant four-door coupe. And with the S90, we introduce our new side window graphic. We call it the final cut. You will find it on all the new Volvo sedans coming. The S90 is exceptionally well surfaced with a fantastic stance and that sort of clean lines that are singularly appropriate of a Scandinavian design. Inside, we turned our attention to the very heart of every car interior, the dashboard. Let us look at 4 core elements. First, how has chrome been used in car interiors until today? Well, as a decorative frame, the more, the better. Want to be premium? Add chrome frames. Now the S90 has a chrome spine. It is one beautiful 3-dimensional spine with gorgeous dynamics, accelerating, twisting, changing tempo from andante to allegro and back to adagio. It is the backbone of the structure. It carries the unit and holds the elements together. Element number 2, the air blade. The vertical orientation of the air blade builds a perfect unit of climate and control. The detailing is superb with a diamond-cut structure on the rotary. At Volvo, we always try to create a delightful experience when you operate a function. Element number 3, the center stack touchscreen. With the ingenious 4-tile system, 4 major functions, 4 defined tiles: navigation, phone, media, and climate. When you touch one of them, the tile expands while the other compresses. And that way you always have direct access to every function. Finally, the 4th element, wood. Natural, substantial, rich. A 3-dimensional panel that has volume and depth. Soft, full radius on the top, and a precise, sharp edge running across the full length, embedded between the air blades, framed and supported by the chrome spine. It all comes together and interlocks tightly. It's a perfect match. Driving to the opera, you booked a table for 4 at Noma. Coming back from the airport, well, Enjoy the ambience of soft light, natural materials, superbly finished details, and sparkling crystal glass. Welcome to the S90. Welcome home to Volvo. When we start shipping, the S90 will be available in electric silver, Nordic sand, Charlie brown, midsummer night, dynamite blue, and snow white. So this is the new S90, the most beautiful and innovative sedan Volvo has ever made. We are really proud of it. I would like now to invite Lex Carmakers on stage for a moment.
2015 was an extremely successful year for Volvo Car Corporation in the United States. We started the year with the announcement of the factory, an absolute milestone for Volvo in the US. And then, thanks to an unbelievable performance of the Volvo retailers, we managed to increase our sales with 24%. And we are extremely proud about it. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we got the Truck of the Year in the United States award. There couldn't be a better way to pave the way for our new S90, which I welcome you now to look at as close as it can be. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we have to go live. Someone's coming up.
Okay, we are back from the Volvo press conference and unveil. As we expected, S90 was the entire thing, basically.
Right, yeah, and no V90, but that's okay. But that's okay, we got plenty to talk about with the S90.
Yeah.
First of all, the styling looks amazing. Very clean lines, very simple, sophisticated Scandinavian design, they said. The Thor's hammer in the headlight, which has been a bit of a signature thing
right,
for the
that's
XC90,
right.
showing up here as well. Man, it looks really, really good. Really good.
Yeah, and a lot of quality inside because they've got to get materials and finishes right because this is a car going up against vehicles that are in the top premier category. And let's face it, don't succeed strictly on their practicalities. They succeed on what they say about you when you arrive.
Right.
And this car seems to have the presence. I want to see it in person.
Thank you. You don't have to walk far, thankfully.
Right around this wall here, luckily. We're right in the midst of it all. It looks as though from at least 3/4 it says that. I still think, I don't know why, it still has a rump that looks kind of like Volvos of the past. I don't. That's just me.
And it also, that look continues to the interior, the clean Scandinavian look, I should
Beautiful
say. Maybe
inside.
not the rump.
Not the rump, no.
But yes, it looks inside, much like the XC90 looks, which is a great interior. Again, one of our favorites from last year. Interestingly, they've positioned the touchscreen vertically in the Volvos now instead of horizontally like most cars have, which actually works really nicely, especially for navigation. You can see further where you're going. And that 4-tab interface they showed, which is basically you can have 4 different things going and tab between them very quickly and easily. Works very nicely.
It works really well.
Yeah.
And they're also a big embracer of Android Auto and CarPlay. So they're going to be one of the boosters of this.
Right.
Their engines, they didn't talk about the powertrains that I noticed here. They're going to carry over from XC90, which includes these interesting 4 cylinders that have turbocharging and supercharging.
Yeah, which is a combination you don't too often see.
I don't think anyone else does it.
No, not modern anyway. It's been in the past, but it works great in the XC90. You don't have the turbo lag that you typically do from a turbocharged engine, but you don't have the lack of high-end power that you do from a supercharged engine. It pretty much feels like the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
A relatively efficient car for such a big SUV, the XC90.
On the XC, yeah.
but we'll see what the figures are like in the S90. Hopefully a little bit better, and hopefully a plug-in as well to give you the same kind of efficiency there. We'll remain to see.
As we have with the XC.
Right. Yep.
Now, one of the most interesting claims that they're making, and they're holding to it yet again this year, Vision 2020, as we were talking about, by the year 2020, no one shall be killed or seriously injured in a Volvo. That's amazing.
Right, and that, as we were talking before, that takes a lot of different functionality. You're talking both in-car safety, airbags, seat belts, all sorts of good stuff in there, crash beams, high tensile strength steel, everything else. Also active safety as well, active braking, collision avoidance, lane departure detection. It's a huge pile of keywords that need to all work together in this beautiful harmony and still look good in the end.
Yeah.
I don't envy those guys. We were lucky enough actually to get an early preview of the S90. John Wong, our editor, was able to go take a look at it. We've got a short video, so take a look.
Following the release of the very impressive XC90 SUV, Volvo is turning its attention to the premium sedan segment with the 2017 S90. It will replace the S80 in Volvo's lineup, and yes, they still do indeed make the S80. Don't feel bad, I forget about it too. But the new S90 looks to take on the likes of the BMW 5 Series and the Audi A6. On the outside, the S90 features some design trademarks that we are becoming familiar with on Volvos. There are the T-shaped Thor hammer LED daytime running lights and C-shaped taillights. In addition, there are other small design elements like the concave grille up front and the subtle character lines around the body. That gives the S90 a look that's handsome and clean. It sits on the same scalable product architecture platform the XC90 rides on and will be powered by either the T8 hybrid powertrain that combines a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine that's turbo and supercharged and 2 electric motors with a net output of 400 horsepower. The T6 setup, which is the gas engine by itself, serves as a base powertrain option with 316 horsepower. All-wheel drive will be standard on both powertrains. The 2017 Volvo S90 arrives in dealers late this summer, and so far looks primed to continue the momentum Volvo has picked up with the XC90. It features a distinctive look, interesting powertrain options, and a gorgeous cabin, which altogether may give the 5 Series and the A6 some fits. And that's something the S80 was never able to do. I, for one, look forward to getting behind the wheel, and hopefully I don't forget about this thing existing. What's the most important element for growth of an automotive brand today? Answer, strong product, but more specifically, a strong lineup of crossover SUVs. For Buick, which has been busy trying to rehab its image and attract new, younger blood to the brand, it has enjoyed remarkable success with its subcompact Encore and mid-size Enclave crossovers. Later this summer, it will add the compact Envision to the lineup, which not only fills a gaping hole in its product portfolio, but also throws them into one of the industry's fastest growing segments to compete with vehicles like the Acura RDX, Audi Q5, and Lincoln MKC.
The Buick Envision capitalized a lot of styling features you can see in the exterior with very prominent style lines starting at the front, wrapping all the way around the side.
The design is handsome but conservative, breaking little stylistic ground. But perhaps it doesn't need to, as its smaller and larger siblings have fared well, particularly among conquest buyers who have never owned a Buick before. Buick's typical design cues like the waterfall grille, porthole styling, and LED accent lamps are here. While on the inside, Buick went to great lengths to provide a quiet interior with plenty of chrome accents and high-grade materials.
From a technology play, the Buick Envision is absolutely loaded down. The cameras work together along with the front radar to enable two types of technology in this vehicle. We have collision mitigation braking along with adaptive cruise control. If you were to look into the IP, you'd see a button to show active lane keep assist. If the driver were to become distracted, turning around and talking to one of their back passengers, the car will actually pick up if it's starting to drift into another lane and put 4 Nm of torque back into the steering wheel to keep the driver back on road. CarPlay and Android Auto is a feature that will be coming out in sequential model years for the Buick Envision, and you bring that all together and make it a very, very impressive technology package for this vehicle. When you're driving the Buick Envision, it comes to you right away from the moment that you press on the accelerator that you have something special. There's a lot of horsepower on command, 252 to be exact. But when you tie that with the twin clutch system, it really does work together so that it gives you maximum horsepower with minimum slippage and a really overall fun driving vehicle. The twin clutch system is actually pretty unique to Buick. It utilizes, instead of a traditional all-wheel drive system, which uses a single clutch and then uses the brakes to actually transfer torque or keep torque from spinning a tire, it actually pulls the clutch away. So you save on driver intrusiveness from the chassis trying to come into the system, also improves on fuel economy, and overall response time is very, very quick, which is one of the big highlights for the driving performance in this. So you take the twin clutch system along with our 6-speed and our 2-liter turbo and put them all together to make a very impressive driving machine.
The 2016 Buick Envision will be in dealers this summer to bolster the Buick crossover lineup. So far, the Envision looks and sounds like a promising alternative to the RDX, Q5, and MKC, but we won't truly know until we get the opportunity to get behind the wheel.
All right, so that is one of a couple Buicks that's making headlines here. There's the Avista, if you haven't seen that already, that we have a piece on, done by Emmy Hall.
Check your physician before watching.
That's right. It does sound like a drug, doesn't it?
It does sound like very pharmaceutical.
All right, take Avista only if needed. That video is available at theroadshow.com. Emmy got an early access to that car. It may be the prettiest thing on the floor yet again.
I think so, but not the only Buick, the Envision. So this is, again, a small SUV. Interesting that they talked about having a proper all-wheel drive system in there, not just open differentials using brakes like a lot of lower-end all-wheel drive systems are, but a proper differential with clutches, basically sending power efficiently without just using brakes to transition power.
To take things down.
So to get better fuel, better fuel economy.
Route power properly.
And your brakes won't be burned out as quickly as well, which is also a good thing. Android Auto and CarPlay are coming, but they said only in subsequent model years, so it's not going to be.
Yeah, that was kind of odd to even mention that.
Right, and it also sounds like that means you won't be able to update your car to add it, which is also a bit of a bummer. And it has things like adaptive cruise and lane keep assist and things like that. So it's keeping up. I wouldn't say it's progressive, but it's...
No, but it's an important car to have in their lineup in terms of size and shape, and as you say, with credible all-wheel drive. We're standing by now in just a couple of minutes to go to the Porsche press conference. An SUV maker that happens to still make some sports cars by volume, to be honest. I mean, that's what Porsche's become.
It's sad but true. Yes,
it's true.
Absolutely.
Now, you got some nice time in the 911 lowercase t turbo.
Right. Yes, we're still trying to figure out exactly how to differentiate the two, but yes, all new 911s going forward are going to have turbos, at least for the foreseeable future.
That is amazing.
It is. You know, historically, the uppercase turbo, the big T turbo has been, you know, the big high horsepower, ridiculously fast car. Now they're putting turbos in the lower end 911s as well, all the way down to the base Carrera. And yes, I was able to drive it in the roads in Tenerife off the coast of Spain, and it's an amazingly well sorted car. They've made mostly minor revisions outside of the engine, which is all new, the 3-liter turbocharged motor.
Yeah.
But they've put adaptive suspension across the range now, so instead of just having conventional suspension on some cars and having to pay extra for it, every car now can go between a sport and a comfort mode, which is great. If you've never driven a car with adaptive suspension, it really makes a big difference if it's tuned correctly. And in the 911, it really is. There's some really rough roads where we were testing the car. And even on sport mode, it felt really nicely dampened, really controllable. But then you turn it down to comfort, and it's a very nice, comfortable cruiser. Really good power, not a lot of turbo lag. Pretty good.
Yeah, both these things will drive the purists crazy, though. Turbos,
They will.
and no way to get it with a straight dead steel suspension anymore.
Right, yeah, it's very true. And we saw BMW throwing back to the 2002 to try to take the edge off of the turbo idea. You know, Porsche's having a little bit of a harder time. I think, you know, they're trying to point up toward the turbo as something that they've had for a long time now. The big capital T turbo again.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it did before. It sounds very good. It doesn't quite sound like it did before. It doesn't rev as high as it used to. Yeah.
And transmission, they still offer a manual?
There is a manual transmission
Okay.
or an option to PDK. So Porsche is still holding that line, which is good, but their numbers of manual transmissions are in the single digits in terms of adoption. Very, very small. So it's a nice gift to the traditionalist, but ultimately it's not really selling them any cars, I'm sorry to say.
So we're waiting now for uppercase T.
The big turbo.
At this unveil.
Absolutely.
Hardtop and ragtop.
Absolutely, yeah. Turbo is traditionally the fastest car. That was one of the first cars that really brought our concept of launch control into the public mind. It was the first car that I ever experienced proper launch control in, and it absolutely it blew my feeble mind. I still haven't quite recovered, and that was many years ago. So I can only imagine what they're going to do now with a new power, a new chassis. So it'll have all the chassis advancements that are coming in from the new 911, the 991.2, which is the latest generation of 911, plus presumably more power and lots of other good stuff too. We're not sure all the details just yet. We're going to have to wait another minute and a half or so to find out. But we have seen images of it. It's got some nice, very subtle refreshes to the UI or to the look and feel of the car. Not going to be drastically different, but it should have big swelling fenders and air intakes and all those things that we love from our turbos.
Yeah, the original turbo began the wide body era for Porsches, and now everyone wants a wide body 911. That's depending how old you are, that's what 911s look like. They get wider at the back, and then if you're another generation, that's still the new look. So that's one of the dividers. Interesting spotter's guide for the new 911s that have turbos, lowercase t. Look for vertical bars on the engine grille versus decades of horizontal. So that's the easy spotter's trick.
And that's really the only thing. I mean, there's some real subtle tweaks to the headlights and to the front valence, and the splitter is a little bit different. The rear end's a little bit taller, but really that's about the only way to tell the difference. And it sits about a half-inch lower, so if you got your tape measure with you, you can maybe figure out that way. But definitely easier to look at the engine cover there.
If you're a Roadshow viewer, you can spot a half-inch of stance
I should
a mile
hope so.
away, right?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Tell who's got too many groceries in the trunk, probably as well.
That's all that could be.
That's the cheap way to get good stance, by the way. Put a lot of groceries in the trunk.
Bag of cement. Always used to work wonders. Yeah, put that in the front of your 911. So we are just standing by for Porsche. After that, we're going to go to Ford and Infiniti, and that will get us right to the lunch hour here.
Yeah, and we got some good stuff from Infiniti. They've got something I actually can't talk about just yet, but it looks pretty good.
Still under wraps.
Looks quite nice.
Okay.
We did see it last year, and they said it would come to production, and it's coming to production. So that's going to be
that gives us some idea. And then we're going to be running the corner after the lunch hour, heading toward our afternoon here at Detroit. This is the largest of 2 press days, by the way. Tomorrow it spills over as well.
Bit of a marathon.
Yes, the marathon. We'll get in through Lexus. Now, Lexus is right where we're right behind where you're looking at me from on that camera is the Lexus Theater, as they call it. So that's an enormous area where we're going to have the entire world's press that is here at the Detroit Auto Show come right by our booth. If you happen to be part of that and you're here on the show floor today, please come by and take a look. If not, we're here through the entire public days 2+ weeks from now. We'll also be going live shortly after lunch at the GM booth with CEO Mary Barra. And that's going to be a very interesting discussion with our Emmy Hall, who's going to be there coming in live, pardon me, from our back cam there. Turn the corner to Honda, Hyundai, Kia. The twins are back-to-back there. Speaking of Porsche, we loop back around to them with their COO, Joe Lawrence, for a one-on-one we're going to have here at the stage at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. And then we're going to roam the floor a little bit with Emmy Hall and try and soak up what will then be kind of the later part of the day and put this in a little perspective before we have another headliner from today, the CEO of Volvo North America, Lex Carmakers.
And then at that point, do we get to step away from the desk, or do we just have to stay here until tomorrow morning?
Well, hopefully by then, this butt pad will finally have a chance to decompress.
I don't
That's
have
what
one
I
of
hope.
those. That wasn't in my contract.
Let's
Brian.
go to
You're
Porsche.
supposed to help me on my contract.
Live
I don't
at
have those.
Detroit
Man.
from Roadshow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new 911 Turbo and the new 911 Turbo S. Please welcome the chairman of the executive board, Oliver Blume.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Porsche. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are off to a great start into 2016 with a world premiere of two top 911 variants that have become benchmarks for the ultimate blend of refined power, breathtaking performance, and everyday usability. But first of all, I take the chance to give you latest facts about 2015. We just wrapped up a very strong year. Deliveries were up 19% year over year, with more than 225,000 vehicles delivered worldwide. 51,756 units were delivered to the United States and 6,413 to our neighbors just north of us here. An impressive performance by our colleagues at Porsche Cars North America and Porsche Cars Canada. Our current vehicle portfolio is the most attractive Porsche has ever had, and our customers confirm that with an impressive vote of confidence. For the 11th year in a row, they rated Porsche highest among nameplates in J.D. Power's appeal study, which evaluates vehicle performance and design. We also ranked highest in J.D. Power's initial quality study and its sales satisfaction index survey. Ladies and gentlemen, but now back to the new Porsche 911 Turbo and 911 Turbo S. It is only fitting we present our ultimate 911 models here. The United States, after all, is the world's largest market for our 911 series. Every third 911 sold is sold here. And our Turbo and Turbo S variants make up 20% of all 911s delivered in America. Our top-of-the-line 911 models now offer even more power and a sharper design. Thanks to new turbochargers with larger compressors, the 3.8-liter twin-turbo six-cylinder engine of the 911 Turbo S produces 580 horsepower. The Turbo now is a 540 horsepower. We've also redefined fast. The new Turbo S is the first production 911 that takes less than 3 seconds from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. And of course, the new generation 911 turbos have their own specific styling cues, such as redesigned fronts, 4-point LED lights, and side air blades. We will introduce both model variants in Germany at the end of this month, and here in the United States in April. So, what else do we have in pipeline? Any electrifying news? My message here today is Porsche will continue to develop and make premium, emotionally appealing sports cars, even if they are no longer powered by conventional combustion engines. You may recall that Porsche was the first luxury car maker to offer plug-in hybrid systems in 3 different model series: the Cayenne, the Panamera, and the 918 Spider. That was the first signal to the market. Our Mission E project clearly shows where we are heading. We have set aside well over $1 billion to launch our first all-electric Porsche sports car by the end of the decade. This will not be just another electrical powered vehicle, but a sports car for a new era. A car that drives, smells, and feels like a Porsche. Back in September at the Frankfurt Auto Show, we revealed our Mission E concept car and its capabilities. 0 to 60 miles per hour in less than 3.5 seconds, more than 600 horsepower, a range of 300 plus miles, a charging capacity of 80% of the battery in under 15 minutes, an innovative 800-volt system, and what many have called a stunning design. Our goal for 2016 and the next years is a value-creating and sustainable growth. And it's not a contradiction. Porsche will stay a very exclusive brand. You can be sure of that. The first steps are made, and I'm looking forward to the future of our fascinating brand. And regardless of whether it's a 911 Turbo S or Mission E, one fundamental commitment to all our fans, customers, and prospects will never change. Porsche will continue to make superb sport cars the best and most exciting in their segment and provide a unique ownership experience. Thank you for joining us today.
Ladies and gentlemen, for photo opportunities on stage, please welcome the member of the Executive Board Sales and Marketing, Mr. Detlev von Platen, and the President and CEO of Porsche Cars North America, Mr. Klaus Zellmer.
Following the release of the very impressive XC90 SUV, Volvo is turning its attention to the premium sedan segment with the 2017 S90. It will replace the S80 in Volvo's lineup, and yes, they still do indeed make the S80. Don't feel bad, I forget about it too. But the new S90 looks to take on the likes of the BMW 5 Series and the Audi A6. On the outside, the S90 features some design trademarks that we are becoming familiar with on Volvos. There are the T-shaped Thor hammer LED daytime running lights and C-shaped taillights. In addition, there are other small design elements like the concave grille up front and the subtle character lines around the body. That gives the S90 a look that's handsome and clean. It sits on the same scalable product architecture platform the XC90 rides on and will be powered by either the T8 hybrid powertrain that combines a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine that's turbo and supercharged and 2 electric motors with a net output of 400 horsepower. The T6 setup, which is the gas engine by itself, serves as a base powertrain option with 316 horsepower. All-wheel drive will be standard on both powertrains. The 2017 Volvo S90 arrives in dealers late this summer, and so far looks primed to continue the momentum Volvo has picked up with the XC90. It features a distinctive look, interesting powertrain options, and a gorgeous cabin, which altogether may give the 5 Series and the A6 some fits. And that's something the S80 was never able to do. I, for one, look forward to getting behind the wheel, and hopefully I don't forget about this thing existing. Many car makers have walked away from building minivans. With the booming popularity of crossover SUVs, Chrysler is staying the course because, after all, it's a segment that they created more than 30 years ago, and one that they are still garnering a healthy number of sales in. When developing this 2017 model, Chrysler says the goal was to change people's perceptions of minivans and retrain brains to see something different. To do that, there's a new platform, new powertrains, including a hybrid, more innovative features, a sleeker design, and a new name, Pacifica. Inside, there's an available tri-pane panoramic sunroof, Chrysler's great stow-and-go seating system, an integrated vacuum, and hands-free sliding doors and liftgate. On the infotainment front, a Uconnect 8.4 system is offered that unfortunately doesn't include Apple CarPlay and Android Auto capabilities. Chrysler says those are on the way in the next generation Uconnect system. For the people in back, a Uconnect Theater entertainment system features 2 10-inch high-definition screens letting passengers watch movies, play built-in games, and connect personal devices to surf the internet. Available driver aids include a 360-degree surround view camera, park assist, adaptive cruise control, forward collision warning, lane departure warning, and blind spot monitoring. The 2017 Chrysler Pacifica is longer, wider, sits lower, and available with 20-inch wheels, giving it a hunkered-down stance. There is more rake to the windshield, and the roofline tapers off at the back for a more athletic silhouette. The overall design is rounder with more crossover-like character, which, as we all know, is all the rage right now. Fiat Chrysler's head of design, Ralph Gilles, said at an advanced press premiere earlier that, and I quote, "Even a single guy can get laid in this." I'm not so sure I'd go that far, but it does look pretty good for a minivan. Chrysler is promising class-leading ride, handling, and NVH on the new platform that offers a 30% increase in torsional rigidity. Powertrain choices include an updated 3.6-liter Pentastar V6 engine with 287 horsepower and engine stop-start capabilities for improved fuel economy. It's connected to a 9-speed automatic transmission. The Pacifica Hybrid will deliver an estimated 30 miles of all-electric driving range from its 16 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery pack. Chrysler says the battery can be charged in under 2 hours on a quick charger and expects an 80 mpge rating from the EPA in city driving. The 2017 Chrysler Pacifica goes on sale this spring, with the Pacifica Hybrid landing in dealers during the second half of the year. Will the new design, along with its undeniable minivan functionality and new levels of refinement, convert some shoppers looking at crossover SUVs? Maybe a few. But the good news is that there's still a decent number of minivan faithful out there, with segment sales hovering at about 500,000 units a year, according to Chrysler. I'm not going to be surprised if a good number of those going forward are Chrysler Pacificas.
This is the 2016 Mercedes-AMG GTS. It's the spiritual successor to the automaker's SLR and SLS supercars, only now it's sort of evolved into a super sports grand tourer meant to compete with the likes of the 911 and the Audi R8. Now, viewed in profile, it looks to me like the Porsche 911 is the most direct competitor of those two models. The GTS and it share very similar proportions and a very similar roofline, and if you walk around back, it even kind of looks like Mercedes has wholesale ripped off the 911's rear taillight cluster. However, Mercedes has chosen not to hang the engine over the rear end like the Porsche or over the rear axle like the Audi. Instead, it's gone with a front amidships configuration for its V8. That means the engine sits ahead of the driver, but behind the front axle. That's how we end up with this extremely long and exaggerated front hood. And one of the biggest differences between the GTS and its predecessors is the doors. The GTS's doors open and close like this. Not like this, not like this, but like this. These are not billionaire doors, people. Humorous pop culture references aside, super sports grand tourers like the AMG GT are as much about drama as they are about outright performance. So the lack of dramatic doors, this step down to regular doors, is, well, a bit disappointing for this generation. Fortunately, there's plenty of drama to be had coming out of the tailpipe, especially in this race mode, which is going to put the active exhaust in its loudest, most aggressive setting. We've also got Sport Plus, Sport, and Comfort settings that are going to allow you to dial down the performance and aggression from Fast and Furious down to Daily Driver. Now, acceleration from the V8 engine is locomotive-like. That is to say that it is smooth, it is strong, and, well, it's loud. and the handling of this Grand Tourer, even in its most comfortable mode, is going to be pretty firm. The car stays really flat in the turns and gives you really good seat-of-the-pants feedback coming up through the chassis and into these sport bucket seats. The steering, on the other hand, is a bit overboosted and doesn't offer as good fingertip feel as I would like, but that does kind of help the car feel a little less twitchy and a little more planted. What I do like is that the steering is very direct and weights up nicely when you chuck it into a turn, and you can really sort of feel the vehicle working around you, so the seat of the pants feel sort of makes up for the lack of fingertip feel in this vehicle. The first nitpick is going to be with that very long hood we've got out front, which can make maneuvering in very tight quarters a bit tricky. You've kind of got to get used to having the equivalent of the length of a Smart For2 between the steering wheel and the Mercedes logo on the hood. The other problem is going to be with the rear quarter visibility. The blind spots on this vehicle are a little bit bigger than I'd like, but to its credit, there's not a whole lot of vehicle back there to keep track of. Ergonomics are good. They're not Porsche good, but this is a very comfortable car. All the controls are where you'd like them, with one exception. That's going to be the shifter, which is located way back here and probably the worst bit of real estate on the center console. With an automatic transmission and paddle shifters, you're not going to be touching it a whole lot when you drive around, so even that is a little bit forgivable. Now, I know no one came here to talk about fuel efficiency, so I'll just say that during about 250 miles of testing, I've averaged about 18 miles per gallon, which is pretty good for a vehicle this powerful when you consider the way that I've been driving. Regardless of which setting you find yourself in, the GTS does a really good job of making the driver feel awesome and making the drive feel special. But it doesn't really feel like a race car, even when you put it in the race mode. When you really start tossing this car around, it starts to feel a bit like an Apex road car, which is a good thing. It's very comfortable, the drive is very relaxed, and you can go ridiculously fast in this car. But I don't know if I'd want to go ridiculously fast on a racetrack. The 2016 Mercedes-AMG GT is a car that will turn heads everywhere you go, both with its gorgeous looks and with its extremely loud exhaust note. But the thing that I like most about this car is the way that it makes you feel. If you give the GTS enough road, it will make you feel like a race car driver on the street, even if it doesn't necessarily back it up with race car performance. It is a super sports car in the truest sense of the word. Later this year, Mercedes will also launch a GT with no S that's a little bit more toned down with a little less power, and a GT3 version for those looking for something race ready. Pricing for those hasn't been announced, but we expect that they'll bracket this brute in a suit nicely.
Okay, here we are live at the Detroit Auto Show, the North American International Auto Show. Brian Cooley with Tim Stevens, and we are launching Roadshow today. Hopefully you're watching it. Is there any other way to watch us, or you'd have to be on Roadshow for this live stream?
You can watch us, I believe it's live stream.
We're on livestream
livestream.com. You can watch this as well if you'd like. Enjoy some of our premium video footage as well as the live stream too.
Okay, live stream's got us. You're watching us now, and we're taking you to Ford live here at the Detroit Auto Show from Roadshow.
Make people's lives better.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ford President and CEO, Mark Fields.
Well, good morning, everybody, and a big welcome to the thousands of news media, employees, dealers, and students joining us here at Joe Louis Arena in Detroit. You know, we're just 11 days into the new year, and we're already busy making news. And as we gather here in Detroit today, we're kicking off the next transformation of Ford, advancing from being an auto company to an auto and a mobility company. And today, we'll share more about our progress, including something we've been working on to transform the automotive customer experience. And of course, we have a few exciting vehicles to show you as well. And to help kick it all off, our executive chairman and the visionary who inspires us to make people's lives better, Bill Ford.
Well, good morning. And for those of you from out of town, welcome to Detroit. You know, Mark, I'm excited to share with everybody our story of growth and also how we're going to be addressing the mobility issue that faces society all around the world.
That's right, Bill. And to mix it all up, we've invited somebody who knows Ford very well. So ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Seacrest.
Hello.
Morning, Ryan.
How you doing? Nice
Good.
to see you.
Oh, yeah.
How are you, buddy? Nice to see you. Hello, everyone. So I literally am wearing the same thing I was wearing last night at the Golden Globe, so I apologize. Just there last night on the red carpet, so appropriately I'll start with, who are you wearing, Bill? And great shoes, Mark. I've been working with Ford for 15 years, since the early days of our singing competition, American Idol. You guys have been partners with us, and we've extended that relationship beyond directly. And one of the things I love about Ford is its commitment to change. Another thing, its commitment to innovation. Those two things stand out to me. And Bill, let's just start out of the gate with mobility.
Well, first of all, Ryan, welcome, and thank you for the 15 years of partnership. It's been great. I remember the early days of American Idol, and boy, you've taken it a long way, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, mobility. So I've been talking about mobility for quite some time, and actually been thinking about it for quite a bit longer. And all of a sudden, there's this great interest in mobility all around. I mean, you saw it at CES last week. Everybody was talking about mobility. And in some ways, it reminds me of the journey we were on the environment, Mark, where, you know, it was a big change for us. But there's a big difference between this journey and the environmental journey. Because on the environmental journey, it took 30 years to get alignment within the company and certainly within the industry. But on this one, there's total alignment really right from the beginning. Our entire management team is focused on creating a very different future for the Ford Motor Company. And it's very exciting.
Yeah, sure is.
Mobility means a lot of different things to different people. What does mobility mean to Ford?
Well, look, if you saw the video, it really, there's a line, the whole line of the video was making people's lives better, and its fundamental core, that's what mobility is. And if you think of city traffic today all around the world, it's a mess. We have gridlock in the major cities all around the world, and if you believe the futurists, as we go from 7 billion people to 9 billion, it's just going to get more and more. So today, it's an inconvenience around the world. If we don't fix it, it will affect the economy, the environment, and the health and the safety of the people who live there. The great thing is we have an amazing opportunity to help solve these issues. And so we're not only embracing the change, we're really intent on leading it.
So I guess it was just a couple of days ago, we were all out at CES, and you made some big news at CES. I know you've been spending a lot of time, Mark, you and the team in California. We've had a chance to get together out there, Silicon Valley as well. Lots of changes underway. What else is going on? What's happening?
Well, you know, Ryan, people keep talking about how the auto industry is going to be disrupted by the tech companies. And our approach is we're going to disrupt ourselves. And our approach is pretty straightforward. We want to grow our core business and love that business, designing, developing, manufacturing, and marketing terrific cars, SUVs, trucks, and electrified vehicles. But we also see a huge opportunity in growing our business in the emerging mobility market. And Ford Smart Mobility is our plan to be a leader in connectivity and mobility, autonomous vehicles, the customer experience, and data and analytics.
So Bill, changing the way the world moves, I mean, it's a tall order, right? It's a big one. What is Ford's role in that?
Well, I'd put it a little differently. If not us, who? Because if you look at our heritage, my great-grandfather changed the way the world moved with the Model T in very fundamental ways. So we have the same opportunity now in a very different era with very different challenges in front of us. But to deliver that, we really are on the cusp of a series of revolutions which will enable this to happen. So the powertrain itself is being disrupted. The way people access vehicles is being disrupted. And of course, we have autonomous driving coming too. So the opportunities we have in front of us are very different than what my great-grandfather faced. But the notion of providing mobility to people around the world, that's not new to us. But what's clear is that no one company can do this by themselves. It's going to require partnerships across industries with big companies and some startups, the names we don't even know yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, being an auto and a mobility company is a massive business opportunity for us. Because if you think about it this way, the auto industry generates about $2.3 trillion a year in revenue. And today, our piece is roughly about 6% of that. At the same time, transportation services, which includes things like mass transit, taxis, ride sharing, that totals about $5.4 trillion a year. And it's going to grow over the next 15 years. Yet today, at Ford, we get, as well as the rest of our competitors, get about literally none of the revenue that comes from transportation and services. And that's the opportunity that we see in front of us, to grow our auto business and build on our strengths while becoming a serious player in mobility services. And that's exactly what we're doing. If you think about it, we're solidly profitable around the world and successful around the world. Explorer is the best-selling three-row SUV in the world. Mustang's the best-selling sports car. We're America's top seller of plug-in hybrids here in the US. And Ford, of course, is the world's best-selling truck. Now, moving to mobility, we're the leader in connectivity with Sync. We have the largest autonomous test fleet of any automaker, and we have one of the largest automotive research and development centers in Silicon Valley. So I'd step back and say we're actually approaching this transformation from a position of strength.
I mean, I think it's so fantastic. We talked a little bit earlier today about embracing change, the evolution, the pivots that are going on in this business, the relationship that'll be authentic throughout the course of the year with consumers. I mean, just as a fan of the brand, I'm excited about that. Another cool thing about being here, from what they tell me, is we get to see stuff, maybe some cars, some SUVs. So can we see some cool stuff?
Yeah, we got some cool stuff. Absolutely. We have a lot of cars, SUVs, and trucks and electrified vehicles that are coming this year. So how about let's start by talking trucks.
Let's talk leadership. Who else but the truck leader would have dared to take the best-selling truck in America for 38 years straight and totally reinvent it? With a high-strength military-grade aluminum alloy body, investing all that weight savings into even more capability for their pickups? None of the other guys. That's why it's now 39 years in a row. Ford isn't just America's truck leader, it's the world's truck leader. Every 19 seconds, someone is buying a Ford truck. And Transit has been the best-selling van in the UK for 50 years straight, and is now the best-selling commercial van in the US and China. Ranger is the truck sales leader in Europe and 7 other markets around the world. Starting to see a pattern here? Makes you wonder, what comes next?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ford Motor Company's President of the Americas, Joe Hinrichs.
All right, the F-150 Raptor. It looks great, and it drives even better. It is engineered and built for ultra-high performance off-road driving. We revolutionized the pickup market with the world's toughest, smartest, and most capable F-150. Now we're using the same advanced materials, including high-strength, military-grade aluminum alloy and smart engineering to save up to 500 pounds on this truck and give it even more capability. It is the best Raptor ever, delivering an improved power-to-weight ratio with an all-new high-output EcoBoost engine, an all-new 10-speed transmission, and an all-new terrain management system that includes a new Baja driving mode, making F-150 Raptor even more powerful, efficient, and easy to drive off-road. It comes this fall, just ahead of our all-new Super Duty. Now, Ford is also playing to win in SUVs. Here's a little perspective.
Nearly 1 of every 3 vehicles sold in the U.S. today is an SUV. And during the next 4 years, SUVs are expected to grow to 40% of the market. That's dramatic growth, and it's happening around the world. That's good news if you're an SUV leader like Ford, with Explorer the most popular SUV in America for the past 25 years, Kuga having its best sales in Europe since it was introduced, Edge tripling sales in China, and EcoSport reaching the 1 million milestone in South America. And we're not stopping there. Ford's SUVs span every customer need in just about every market. In fact, Ford SUVs are growing in popularity, especially with millennials, thanks to new technology, modern design, and SUV functionality. And if that weren't enough, there are 4 more all-new Ford Motor Company SUVs coming to join the family in the next few years, as Ford sets its sights on strengthening SUV leadership even further. How's that for unstoppable?
Our big SUV news this year is the new Escape, which we recently revealed. It is new inside and out, with 2 new fuel-saving EcoBoost engines and tons of new technology. It is the first in the world with Sync Connect, linking the vehicle to your smartphone to help you find it in a crowded parking lot or even start the engine remotely. Other features include active park assist, lane keeping system, and an alert to detect fatigue driving. Now, we are delivering growth in cars, too. There are a few facts that might surprise you.
This is a story about up, as in going up, like Ford Fusion doubling its share of the midsize car segment since its introduction in 2007. And the other guys? Well, they've been going down. Toyota Camry and Honda Accord both lost 3 points of market share during this same period. Fusion is challenging Toyota and Honda on their turf in California with a record retail share last year, while attracting new customers and delivering record retail share among millennials and Hispanics who love smart technology. Plus, Fusion continues offering choices Camry and Accord simply can't, including EcoBoost engines and a plug-in hybrid. What's up with that?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ford Executive Vice President, Product Development, Raj Nair.
Well, here it is. This is the new Fusion. It's the smartest, most technology-packed Fusion we've ever done, with an all-new interior, a new high-tech shift dial, and 20 driver assist technologies. Fusion's a family of vehicles, and it starts with the Fusion Sport, with an all-wheel drive, twin-turbocharged EcoBoost engine with 325 horsepower. That's more power, by the way, than the V6 engines in the Camry and the Accord, and it's even more than the BMW 340. Next, the Fusion Hybrid. It has an eco guide to provide drivers real-time coaching to get even better fuel economy, and new software provides an even more engaging driving experience. And improved electric motors make the Fusion Hybrid even more efficient. And then the Fusion Energy Plug-in Hybrid, which should eliminate range anxiety from our vocabulary. It's the #1 midsize plug-in hybrid in the US. It can drive extended distances using just electricity, and then on gas power when the battery runs low. In fact, customers can drive more than 500 miles on a tank. As you've heard, we're about more than great products. And Ford Smart Mobility directly relates to our transformation from an auto company to an auto and mobility company. Today, we have news on all 5 parts of Ford Smart Mobility, starting with connectivity. We're opening a new wearables lab in Dearborn, focused on integrating wearable technology and vehicles. And that involves monitoring biometric data from wearables, including blood pressure and heart rate, and activating vehicle technologies like lane keeping aid and automatic cruise control if the wearables detect that a driver is stressed or sleepy. Today, we're also announcing a new lease sharing pilot through Ford Credit that enables up to 6 customers to share 1 lease vehicle. The pilot begins next month in Austin, Texas. And digital tools let groups keep in touch, plan, and track vehicle use and payments, and as they share the cost of that single lease vehicle. Now, sometimes people don't drive all the miles they plan when they lease their vehicle. So in another financing pilot, select customers can receive credits for unused miles to put towards their next new vehicle. Now, we also have news on data and analytics. Working with IBM, we've created a new data platform to look at tiny pieces of data and identify mobility patterns and find efficiencies. Examples would be finding open parking spaces, travel alternatives to gridlock, finding all of that in an instant. Now, you've heard a lot in recent weeks about autonomous vehicles. For us, this isn't a new story. Ford has been testing fully autonomous vehicles for more than a decade. And this year, we're testing on California roads, in addition to Arizona and Michigan, including the all-new M-City, the simulated city at the University of Michigan. In fact, we're tripling our development fleet, giving us the auto industry's largest autonomous testing fleet. And today, we're announcing another major step, with Ford becoming the first automaker to test autonomous vehicles in the snow. Snow is one of the most extreme driving conditions, which is also true for an autonomous vehicle. Snow blocks sensors and obviously creates slippery conditions. So this testing will help us take fully autonomous vehicles to the ultimate level. That's Ford Smart Mobility. But there's much more to our news today.
Thank you very much, Raj. Appreciate it. Well done, my friend. The only man shorter than I am in Detroit. And comfortable on the stage. Appreciate that. Really impressive news today, and a lot more to get to. So I will bring up the expert to bring it all together. Once again, here's Mark.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you know, as we make this transformation to an auto and a mobility company, there's an additional part of our strategy that we have not yet talked about, and that's transforming the customer experience. And the opportunity here is huge. You know, just look at these facts. And for one of the most dramatic examples of why the customer experience matters, think about mobile phones. 9 years ago, Nokia had nearly 50% of the global mobile phone market, but their focus was only on the hardware. So how many of you today have a Nokia mobile phone? Well, then along came Apple. 20 years ago, Apple was on the brink of bankruptcy. And then Apple changed its game and its name and made the customer experience its top priority. Apple rocked the music world when it created a customer experience called iTunes, the App Store, and Apple Pay. So what does this all mean for Ford? Well, traditionally, we've dedicated most of our energy and our money to attracting new customers a year before they buy a new vehicle. And then we pretty much don't engage until their next purchase. And that's about to change. We've had a small group working secretly for the past 18 months, led by Stephen Odell and Elena Ford. And they've been working with customers and also studying other companies that have transformed their customer experience focus. You know, companies like Disney and their Magic Band, Rip Curl with wearables to actually recreate the surfing experience, and Nike with its digital ecosystem. They've also been working with anthropologists and sociologists and digital experts, studying what consumers want even before they express it. And today, we're ready to reveal the outcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Ford Pass.
Imagine a world where it's easy to get where you want to go, where people have the freedom to live, work, and play wherever they want. Think of customer service no one else has imagined, with a personal mobility assistant available night or day to resolve all your mobility challenges, whether guiding you through traffic, finding parking, or helping you navigate your favorite city. Imagine being connected to your world with the touch of a button to reserve and pay for parking, share a car or a ride, receive free parking and rewards when you travel, or start your vehicle from miles away. Imagine a hub where you can visit in the world's busiest cities, a place where you can rethink mobility, virtually build your ideal vehicle, experience new innovations, join exclusive events, and a place to collaborate and share ideas. Imagine an appreciation program that values and rewards you with services, entertainment, and merchandise just for living life as we do. Imagine no more. Ford is delivering this vision for millions of people starting this year. Introducing Ford Pass.
Ford Pass reimagines the entire customer experience. And think of it as a platform of integrated digital, physical, and personal experiences with four main parts. A marketplace of mobility solutions. Ford Guides, who are always there to help. Appreciation, where members are rewarded for their loyalty. And Ford Hubs, where consumers can experience our latest innovations. Ford Pass launches in April, and everyone can be a member, whether you own a Ford or not, just by registering online. And like other platforms, Ford Pass will continuously grow and evolve. And today, I'm pleased to announce our first offerings. Starting with the marketplace, we're announcing that we're working with ParkWiz, Parkopedia, and FlightCar to help people find and pay for more easily parking and borrow and share vehicles when they travel. Simply put, you can share a vehicle or locate, reserve, and pay for parking in advance, and you eliminate the hassle and anxiety of wondering where to park. And for Ford members, with vehicles with Sphinx Connect, you can locate, lock, unlock, and remotely start your car through Ford Pass. Moving to guides, these are real people who provide real solutions for mobility solutions 24/7, including reserving and paying for your parking ahead of time. And the guides are available free of charge, and their only job is to guide, serve, and solve, not to sell. Moving to appreciation, we're announcing today that we're partnering with McDonald's and 7-Eleven to provide Ford Pass members access to merchandise and unique experiences as rewards for things such as parking, interacting with a Ford guide, and paying for vehicle service at a dealership. And finally, the hubs. We're announcing today the opening of Ford hubs in New York, London, San Francisco, and Shanghai, with more to come. And inside a hub, you'll be able to explore Ford's latest innovations, learn about mobility solutions, and experience exclusive events. And if and when you're ready to buy, our dealers will be there for you. The first hub will be in New York in the Westfield World Trade Center later this year. And now from a customer standpoint, great experiences lead to long-term relationships. And from a business standpoint, it will drive greater loyalty, bring new consumers, and accelerate Ford in becoming a serious player in mobility services. Today is the start of the next transformation of Ford, becoming an auto and a mobility company, providing great products and great customer experiences. And we've only just begun. You know, this is a company that's been founded on making people's lives better. And the 600,000 Ford employees and dealer employees around the world are driven more than ever to build the next chapter in our legacy and change the way the world moves, just like Henry Ford did more than a century ago. So thank you for joining us. Please come down and take a look at our new products. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we got a lot of stuff in there.
A whole lot of stuff, but not many cars, interestingly.
Not many that we didn't expect.
But a lot of Seacrest.
A lot of Ryan. Freshen up the Raptor, new Escape we've seen before, new Fusion.
Right.
That's fresh.
Right, a V6 powered Fusion. There's also going to be a plug-in hybrid model that they didn't show or talk about at all, but that is here on the show floor.
Yeah, plug-in hybrid, and the Sport. So 3 models within that.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bread and butter car for them. Then they got big into this idea of reinventing Ford as a transportation mobility company.
Right, building on this smart mobility program that Mark Fields has been saying with pretty much every sentence since he took over as CEO. They've been talking about at CES endlessly and here endlessly. Basically starting to take some of those programs which are largely very conceptual and starting to bring them into practice, which is interesting. One of them, for example, was the ability, a pilot, to be able to share a lease with up to 6 people, which is interesting. So taking the idea of car sharing down to a rather more practical, accessible level, pretty interesting idea. But I guess the big news on that front is the creation of this new Ford Pass program, which sounds on the outside a lot like OnStar, but with a lot of extra stuff outside of the car built in.
And outside the car, yes. So you've got these 4 modes. You can use this to be better equipped for offers and deals, for parking and car share, to have a guide like a concierge on your rooftop button. And of course, they want to loop you into as much as they can around this area of mobility and wearables. What's going on here is they want more data from you. Data of how you use cars, data of how you operate outside your car, kind of consumer you are, and data from wearables. Pulling that all together to then plot a course of how they can be a new mobility company. To say they have the answers now, no way.
And specifically a data company. That was actually one, I spoke with Mark Fields at CES, and he said that they are really positioning themselves to be a data company, which is interesting. You know, they build cars, obviously, and that's what most people think of Ford as doing, but they also want to be aggregating data and ultimately making your life easier based on the kind of data that they are aggregating. So one of those programs that is focused around that idea is basically creating a new lab for investigating what they can do with wearable devices, so your Fitbits, your Apple Watch, and that kind of thing. They want to take the biometric data that comes from a smartwatch, your heart rate and things like that, to determine things like how stressed you are and how alert you are. And they talked about if you're stressed, they might extend the distance between you when it comes to automated cruise control, so giving you a little bit more of a gap so you don't get so road ragey, as it were. They also talked about using that to check your alertness. And of course, you know, you don't want anybody to fall asleep behind the wheel, so those sorts of programs are great. But also when we talk about autonomy, at that point it becomes very important, because the car, at least in the short term, needs to know if you're paying attention, because it's probably going to have to hand control back to you at some point, whether it turns to getting out the highway.
The handoff's the worst part of the future of self-driving, of the near-term future, and to not have a good handle on the biometrics of the driver, you just can't advance at some point.
Right, so what they want to do is tap into these wrist-worn devices and get a better idea of exactly what's going on. And I'm a little bit skeptical of this. I'm wondering how useful this is and how much this is them trying to capture on some buzzword stuff.
And how good is the wearable technology? Because it's only as good as the sensors that are pulling that information. We know that wearables right now are kind of loosey-goosey. They're all over the road.
And I've certainly seen sensors from Volvo that can read your pulse just from a camera built in the dashboard and things like that. So I'm a little bit skeptical that they can do all that much better from an Apple Watch, especially since they can't expect that every single consumer who's going to be sitting in their car is going to be wearing a
The
wearable
numbers
device.
are tiny on the entire category.
But certainly, you know, it is an interesting idea, and if indeed everyone does wind up having a wearable device, just like everybody has a smartphone at this point, maybe there is an opportunity there. And also, just a quick reminder, we're going to have Mark Fields, CEO of Ford, so we can maybe talk a little bit more about that data. He's coming on tomorrow afternoon, I believe, tomorrow morning at 10:45 a.m. We're speaking with Mark Fields, CEO of Ford. We can ask him about this whole data, smart mobility thing, and maybe about cars.
Car too. They talked about having some Ford Innovation Centers we're going to call Ford Hubs, London, San Francisco, Shanghai, and New York.
Right.
You know, that's a tricky place to go. Physical, experiential marketing like that. Ask Sony how that went with Sony stores that they recently shuttered. Ask Microsoft how their stores are doing. I mean,
everyone wants to be Apple.
It's tough to nail an experience center the way Apple's done it.
Right.
And bottom line is, people have to really want to go there and see something that they may or may not buy. Most people are not going to go there to learn.
Right.
We don't go to the mall to learn.
And ultimately, that's something that Ford really needed to bring to the table a few years ago with My Ford Touch, because so many people were confused by that interface. An experience system like that might have helped a little bit, but ultimately having 4 of these worldwide probably not going to make much of an impact. But you know, Apple has had great success with this model, and maybe this will start to push us toward the European style of buying cars, where you don't go in and get the hard sell on what's on the lot, but you go in, you learn a little bit about the car, you pick the car you want, you order it, and then you get it a couple weeks or a month later.
Yeah, it's a European/Tesla model. A different way of engaging with a car company than just thinking about it as being a dreaded transaction every single time. They're trying to break through that wall.
Which more power to them. I hope they can succeed. Absolutely.
The last thing about Ford was interesting is some numbers that they laid out. They described it this way. The entire auto industry is a $2.3 trillion business. That's global. And the transit industry is a $5.4 trillion, I think that might be US, $5.4 trillion business. So 2.5 times and more is the business opportunity for transit. So when you look at a car company and say, geez, they're kind of getting squeezed out of this great business of selling expensive cars and now getting into helping me find parking for $4 or $5 a pop, or getting me around to share a car, whatever it means, or having me take a small slice of a lease, they say, in the aggregate, it's actually a bigger industry than this lavish business that's around us.
I can only imagine how much more lavish we can get from this. It's pretty posh in here right now. You know, that's always been the outsider's view, is that all these car companies are in trouble once we go into the world of autonomy. They're all just going to go out of business.
Yep, that's one view.
But Ford and Mark Fields has always said that we can grow the business. We can continue to not only survive, but thrive in this new economy that everyone thinks is coming. And that's pretty good evidence for his way of thinking, and ultimately that's something that will probably make his shareholders happy in that regard too. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult evolution. It's something that all these companies are feeling out. That was what we saw with GM at CES last week, announcing their partnership with Lyft. Them trying to get a feel for exactly what they can do in the future, what's going to make sense for them, and that's their bet. Ford has been playing the smart mobility thing for a long time now, and they're starting to get some fruit out of that tree. So. We'll see. It's a very interesting, exciting time. Good time to launch a new website about transportation, too.
It's a fundamental shift going on right now. And then, of course, right before Ford, we had Porsche. Not much going on there. I mean, not much if you think turbos are not much a big deal. I mean, everyone knew they were coming. New formal turbo of the 991.2 or 0.5, whatever you want to call it, and the drop top of the same thing, and Turbo S.
Right, 580 horsepower for the S, I think it was. 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds, which is pretty darn quick.
That's the new normal when you spend close to $200,000 in a car, right?
Coming to Germany now, U.S. in the not too distant future. Okay. And they also talked again about the Mission E, which was the big electric concept, which wowed us all at was that L.A.? No, it was Frankfurt.
Frankfurt, I think.
I think it was in Frankfurt. That was a beautiful, low, white electric car, 600 horsepower, beautiful car. They've confirmed they are going to produce that, and they've invested $1 billion. Was that right?
Yeah,
$1 billion to build that car.
In that and cars like it that'll be highly electrified. So that's a statement. Just to put it in context for you, as we were talking about earlier, last year, U.S. Porsche, 30,000 trucks and SUVs, 20,000 sports cars total. They are an SUV maker that happens to make some sports cars. Number one selling car within the cars, though, is 10,000 units of 911. Worst selling car they make is the Boxster, because they split the market when they brought in the Cayman.
Right, and now they're going to bring it back together again, so maybe that'll help the sales numbers, if only by merging the two cars together into one car. A little bit of a marketing exercise there. But the Mission E was absolutely one of the most talked about cars last year. I still get tweets just about every week from people asking me when I'm going to drive the thing, and the answer is always as soon as Porsche will let me have the keys. As soon as we possibly can. Absolutely. Every time I speak with someone from Porsche, I say, "Please, sir, let me have the keys."
We
to
keep
the Model
asking.
E.
Don't worry.
Yes. So that's going to be a real thing, which is great. I'm real excited about that for sure.
All right. So we are now heading into just a minute or two away. We're heading into Infiniti at 1/4 the hour, and we're looking. We have one credible angle coming from them in terms of a car being delivered from. We can't talk about it yet, can we?
That's why I'm looking at you like this. Okay. Yes, from going from concept to production model that I cannot discuss for another
still can't, right?
few
We're
minutes.
a couple minutes away? Okay.
All right. But it will be a production-based car that is going to look very, very nice.
Very good.
And we have a lovely video of that very, very nice car that's going to look amazing, and I can't wait to show it.
In a few minutes, we can tell you what it is. Well, they'll tell you first, and then we'll show you in more detail afterwards. It's a funny industry.
It's going to be good.
And I think we're going to go to Infiniti now. Let's take a look.
Noises.
We're live in Detroit. This is Roadshow at the North American International Auto Show.
and gentlemen, the all-new Infiniti Q60. Welcome, Chairman and CEO of Nissan Motor Corporation, Carlos Ghosn.
Good afternoon and welcome to Infiniti. This is the all-new Infiniti Q60 Sports Coupe, the car that premium customers around the world have been waiting for since we unveiled the Q60 concept here in Detroit 1 year ago. Immediately, the Q60 concept stood out, and it was met by rave reviews. Industry experts called it stunning, sexy, and worth waiting for. I'm pleased to tell you that the wait for the all-new Q60 Sports Coupe is ending. And just as we promised, the final product is the near literal translation of the Q60 concept that was such a hit last year. I want to congratulate Infiniti's leader, Roland Kruger, and the entire Infiniti team on a job well done. As the third-generation version of Infiniti's iconic sports coupe, the new Q60 builds on Infiniti brand heritage and history of technology leadership. It reinforced Infiniti's reputation for performance, elegance, and driver-focused design. This car also sends a clear message that Infiniti is fully committed to being a top-tier premium brand and accelerating its global momentum. 2015 was marked by unprecedented growth for Infiniti. For the first time, Infiniti surpassed 200,000 units in annual sales. New sales records were set in Western Europe, Asia, and Australia. In China, Infiniti was the fastest-growing premium brand. Despite the overall sluggish market last year, Infiniti annual sales increased by 34%. Here in the United States, Infiniti's largest global market, we increased sales by 14% to 133,500 vehicles. But instead of celebrating these records, we're focused on shattering them. 2016 will be a bigger year for Infiniti. And world-class products like the new Q60 Sports Coupe will fuel this growth. Let me tell you about it. The Q60 Sports Coupe makes a daring visual statement with its wide, muscular stance and flowing roofline. Its sculpted, modern exterior is full of drama, from the signature Infiniti grille to the deep crease below the beltline to the slender tail lamps. Inside the cabin, advanced engineering and artistry meet. The layout is both driver-centric and passenger-minded, with class-leading interior, an instrument panel that honors Infiniti double-wave design tradition, and of course, the Infiniti InTouch infotainment system. Open the hood and things get even more exciting. The new Q60 comes with an all-new high-performance, highly efficient engine. I'm talking about a 3-liter twin-turbocharged V6 that delivers 400 horsepower in its most powerful version. A 2-liter Turbo 4 that was developed through our partnership collaboration with Daimler will also be offered, as will a 300 horsepower version of the 3-liter twin-turbocharged V6. 7-speed automatic transmission will be standard. All-wheel drive is an option on all versions. Built to perform, the new Q60 provides confident dynamics, cutting-edge safety features. These include a round view monitor, blind spot warning, moving object detection, active lane control, and direct adaptive steering. These innovations are key building blocks in our developing autonomous drive technology, which empower drivers by providing new levels of control. We look forward to starting sales of the new Q60 Sports Coupe this summer in the Americas and shortly afterward in all the other markets. And we can't wait to bring this strong addition to Infiniti's power lineup. Today, Infiniti is in the midst of one of the most exciting product rollouts in its history. By mid-year, Infiniti's global lineup will include 4 sedans and 5 crossovers and SUVs. Almost every vehicle is new or has had a significant upgrade in the last 2 years. In the second quarter of this year, we will begin sales of the QX30 active crossover in North America and Europe. You'll also see a range of new powertrains as well as mid-cycle enhancements of existing vehicles. Today alone, in addition to the all-new Q60 Sports Coupe and all-new V6 engine, you're getting the first look at the updated 2016 QX60 crossover, which showcase Infiniti's expertise in the growing crossover SUV segment. These vehicles will complement Infiniti's best-selling Q50 sedan. Although Q50 is one of the most innovative cars on the road today, it's about to get even better. Starting in the spring, we'll deliver a new, fully refreshed version with a host of new technologies. These will include the second-generation version of the direct adaptive steering system that Infiniti pioneered, and the enhanced Q50 will be offered with 3 new powertrains. For the first time in the Americas, we'll offer a new 2-liter 4-cylinder engine. Customers can also choose the same 400 horsepower and 300 horsepower 3-liter twin turbocharged V6 engines that will be offered in the new Q60 Sports Coupe. In addition to our power lineup, Infiniti growth will be supported by a global production infrastructures. Infiniti's manufacturing network currently includes 5 plants in 4 countries on 3 continents. And Infiniti's dealer network will expand to more than 500 locations worldwide. As the premium brand for the Renault-Nissan Alliance, Infiniti plays for us a critical role, and it is becoming a significant growth engine for Nissan Motor Corporation. Infiniti has everything it needs to be a major competitor in the premium segment. The right products, the right strategy, the right leadership, and the right vision. By fusing our passions for design, performance, and sustainable mobility, we want to make driving safer, more efficient, more connected, and a lot more fun. The vehicles and technologies on display provide a window into where Infiniti is heading. By delivering breakthrough innovations that empower drivers and bold new products like the all-new Q60 Sports Coupe, Infiniti will continue to stand out. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ghosn is now available for a brief photo opportunity.
That felt like, obviously exciting to see a car come from concept to production virtually unchanged, style-wise. One of the more workman-like announcements, though, didn't break any new ground in adaptive driving, connected services, sustainable mobility, didn't hit any of the gee-whiz things going on.
That's right. Here's a beautiful car. Enjoy.
Here's a beautiful car with some, revised engines, going downscale into 2-liter 4 cylinders, and turbocharging our V6 and bringing its displacement down a little bit. But
right. That's pretty much
a very real-world announcement.
Pretty straightforward, but ultimately what I think is a very nice-looking car. So they did show us the Q60 concept last year, and this is the production model, which looks pretty darn similar to the concept. They did, round out a few things, and they put mirrors on it, door handles, practical things that you need to do when you're actually talking about making a car, street legal, and all those important things. But yeah, so they've got a trio of new engines, which is interestingly actually only 2 new engines. The VQ, which is what powered the G37 and everything before, is now gone. New motor series called VR, which is a 3-liter twin-turbo V6. There's 2 flavors of that. One that will be 300 horsepower, one that will be 400 horsepower. And if that sounds conveniently round, that's because ultimately it's just a different software tune between the 2.
That's all it is, right?
So if you're upgrading to the higher-end sport model, you'll have the exact same engine. So if you are an ECU tuner, perhaps somebody who knows what to do with a serial port and a laptop, you can probably have some good times with this car and save a little money. We don't know what that'll do to the warranty, of course.
I think we do know it'll do to your warranty.
Okay, that's true. And then in addition to those two 3-liter turbo models, there'll also be lower spec, as you mentioned, the 4-cylinder. That'll be 208 horsepower. I didn't see any fuel figures yet. Maybe they've got some.
No,
up
not
now.
yet. I didn't see that.
But they won't have a hybrid version of this car. Anyway, there is a hybrid version of the sedan version, but the coupe will not have a hybrid, which I guess makes sense.
And they are bringing the 2-liter 4-cylinder to the sedan, the Q50 as well, which I guess didn't have anything like that, but does soldier on with a hybrid. Their naming scheme still drives me nuts. The names mean nothing.
Right.
Why is a 50 a sedan and a 60 is a coupe? And then the other ones are kind of all over the road. They're right up there with Mercedes right now for just driving us all nuts with their naming.
Absolutely. And Mazda as well is having some issues with dropping X's and adding X's and things like that too.
I think it's troublesome for consumers who are trying to keep track of, okay, this is the old G, the much beloved G35 and 37, established enormous equity in those two names, and this just has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm always puzzled by that.
It was also unfortunate that they actually renamed it to the Q60 before they brought out the new car. If they waited a little bit, maybe it would have made more sense, but the Q60 replaced the G37, but it was still the same car. And now we have a new Q60, which is, it's confusing.
Yeah.
But anyhow, you'll be able to get rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, if you like, in either any engine combination, which is nice. 7-speed automatic across the board, which they say has been sport-tuned, which is hopeful because the Q50 is a little bit sluggish in that regard.
Oh, interesting. Okay. And let's see, that'll take us through, no major new innovations in adaptive or partial autonomy, which Infiniti was early out on it, and then they seem to have fallen back into mid-pack now at best.
Yeah.
They do have, I think, still the only steer-by-wire system, what they call adaptive steering.
Right, and there is a retuned version of that in the Q60. That was another thing that was a love it or hate it kind of thing in the Q50. A lot of people just felt that that was very vague.
A lot of people told me that they hated it.
Yeah, there's lots of forum raging happening right now, as a matter of fact. But lots of people online who do not like that system at all. So Infiniti has listened and they've retuned it, and that is an option. So you can get something else if you don't want to.
Okay.
But ultimately, that'll be an option, and a new adaptive suspension system as well that supposedly is focused on reducing body roll, so it'll enable a better cornering car, a little sportier handling, that sort of thing.
And for folks trying to put Infiniti into perspective, I mean, Carlos Ghosn was there talking about how they are now credibly, truly a full player in the premium segment, which reminds you that they've not been considered that for a long time. They've not been up there with Lexus, Mercedes, Audi, BMW. They would like to be. They've always been somewhere ahead of Acura and below Lexus in the premium scale. They just cracked the code on 200,000 sales last year. It's a US-only brand, by the way. Exactly the same as Audi. So they're tracking with Audi in terms of size and scale, if you want to kind of put them where they are by volume. But in terms of premium, Audi reaches further up market to areas that Infiniti, in most consumers' mind, just doesn't go yet.
I think they've been hurt by some distinctive styling that not everybody appreciated in the past. And I can't imagine anybody...
that one SUV, Fudgy the Whale.
Yes, absolutely.
That was the worst damn looking thing ever put on the road.
Absolutely. And the spindle grille got a little too aggro in a couple cars too. But I can't imagine anybody going and looking at this this Q60 and not thinking that's a really good looking car.
Beautiful car.
It's a very good looking car, and if this is the language going forward, I think they'll find even more success.
Yeah, I think they're onto something good now. So that's where we are with Infiniti. Let's see, we got a few minutes to go until we go to Lexus, which is the nearest to our booth right here at the Detroit show. And as we wait out for that and get to them in just a few minutes, got a new video to share with you. Nissan's event isn't until tomorrow, but our Emmy Hall just caught up with the CEO who we just heard from, Carlos Ghosn, CEO of Renault Nissan, to get his thoughts on a range of topics from electric vehicles to autonomous driving. Take a look. We're going to take a break, and we'll come right back. We'll bring you that video as Roadshow continues live from the Detroit Auto Show. It's Brian Cooley and Tim Stevens live from Detroit.
It's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North America International Auto Show, and I'm here with the Audi A4 Allroad. Now, here's the quick specs on this little guy. It's a 2-liter turbocharged 4-cylinder engine, 252 horsepower, 273 pound-feet of torque, and it is mated to a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. Now, it is quattro, so I've got power going to all 4 wheels. And this car is raised up just a little bit, about 1.5 inches from the regular A4. But what I really want to talk about is some of the tech that's inside. A lot of the technology that is available in the luxury Q7 is also available here in the A4 Allroad. There's adaptive cruise control, there's also traffic assist with stop and go, which will not only operate the brake and the throttle, but also the steering in traffic jams at speeds of up to 40 miles an hour. Some other cool technology is a left-hand turn assist. So you signal, you go to turn left, but oops, there's another car coming. It's going to apply the brakes for you. And also a side exit assist. So if you start to open the door, but the car senses that there is a bicycle or a passenger or another car coming in the opposite direction, you'll get a visual warning right here on the door to let you know, hey, don't get out of the car yet. And of course, you get the Audi MMI interface along with 4G LTE connectivity and my favorite, the virtual cockpit. The Audi A4 Allroad Quattro starts at about $37,000, but you know you're going to option that puppy up, so you'll probably pay just a little bit more. But expect it to go on sale at the end of 2016. That's it for right now. I am Emmy Hall with Roadshow. Hey, follow us at Roadshow to see all of the great coverage here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show.
All right, welcome back to the show floor here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, better known as the Detroit Auto Show. I'm here with Brian Cooley, and we are about to go to Lexus. Now, we just saw one sport coupe from Infiniti, and I think we might just be about to see another one. The rumor mill says there was going to be an LC coming soon.
Yeah, the rumor mill is that Lexus goes after the legendary Mercedes SL, the big SL, the SL 550 and the AMG versions, with a 6-figure, potentially, car that goes that way. Know that the high-end Lexus LS sedan is a moderate seller. It's a 7,000 unit car. You know, margins are good on that. This company really rides on the back of the RX still, the car that created the compact crossover space. It's a third almost of their entire sales, so at least in the US. So it's a very big seller. This would be going into a very different category. Let's find out if the rumors are true as Roadshow takes you to the live event.
Communication between myself and the car is always very natural. Being the car gives me the energy. I feel myself. That's why I like it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President, Toyota Motor Corporation, and Lexus International Chief Branding Officer and Master Driver, Akio Toyoda.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. This is my first time speaking at the Lexus press conference here in Detroit. Hopefully, my English will be okay for you. I'm tall, I have a slight accent. You know, kind of Sofia Vergara. But the one language I do speak fluently is car. I really do love cars. Always have, always will. In fact, when I was a little boy, I wanted to grow up to be a taxi driver. Instead, I'm doing this. But it's why I trained to become a master test driver, as you say in the video. I don't want to sit behind a desk. I want to sit behind the wheel, because that's how I can best advise my team. That's how I can help create cars for people who love them as passionately as I do. And that's why I take a hands-on role in producing the car you have seen recently from Lexus, and will see today. But in many ways, all of you have also had a direct role in creating these cars. It's true. Perhaps some of you will recall the talk we had at Pebble Beach 2011. You had some very good questions and candid comments for me about Lexus. Actually, I happen to have a few with me. Here's a good one. My impression is that Lexus cars are well made, but boring to drive. Here's another. Lexus should clearly define their brand. And finally, Lexus is at crossroads. Those were some strong opinions. And honestly, I want to thank you for them, because I really took them to heart. I was determined to make sure we became a more emotional brand, and that the words boring and Lexus never showed up in the same sentence again. So it was just after Pebble Beach that I decided to take direct responsibility for the brand. I also decided to form Lexus International as an independent company, a company that will be more imaginative with its own design, engineering, and marketing resources. Since then, we've introduced many exciting new cars and emotional concepts. 4 years later, I can confidently say that this is a brave new Lexus with a new commitment to amazing product and experiences. We don't want to make cars to simply fill categories. We want to make cars to fill people's hearts. Cars that are exhilarating in every way, inside, outside, and under the hood. We also want to make cars that push the limits of technologies. Cars that help improve the world we live in. Today, I'm pleased to introduce, for the first time here in North America, the Lexus LFFC concept, the luxury fuel cell sedan of the future. building on our proven fuel cell technologies. With this Lexus concept, we hope to achieve a total of zero. That's right, zero. Zero emissions, zero dependence on oil, and with its advanced automated driving features. Our long-term goal is to reduce accident to zero. All this with zero compromises on performance and design. In fact, our commitment is to have a fuel cell car in the Lexus lineup around 2020. So, if that's our view of tomorrow, what about today? In 2012, we debuted the LFLC concept right here in Detroit. And again, many of you had strong opinions, but this time, thankfully, they were good ones. When we designed the LFLC concept, it was to showcase the future Lexus design. We had no intention of turning it into a production car. But your positive reaction, as well as the reaction of our customers, changed our mind. We listened, and we made it real. The car I am about to show you is the result of the combined passion of our engineers and designers who work together to turn the LFLC into reality. As you know, engineers and designers, they don't always get along. But this project was completely different. Everyone, engineers included, wanted to make this car as close as possible to the design concept, with the most dynamic driving performance since LFA. Thanks to Chief Engineer Sato and Chief Designers Mori. The teams worked as one, and what they created is truly amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the all-new Lexus LC500.
The LC500 is more than a new luxury model. It's a new flagship sports coupe for a new Lexus. The LC500 utilizes the brand's all-new premium rear-wheel drive platform to deliver superior driving dynamics and more excitement behind the wheel. The LC500's chassis achieves a high degree of torsional rigidity and features weight reduction elements such as carbon composite inner door structures and an available carbon fiber roof panel. Throughout the vehicle, component weight is optimally positioned to help lower the center of gravity and enhance the coupe's driving dynamics. The engine comes from our F-brand performance vehicles and is a high-revving, naturally aspirated, 467 horsepower, 5-liter V8. It delivers seamless power to the rear wheels through Lexus's first 10-speed automatic transmission that produces lightning-quick gear changes. Inside, the luxurious cabin offers a modern, driver-focused cockpit crafted from the finest materials. From its sleek, provocative exterior design, to the modern luxury of a new premium cabin, to its sharp and refined driving experience, the all-new Lexus LC500 is here to usher in a new era for the Lexus brand.
Ladies and gentlemen, this LC500 is what the more emotional Lexus looks like to me. And it's also what it sounds like. And I hope you will agree that is anything but boring. It will arrive in showrooms next year. And having driven this car many times during prototype testing, I can personally assure you it is very sugoi. Or as you say here in the States, awesome. So once again, thank you for your time and your input, and for helping us make the Lexus brand that I personally love so much. Everything it can and will be. Toyota might be my last name, but believe me, Lexus is my middle name. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is just the beginning. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from going on stage.
Lexus giving us a look at two cars, one deep concept, the other one coming next year. Let's start with one we just saw, the LC500, which is going after Mercedes SL in many ways. It's a premium, almost certainly a six-figure, two-seat coupe that is going to be high luxury, high performance, rear-wheel drive, new 10-speed automatic sport-tuned transmission, 465 horsepower, 5-liter V8. There's nothing hybridized or downsized about this powertrain. They're going straight into a super high-end market. As Akio Toyoda, the scion of the Toyota family, said there, they want to instill a complete aspirational excitement around Lexus, which they've had some dings on over the past. They got a very broad line. Some of their cars can be a little utilitarian or have been in the past, but as you saw there, they showed off a lot of their recent styling and performance trends that have really started to turn the ship, if you will. We're also looking for this vehicle to be paired off perhaps in the future by a very different sedan. Now, no one thinks of the Lexus LS as being a sexy car. Beautiful car, nicely made, tremendous resale value on that, but they showed here something called the LFFC concept, which to my eye looks like they were sitting there at Lexus and they saw the Maserati Quattraport and said, oh, that's unfortunate. We can fix it, because it's got a lot of similar proportions, especially around the rear, but with the Lexus touch, of course. And they look at that as being a zero-emissions hydrogen fuel cell car. Their first HFC, by the way, they say will be on the market by 2020, which, as we start 2016 now, that's no longer a long time away, certainly not in the car industry. They also say it'll be not just a zero-emissions car, a zero-accidents car. That speaks to high degrees of adaptive driver assist, and a zero-performance sacrifice. That's going into the same line as they have with this LC500. So we have a major new high-performance coupe. And this is in a different category when it arrives in 2017, this LFC 500, a different category than the previous SCs. Those were more of a golf course car, more of a luxury car. Didn't have a lot of a performance message around them as much as they were more about luxury and sybaritic pleasures. But this car is being positioned as a serious performer and at the same time going to have the Lexus elegance about it. So they should be able to answer not just SL, but SL even in AMG trim as they develop that model. So a couple of interesting ones there from Lexus. And again, they brought in Akio Toyoda to come in and speak on behalf of Lexus, which I think is the first time I've ever seen him do that. He, of course, is the chief branding officer for Lexus and, of course, the big dog over at the company itself, at the parent company. This is continuing live coverage at Detroit, the North American International Auto Show from Roadshow. I'm Brian Cooley, being joined most of today by Tim Stevens, the Roadshow editor-in-chief. If you're wondering who Roadshow is, it's our new site we just launched today from CNET, our major new effort in the automotive space. After 10 years of covering cars and their intersection with technology, we've now blown out the walls to go to a full-bore automotive site from soup to nuts, from passion to tech to engineering to the new modes of mobility and how we'll get around, and excellent, clear shopping tools, all of it wrapped up into the best mobile experience we think you're ever going to find anywhere in the market for dealing with, integrating with, and expressing your passion for cars at theroadshow.com. Follow us on Twitter, we're Roadshow, and on Facebook, we're facebook.com/RoadshowAutos. So 3 ways to follow this brand new, barely half-a-day-old site. We got a few minutes until we take you next to Honda. Until then, a little time to play Emmy Hall's interview she just wrapped up earlier today with Nissan Renault CEO Carlos Ghosn.
Hey everyone, it's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, and I'm here with Nissan CEO Carlos Ghosn. Now, Carlos, Nissan is bringing a lot of zero-emission vehicles. You're the worldwide leader in zero-emission vehicles in the world, except here we've only got one model, the Nissan Leaf. When can we expect to see more zero-emission vehicles here in America?
Well, we have more than one car. We have also a light commercial vehicle, which is zero emission, that we have launched, which is the ENV200. But you're going to expect more development around the Leaf, and you can expect more cars to come. What we're doing now is to continue to work on one car to make sure that we have a better range, lower cost, that we are really corresponding to what consumers are expecting, while also the infrastructure, the charging infrastructure is developing, because this is one of the main roadblocks in front of the development of the sales of electric cars. But we're going to be there. That means we are today the leaders in producing and selling electric cars worldwide, and we are intending to continue to do so.
Now, in terms of the infrastructure, do you feel that it's going to be the job of the government or the job of private sectors to help bring that infrastructure up to date?
Look, it's going to be a public-private collaboration. There is no way the private sector can do it alone. There is no way the public sector can do it alone. It's going to be through a collaboration. I mean, there are a lot of initiatives that we can take. There are a lot of initiatives that cities, states, countries can take. It's going pretty well because everybody has interest into the development of this technology. So I'm confident that it's going to happen. I'm just impatient to see it growing a little bit faster.
Well, trust me, we're all a little bit impatient because all of us want to have those really torquey, really kind of fun to drive EV cars that are also good for the environment.
Exactly.
Can we talk a little bit about autonomous vehicles?
Yes.
I know you have promised to bring 10 autonomous vehicles by 2020. Now, what's going to be the first step in that?
Well, the first step are going to be cars that can drive autonomously on highway.
Okay.
First one lane, second multi-lane highway, and then ultimately, and this is 2020, city driving. City driving is the most complicated one, as you can imagine. 1 week ago, we had a seminar in our test center and lab center in Silicon Valley, in Palo Alto, where we had the opportunity to have the press come and drive some of our prototypes in the city of Palo Alto. So they could measure how much progress have been made from 1 year to the other with the autonomous driving into the city. We still think we need a little bit more time, and we think the right timing for having everything ready is 2020.
2020. That's coming up, that's in 4 years.
Exactly. So the city driving, obviously you're going to have a lot of car makers telling you, no, we have it already, or next year, or 2 years. Yes, but you have it on a highway or in a lot of very specific conditions.
Right.
When we talk about autonomous drive, we're telling you autonomous drive no matter what the conditions are. no matter what the conditions are. That's what you're talking about.
It's a brave new world, isn't it? Now, can we talk a little bit about the Titan? I've seen your Titan Warrior concept, which as an off-road person, love it, love it, love it. But how do you guys plan on communicating the Titan XD, which kind of slots in between the light-duty and the heavy-duty pickups?
Well, first we're starting selling the XD. That's it. That's the most important product we have. The concept that you've seen is a concept for the moment, but obviously, as we're starting selling Titan, and Titan is going to have a relative long life, that large pickup truck typically stay more time than cars on the market. This is something that could lead to some development into the future. This is a 2 million car segment. Today we are practically absent from this segment. So for us, we are the challengers. That means for us, it's only opportunity. So we have a product that we believe in because it has a lot of features, it has a lot of functionality, and particularly it has a lot of power, a lot of performance. So we think there is a place for us in this market. Obviously, we're starting with a relatively modest goal of 4 to 5% of market share during the life cycle of this product. But we think we can bring more to the lovers of large pickup truck.
Well, Carlos, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. I know you're really busy, and we're very excited to see everything that Nissan's got here on tap at the 2016 North American Auto Show. For Roadshow, it's Emmy Hall. Thanks so much for watching.
With the public's trust in diesel pretty much being shattered by last year's VW scandal, Audi needs a new alternative fuel. Enter the H-Tron Quattro concept. I'm kidding, Audi's been working on hydrogen fuel cell vehicles for about 10 years now, but even I couldn't resist taking that dig. Now, the H-Tron is a tall wagon concept that shares a lot of its design cues with the automaker's e-tron electric vehicles. And like the e-tron, it is a quattro vehicle, so it's got 2 electric motors, one at the front, one at the rear for all-wheel drive. Total power is about 100 kilowatts, which translates to about 132 horsepower for those of us who speak English. That's good for a 0 to 62 time of about 7 seconds. Now, what separates the H-Tron from the e-tron is its 372-mile range with just a 4-minute hydrogen fuel fill-up. The concept also features a few active aerodynamic features, including a rear spoiler that extends at speed. And in the cabin, it's got a concept cockpit that uses curved OLED displays to display its Audi virtual cockpit. Now, it is just a concept at this point, but the automaker has pledged to expand its plug-in electric and full electric vehicles over the next coming years. I'm Antoine Goon with Roadshow, and we've been taking a look at Audi's H-Tron Quattro concept at the Detroit Auto Show. Fans of utility and versatility rejoice. The American hatchback is not dead, as evidenced by this, the 2017 Chevrolet Cruze hatchback debuting at the Detroit Auto Show. Now, the hatchback is very similar to the sedan that debuted last year, meaning that it's powered by the same 1.4-liter turbocharged engine, putting out 153 horsepower and 177 pound-feet of torque. that engine's good for an impressive 40 miles per gallon on the highway. Now in the cabin, we've also got the latest version of Chevrolet's dashboard technology, including a connected MyLink infotainment system that has 4G LTE connectivity and in-car Wi-Fi. It'll also debut with Android Auto and Apple CarPlay in the dashboard. Now, the biggest difference between the hatchback and the sedan is that bootylicious rear end. The Cruise hatchback has 18.5 cubic feet of storage space with the seats up, which expands to a massive 47.2 cubic feet when you put those seats down. Chevy hasn't announced pricing for the Cruise hatchback, but don't expect any bargain basement L models here. They're positioning the hatch as a more premium model, so it's going to start at LT, Premier, and there's going to be a sporty RS model at the top of the line. Now, speaking of RS, you're going to want to stay tuned to the rest of Roadshow's coverage of the 2016 Detroit Auto Show. I'm Antoine Goodwin. We'll be taking a look at the 2017 Chevrolet Cruise hatchback.
Okay, everybody, we're back with live coverage at Detroit North American International Auto Show. I'm Brian Cooley with Roadshow Editor-in-Chief Tim Stevens. This is our first day on the new job, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
I'm feeling all right too. The seats, I'm wishing we had more comfortable seats. Maybe next year's budget we can.
We've been rooted here a while, yeah.
Seats. But yeah, absolutely. We've had a great show so far. We've had some amazing debuts. The BMW M2 is a highlight for me. The new Porsche Turbo. Q60 Coupe, the new Pacifica.
Yeah, new minivan from Chrysler. We picked up a year away still, but a new Lexus Mercedes SL killer, the LC500. And we also got a look at a much more stylistic message from Buick, but the beautiful Avista. It's just 2 years in a row. They basically have stolen the styling crown.
Absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, last year's styling crown has not been produced yet either. So I have
they
my
didn't
doubts
really
about
promise
this
it
year's
would. So I don't
That's
feel
true.
cheated. I feel disappointed.
That's true. Yeah, disappointed as well. And I don't know that Buick moving into the sports coupe market right now would make a lot of sense for them anyway. But it is a gorgeous car.
Yes.
And hopefully it comes to production with a different name. And now we're going to move off to Honda in a few minutes. So I'm not honestly sure what to expect from Honda. Probably maybe a new truck. Maybe?
Yeah, the expectation is that there may be the first redo of the Ridgeline, which is, a niche vehicle. In the truck market, it's been seen as an oddball. It's a middle-sized truck. Doesn't quite play in the full-size market. And it's always had very interesting / controversial lines, high style, some very interesting sort of logistical and creature comforts about it.
It's a lifestyle truck.
It's always been seen kind of at arm's length by real truck folks.
Right, absolutely. Based on the platform. And it looks like we are getting ready to go. Oh, boy, that's a real truck right there.
We're off with a truck already, aren't
we?
I
think that's a safe bet that we're going to see a truck today. All right, we're going to go to Honda, and we'll be back here at the Roadshow stage as soon as they're finished.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Vice President of the Automobile Division, American Honda, John Mendel.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. A year ago on this stage, we declared 2015 as the year of Honda. And honestly, it wasn't intended as a big brag, but really rather kind of an acknowledgement of what was to come. And that was an incredible cadence of new products that reflected the really big dreams we have for our customers. Now today, we culminated this extraordinary year with the North American Car of the Year Award for the 2016 Honda Civic Sedan. Thank you. Thank you. And candidly, we very humbly want to thank all of the journalists who selected the Civic for this honor and who nominated our Honda Pilot as a finalist for Truck of the Year as well. Tony Swan summed it up best this morning when he said that there are really no more bad cars or trucks anymore. And I want to acknowledge the competition we faced from the other finalists from Chevy, Mazda, and the host of other great new products that we competed against. You know, 10 years ago, we accepted this award, this same award, for the 2006 Civic. Now, this all-new 2016 Civic was the most ambitious remake in the 43-year history of our top-selling vehicle globally. And I want to thank our R&D associates in Ohio, California, and Japan, and all of our manufacturing associates in Canada and Indiana who really worked as one Honda team to create this all-new Civic. Now, fortunately, it's not the end of the story for our 10th generation Civic, because we'll continue to roll out additional variations of the Civic lineup this year and next. Now, of course, the year of Honda also brought to life in pinnacle products like Honda Jet, the Acura NSX, and Clarity Fuel Cell, and innovative new products that we delivered to our customers. That includes not only the award-winning Civic, but the HR-V, our new gateway crossover model, a third-generation Pilot, which today is the fastest-growing model in a very competitive segment, the 16 Accord, which we're proud to claim is a Car and Driver 10 Best for an unprecedented 30th year. And of course, we were also happy to report last week that we posted a new all-time sales record for American Honda and for the Honda brand in 2015. And you know, we got to do it our way, with innovative, class-defining products sold one customer at a time, one car at a time, and employing marketing strategies that continue to reinforce our customers' trust in Honda products that are consistently at the very top of the rankings for low cost of ownership and long-term value retention. In fact, for the third straight year, we've earned retail sales crowns in 4 key segments where we compete, and that's with Accord, Civic, CR-V, and Odyssey. And CR-V racked up its 11th year and 3rd consecutive year as America's outright best-selling SUV. Now, with a record 2015 behind us, we look to carry the year of Honda momentum well into 2016 as well. And we're doing that with what Merrill Lynch has identified as the most ambitious new product cadence in the business, including the continued rollout of our 10th generation Civic lineup and an even more powerful and fuel-efficient Accord Hybrid. But what really brings us here today is another addition to our truck lineup, one that's going to benefit from the steady drumbeat that started with the launch of the freshened CR-V in 2014 and was followed by the launch of the HR-V and Pilot last year. Today, we have the world debut of the newest addition to the Honda truck lineup. And to take us there, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome someone who knows a thing or two about Honda light truck products. He's a veteran of Honda R&D who helped lead the development of several iconic Honda models for North America, including Odyssey and CR-V. Today, he leads Global Honda, bringing to the challenge a wealth of experience gained from his work in Japan, Europe, China, and right here in the US. So please welcome the President and CEO of Honda Motor Company, Mr. Takahiro Hachigo. Hachigo-san. Thanks.
Thank you, John. And good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by thanking the members of the media who selected Civic as the car of the year. Civic was created by a global team with Honda's R&D and manufacturing teams in North America, playing a key role. Thank you for recognizing their effort. Honda is a different kind of company. We make many types of products and technologies. Some give people mobility. Some make their lives easier by helping them get things done. Some give people joy and excitement. We see our purpose as making things that changes people's lives in a positive way. This is the reason Honda exists. And my commitment and my passion is to rekindle this as the core value of Honda to our customers and society. This can mean big dreams, and we reached a major milestone in the history of Honda, taking Honda mobility to the skies with first customer deliveries of the Honda Jet. This year, we will launch the new Clarity fuel cell first in Japan in just a few months, and later this year in America. This new platform will underpin a new plug-in hybrid model coming to market by 2018. As we build momentum for this pinnacle environmental vehicle. But creating new value for people requires innovation on many levels. Years ago, the Honda Odyssey was this kind of project. We were not creating just a new vehicle. It was a foundation for a new business direction for Honda. And step by step, we have continued to advance our light truck business. This steady growth, powered by Honda R&D and manufacturing operations in this region, has enabled us to meet the needs of our customers. And last year, Honda Associates in North America set a new record for both auto production and sales. I'm very proud of their efforts, but the expansion of production across all 6 Honda regions in the world present us with new challenges to manage. In the coming days, we will work to advance a complementary supply system to meet the needs of customers in each local market and supplement the needs of customers in other regions. This year, we will begin to supply customers here with the Civic 5-door from Europe. And we have added the HR-V to the number of models we export from this region to Europe. We also must make more efficient use of our existing capacity in North America. To create more capacity for light truck models, last year we announced the plan to dual source the Acura MDX in Ohio. Today, we are announcing plans to change production at our first plant in Mexico from CR-V to HR-V to meet demand for our new crossover. And we will add production of the CR-V in Indiana. In this way, we will work to meet strong demand for our light truck products. This will enable us to continue to grow in North America, the largest and most important market for Honda globally. Today, we take the next step in this effort with the introduction of the second generation Ridgeline. I was working in the US when the first generation Ridgeline broke new ground. Unique features like the embedded storage trunk and the two-way tailgate were simple ideas to make people's lives easier. And this helped Ridgeline win the Truck of the Year award 10 years ago. Now, the all-new Ridgeline will propose new idea from Honda engineers in America for what a pickup truck can do for people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the all-new 2070 Honda Ridgeline.
All right. Words like cool, tough, and athletic, words that used to describe me, really define this refreshing new look for the pickup segment. Now, this Ridgeline also brings our unique technology and original thinking to the market in a new and challenging concept for a Honda pickup. But at the same time, its more traditional kind of three-box truck profile really better communicates its true truck capabilities because, and let me be clear here, this is a real truck with payload and hauling capabilities that rival the top competitors in the midsize pickup segment. Now, this Ridgeline isn't just about doing what other trucks can do. It's about creating new value and new capability for the customer. Now, on the turntable is the silver RTL E model, and it's flanked to the left by our new black edition that'll serve as a new top trim for the lineup. On the right is our Baja Ridgeline, fresh off its class-winning performance in the 2015 Baja 1000. Now, in developing this new Ridgeline, we looked across the full spectrum of today's truck and SUV buyers. And for many customers, their truck isn't about the job site. It's about their active outdoor lifestyles. That means weekend sporting events and tailgates, runs to the desert or out to the country with your dirt bikes, and family and friend excursions to the mountains or the lake with toys in tow. And for these buyers, the capabilities of a pickup, mainly hauling and towing dirty and bulky cargo, well, they come with a whole bunch of fundamental compromises inherent to their body and frame designs. So what do we mean by that? Well, lack of interior flexibility for one, everyday drivability, maneuverability, and road manners, to name a few more. Now, for these buyers, we think we've got a better idea, a truck that uses its unibody construction and Honda packaging magic to deliver more of the things that they really want in a truck, and none of the things that they really don't. So, let's dig into the details a bit more. Starting with our global light truck platform, both rigid and lightweight, with advanced collision protection and a sophisticated and fully independent suspension. The reality is that most truck buyers spend the vast majority of their time on the road, where body-on-frame construction is nothing but a punishment. Ridgeline comes to the rescue with a level of ride comfort, steering precision, maneuverability, and handling that far surpasses the competition. Under the hood, the Ridgeline is powered by the same great 3.5-liter iVTEC V6 that powers the new Pilot. And with this new powertrain, Ridgeline will deliver medium-duty towing capability in combination with the best acceleration and the highest fuel economy in the midsize truck segment. And for the very first time, our expanded Ridgeline lineup is also going to include the option of front-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. And all-wheel drive models will employ our iVTM4 system with intelligent terrain management, featuring settings for snow, mud, and sand. Now, it's the only active torque vectoring system in the midsize pickup market. And inside, the innovation continues, where Ridgeline offers the largest cabin space in the midsize segment, with a much higher level of comfort and sophistication than anything in the market today. And with its split folding rear seat and class-leading rear seat storage, under-seat storage, Ridgeline can handle just about any combination of people and cargo that you can come up with. It's the most versatile packaging in the segment. Moreover, Ridgeline is going to offer the latest and greatest tech that we have to offer. Everything you see here, including Apple CarPlay and Android Auto capability. And with our next generation ACE body structure and available Honda sensing suite of advanced safety and driver assistive technologies, Ridgeline will target the highest available NCAP and IIHS crash ratings. In the bed, the Ridgeline gets bigger in every imaginable way. The longer, wider bed, with the only 5-foot wide flat bed space in the segment, is ideally suited for hauling plywood or drywall. While we're still analyzing and finalizing the payload capacity, we expect that it's going to rival the best in the segment, approaching 1,600 pounds. Now add to that 8 350-pound tie-downs and a new single bed storage compartment with an available 400-watt AC power port to charge your power tools, your tailgate blender, or even a flat screen TV, whatever you're into. And like the original, we've retained and improved on 2 of Ridgeline's most innovative and still truck exclusive features that Hachigo mentioned just a minute ago. And that's the dual action tailgate and the lockable in-bed trunk. But this time around, the in-bed trunk adds a fully flat floor, and to make post-game cleanups even easier. And keeping with the tailgate theme, we've got another industry first feature as well. And that's the world's first in-bed audio system. Now, you can't see it, and there are no speakers to get bashed and scraped when you're hauling mulch or lumber, but you can definitely hear it, especially with its 540-watt audio system. It's good old-fashioned Honda engineering magic. Now, let me give you a quick sample here. I'm going to run it from my iPhone. See if we can get this up. And I have a microphone here that I'll lay in the bed. Next up for Ridgeline is a starring role in Honda's big commercial in Super Bowl 50. It's the Honda of trucks. Fully capable and confident, but altogether new and innovative. Now, thanks for your time and attention here this afternoon. I want to grab a couple of quick photos with Mr. Hachigo, and then I'd like to invite everyone up for a close look and listen to these new Ridgelines. Thank you very much. Hachigo-san.
Okay, so we just had an interesting and kind of a slippery category announcement from Honda. Where does the Ridgeline fit?
We were talking about that before. How do we classify this car? And I don't think that presentation really helped us in any way because it's still a unibody truck, which most people would say is not really possible.
Truck.
Most trucks would consider to be body on frame. It gives them better towing capacity.
I'll tell you that.
But ultimately, you know, in terms of a lifestyle usability vehicle, it seems like it hits all the right marks in that front end, especially with the new in-bed speaker system, which is a class first.
You don't see them. They've got drivers embedded in there, probably very, you know, very ruggedized
I'm sure the
and
sound quality
waterproof.
is amazing.
I mean, Honda does stuff like that really well. They build things that don't break. I got to give them that. So I don't think that's a goofy thing. But trying to figure where this fits. So Canyon in Colorado would be body on frame. Is that right?
Right, and those are about the smallest trucks that are available in the U.S. Proper trucks are available in the U.S. at this point, and I don't even know that I would cross-shop this car/truck thing.
Well, not being unibody.
No, absolutely not.
Right off the bat, you're going to cleave those.
But if you're somebody who needs to haul some mulch, if you got to go get a couple of sheets of drywall once in a blue moon, but you want something that you can, you know, have some practicality out of, I think it makes a lot of sense for a lot of people. But it's still not. I don't think it's going to win anybody over in the argument of is this actually a truck?
Over in truck land.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
not.
very interesting. So they soldier on now with the Ridgeline. Is Ridgeline 10 years old now? I think it might be.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's been a decade of this vehicle being out there. It sells few numbers. They must have tapered it off because they only sold 500 of them last year. They must have been sunsetting the first generation. But even in a heavier year the year before, 13,000, that's, you know, that's like 3 days for F-150. So this is a very small selling vehicle in an unusual category, perhaps of one, although they keep talking about having segment first. Well, it's easy when you're the segment.
Absolutely. It helps to be the only one in the segment. They talked about how the towing and hauling would be comparable to other trucks within that segment, whatever that segment may be, but they didn't actually give us any numbers which would allow us to help to
best they had was about 1,600-pound payload. Was
right.
about the best they had. So that's, you know, that's not very heavy.
And most people talk towing capacity, and we'd really need to be in the 6,000 to 8,000 pound range to really be competitive with something like a Canyon or a Colorado. But you know, nice bits of technology in the truck, which is something.
Android Auto, CarPlay,
which is good. Well, yeah, we got some adaptive. I think we had some adaptive cruise, some other safety features, which is nice. Some ADAS stuff is good. It looked like a nice, comfortable interior.
And I only saw one screen, which I actually like, because Honda's been doing so many of these dual LCDs, which sometimes see like they're gilding the lily. I get the same thing on two screens at once too often, and they have different interfaces for doing often the same thing. This one has one of the new Honda interface, which I think might be the best possible solution in their line, actually.
Right, which is the same that we've seen on the HRV. I think it's on the Fit now as well.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's actually quite nice. It's easy to use.
Clean interface, big buttons, the way a car system should.
Doesn't do a whole lot, but that's just fine.
Yeah, but it does it well. All right, so that's the 2017 Ridgeline, and again, fit it where you will.
Yep.
I think it's up to you to decide what category it goes into.
And they didn't talk
we
too
can't
much
figure it out
about the Civic, although mentioning, of course, it did just win Car of the Year, which is great.
Yeah,
Congratulations to Civic for that. But that was really about all that we heard about the Civic.
That was about it for the news.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Honda Jet they mentioned too, just because you got to mention Honda Jet. It's a car show. Why not talk about the Jet a little bit?
I mean, between jets, cars, trucks, generators, let's not leave that out.
And inverters too from their fuel cell car. You can now get an external inverter, so your Honda fuel cell Clarity can power your house.
Well, that's right. So HFC cars really are more than just a car. They're
Absolutely.
actually a power infrastructure
that
purchase.
sits in your garage.
So they hit to a lot of bases.
Good for them.
Great engineering company.
Flex that muscle.
And we still can't figure out where the Ridgeline goes.
One of these days.
All right. Coming up next, let's see. We're creeping up on Hyundai now at about a quarter of the hour, 1:45 Eastern. Here in Detroit, we're going to get to Hyundai, so about 6 minutes from now. I think our best hunch on that is they're trying to master this complicated luxury strategy they've had where you've got Hyundai, which is, you know, an affordable car. Genesis is a really nice Hyundai. Was supposed to be an entirely separate line, but they didn't do that. And then they brought in the horse. And they brought in Equus.
Right.
Which didn't even say Hyundai on it.
Right.
And I think it just threw the market for a loop.
Right, so now we are talking Genesis as a proper brand. They are going to go the Infiniti, the Lexus route, and ultimately take a page, which is ultimately what they should have done in the first place. Nobody wants to go, if you're a luxury buyer, you don't want to go into a Hyundai dealership. You just don't want to do that. And you don't want the Hyundai service experience, you want something special. So they are bringing that together. Now we're going to have the Genesis brand, which has its own booth sitting just over yonder. So we're going to see a little bit more about that, which should be good. I'm looking forward to seeing how they differentiate the two in terms of service functionality, in terms of warranty and things like that. You've got to have some extra niceties on board to make this feel like a premium car, more so than just the look and the performance. But also we're expecting to see the Ioniq, which is going to be a new hybrid electric plug-in compact car, which will be able to be purchased in any of those three configurations. You can have a straight-on hybrid, a plug-in hybrid, or a pure EV if you like. We've heard a little bit about it, but we don't know all that much about it just yet.
Interesting. Okay.
But ultimately, I think Genesis is probably going to be the big story, and again, I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what they can do to differentiate that brand.
Yeah, and try and make a really clear story out of it. I've liked a lot of their high-end cars. They do have, I think, some credibility in making these cars for a great price. I mean, the value is tremendous, but I don't think anybody knew what to make of them. And like you say, you can't blend those kind of brands. I mean, let's face it, we all want to be able to associate cleanly with a better brand when we're spending more money.
Right.
And feel like we've left the other thing we used to struggle to afford behind.
And Hyundai did make some initiatives in that area. They had the service manual on an iPad, for example. They had a concierge service so that the car would be picked up for you and worked on and then delivered back to you, which is, again, some niceties that you would expect from a higher-end car. But ultimately, it still just wasn't quite enough to differentiate it. If you're looking for a different buyer, if you're looking for a different segment, it's got to feel different from soup to nuts, the whole thing.
And look how much work that Acura and Infiniti, I mean, Lexus is a bona fide hit, but Acura and Infiniti, you could argue have never hit the heights that many thought they would, depending on the year and the era. They've worked so hard, so many years in markets, so much media and positioning and sponsorship, and they have not gotten perhaps to the ultimate level they sought. So for what they've done, they need to redouble or re-triple their efforts?
Absolutely. We were just talking about how Infiniti is basically targeting or competing with Audi head-to-head, but ultimately they have a lot of room to grow, and maybe the Q60 will help them. Honda is going a different route, more over the classic luxury space, not so much the sporty side of things. But like you mentioned, the cars are great. They have everything that they need from a pure car standpoint. It's just everything else surrounding it that needs to come together to make this Genesis thing.
In many ways, the higher you go in the market, the less you're selling cars.
Yeah.
And the more you're selling experience.
Yes, and a lifestyle and all those
all the connotations.
And textures.
Yep.
And patterns.
Materials,
all those wonderful
what it says about you when you show up in one. What a funny business.
It's a crazy business.
It's Brian Cooley and Tim Stevens from the all-new Roadshow that you're very likely watching us on now, or one of our other streaming platforms, as we are in the middle, well, not in the middle, we're a little past the middle of the first full day of unveils and press conferences here from the automakers at the Detroit Auto Show, the North American International Auto Show. We are going to be rolling through today. After we get to Hyundai coming up, we go to the sister ship Kia, and then we have a great access to Porsche. We're going to have Joe Lawrence, their chief operating officer, is going to come over here for Porsche Cars North America. He's going to chat with us about the new turbos that came out today, and you've had a great experience with the new Porsches in an early launch in Tenerife. So you got a good taste of those. We'll be able to get more deep into their strategy. We're coming up now on Hyundai. They are just about to kick things off at their stage. Stay with us. We've got live activity going to you all the way until 4:15 Eastern today, until 4:15 Eastern time when we wrap things up for the day, and then pick it up again tomorrow right here in Detroit, coming to you from the Roadshow at theroadshow.com. This is Detroit Coverage Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of Hyundai Motor America, Dave Zukowski.
Good afternoon and welcome to a truly historic day for us, our first media event for the Genesis brand in North America. This is a company that absolutely thrives on challenges. And in our industry, there is no greater challenge than the luxury market. We first dip our toe in luxury waters about 7 years ago with the launch of our first generation Hyundai Genesis sedan, a truly stunning first effort. Genesis collected several of the industry's most coveted accolades, including the North American 2009 Car of the Year Award. Then in 2010, we followed that up with the Hyundai Equus, a world-class flagship sedan, launched with a suite of innovative amenities that delivered on a newly emerging definition of what luxury is, the luxury of time and convenience. So next, in 2014, we broke through to the next level with our second-generation Genesis, a car that surpassed its award-winning predecessor in every possible way to compete head-to-head with the very best the luxury industry has to offer. Today, we're taking the next giant step forward, consolidating these incredible individual models under the umbrella of an entirely new luxury brand. It's now my honor to introduce the two individuals who are most responsible for this bold initiative. First, in the audience, is Dr. W.C. Wang, our Vice Chairman of Research and Development. Doctor? And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to this stage the Vice Chairman of Hyundai Motor Company, Mr. E.S. Chung.
Thank you, Dave, and thank you for all for being here. 5 years ago, I came to Detroit to announce our modern premium brand direction. I'm happy to be back to announce another important milestone for Hyundai Motor. Today, we are introducing something entirely new to the industry and the world, a luxury brand born from the unique culture of Hyundai Motor Company. The name, Genesis, expresses a new beginning. But the DNA of Genesis is deeply rooted in our history and culture. For half a century, we have been challenging ourselves to constantly to better for our customers. Our global customers have made us who we are today, one of the leading automakers in the world. Human-centered luxury is the essence of Genesis brand. With Genesis, we will strive to meet the desire of new generation of luxury customers. These new luxury customers value reasonable consumption based on their unique experiences over mere status. Genesis will provide exclusive design and performance while satisfying this unique value of our customers. With Genesis, we are applying ourselves to entirely new objective to set the benchmark for luxury. Genesis will uphold this new luxury standard with the 4 pillars. The first is aesthetic elegance. The emotional connection between man and machine begins with design, so we have built a new design group dedicated to Genesis. The second pillar is refined performances. This means achieving aesthetic performance and outstanding ride comfort without compromising either one. It also means providing maximum safety for passengers with minimum intrusion on driving dynamics. This pillar will assure our customers of a world-class product. But that is simply the price of entry. It is the customer experience that will differentiate Genesis. And it will be built on the final 2 pillars. Human-focused innovation will guide over all product development. Finally, Genesis will be distinguished by a stress-free customer experiences. Each of these pillars will be developed under the guidance of the Senior Vice President of Genesis, Manfred Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald brings sterling credential to this task. And it is my pleasure to introduce him to you in the audience today. Mr. Fitzgerald. What we are unveiling today is an uncompromising commitment to luxury. One that we are pursuing with dedicated resources, dedicated talent, and a family of Genesis exclusive platforms, powertrains, and technologies. This effort will lead to a portfolio of 6 all-new Genesis models by 2020. So now, I invite you to hear from the leadership team committed to this effort globally and here in the US. Let's begin with the President and Chief Design Officer of Hyundai Motor Group, Peter Schreier. Peter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. For a designer, this is a dream assignment. With Genesis, we have the rare opportunity to reimagine our new vision of a luxury brand. And to bring the spirit alive, we have assembled a dream team of designers solely dedicated to Genesis. The new Genesis Design Group is a select group focused 100% on Genesis. And I'm delighted to tell you they will be led by a chief designer with amazing luxury experience. And he's here with us today, and I've known him for a long time, and I'm very happy that I work together with him. Now it's Luc Donkerwolke. Welcome, Luc. And today, we will introduce to you our new Genesis flagship, G90. But first, I want to focus your attention on the dedicated design identity that all Genesis models will share. We call it athletic elegance. Imagine that one moment when an archer draws his bow and focuses his mind on the target. In that moment, we sense the perfect balance of power, poise, potential. And this is the moment we are striving for. For our inspiration, we applied these ideas to a concept vehicle we call the Vision G Coupe, already presented on the concept lawn in Pebble Beach last August, and making its North American auto show debut here today and standing over there. In the Vision G, you see all the elements that will distinguish Genesis production models, also brought into our Genesis G90. Athletic elegance is our new take on exciting, prestigious vehicle architecture. We are designing each model around a dedicated front-engine, rear-wheel drive platform. This is the technical foundation to be able to design cars with perfect proportions to represent a luxury brand. With a long dash-to-axle length, short overhangs, and a confident stance. Through this, we create very disciplined body surfacing, suggesting kinetic potential, agility, and precise control, the Archer moment. And as Genesis brand signature of confidence, the crest grille, with the newly refined winged emblem on top. These are the principles of athletic elegance that will guide us in the creation and evolution of the entire Genesis product portfolio to come. Today, we are proud to show you the first example. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the new Genesis G90.
Ladies and gentlemen, Introducing the all-new Genesis G90.
This is athletic elegance come to life, applied in this case to our luxury flagship. Our G90 marks the arrival of a powerful new luxury competitor. And personally, I cannot wait to see it driving on the street because this is the most rewarding moment for us designers. But now, let's hear about the refined performance that will set Genesis apart. And it is my pleasure to introduce our head of vehicle test and high-performance vehicle development, Mr. Albert Biermann.
Danke, Peter. The G90 marks my beginning with the brand, and I'm very proud of the results achieved by our engineering team. Much like the Genesis Design Group, which Peter mentioned, we are also establishing an entire organization in engineering devoted to developing Genesis vehicles and the refinement of their driving performance. Vehicle development is a very complex process because no engineering decision exists in isolation. One thing tends to affect everything. So our engineers work in close collaboration to establish a distinct dynamic character that is generally and clearly our own. Every vehicle starts with the platform, the foundation on which all dynamic attributes are based. The G90 is built on a dedicated, rock-solid front-engine rear-wheel drive platform. This is a key element for our new luxury sedan. We next add another crucial component in the driving experience, an adaptive multi-link suspension system. With the extensive use of lightweight aluminum, we reduce unsprung mass for excellent ride comfort. Precisely controlled elastokinematics provide an ideal balance of driving precision and cabin isolation. With our smart control logic, Genesis drivers can experience our human-focused adaptive technology without the frustration of complexity overkill. So, all the pieces are in place for a world-class product, but that is not enough. It's the tuning of these components that brings the soul of the vehicle to life. Like the individual musicians in a symphony, we make them play together to create harmony. As Vice Chairman Chang mentioned, one of the key pillars of the Genesis brand is human-focused innovation. And humans are very sensory beings. Our target customers live in different countries with different tastes and varied traffic conditions. So, in keeping with our philosophy of human-focused innovation, we have carefully calibrated the G90 to suit the desires for every market. Our Korean customers will enjoy a very smooth driving experience that suits Korean speed bumps and the challenging city roads of Seoul. For our US customers, we have fine-tuned the G90 with a stronger focus on more enjoyable highway driving. And our Chinese customers will also enjoy chassis and powertrain development tuned to their local roadways. In every case, the brand pillar of refined performance is our guide. Comfort and athletic performance are in perfect balance for each market's roadways and driving conditions. Ultimately, with Genesis, each vehicle will bring a distinct driving personality to the luxury market, in tune with its role in the lineup and its design. For example, as you see, the G90 flagship presents a supremely poised, capable, and confident personality. Its driving performance matches this personality. With the G80 executive sedan, which is displayed here today, the emphasis shifts slightly to quicken the reflexes of the vehicle, to heighten the sense of connectedness between the driver and the road. And the upcoming G70 sports sedan will go one step further to provide a greater sense of precision and feedback to the driver. And you will see similar family traits and engaging individual personalities in our Genesis crossovers. So, this is the mission of our Genesis engineering team, to define and create the soul and dynamic personality of the world's next great luxury brand. I've also been given the opportunity to lead the development of our N performance models. It is far too early to reveal any details, but I can tell you, we are going to have some very exciting developments to share with you in the future. Now, let's hear about another pillar of the brand, the stress-free customer experience. To discuss this, once again, welcome Dave Zuchowski.
I think the message from Albert and Peter comes through really loud and really clear. We've got the product waterfront completely covered. We are 100% invested. We believe a critical distinction for a true luxury brand is a commitment to dedicated platforms and powertrains. Others in these segments have opted for platform sharing efficiency with decidedly mixed results. We will simply not make that compromise for the Genesis brand. We hope that you can sense that our intent is to take on the very best luxury brands in the world and to beat them with even better product, period. You'll find many proof points of that as you inspect the new G90 and pore over our digital media kit, like the segment's quietest cabin and greater bending and rigidity than Mercedes-Benz S-Class. But let me cut to the chase and share our ultimate ambition, and that's to make the purchase of a G90 the most stress-free decision in the entire flagship class. For example, why does a flagship vehicle have to include so many costly options? In the G90, we've eliminated that stress and complexity by offering it in just two very well-appointed packages. The first option is our 3.3-liter V6 twin turbo. It's our first turbo V6, featuring twin turbochargers, direct injection, and a host of highly efficient advances. And it generates 365 horsepower and 376 pounds of torque available from 1,300 RPM all the way up to 4,500 RPM. The other package we'll offer includes our award-winning 5-liter direct-injected Tau V8 engine, retuned to deliver even better responsiveness and efficiency. The V8 model also adds some additional rear passenger amenities such as power adjustable seats. Both models come complete with our full range of world-class comfort, entertainment, and technology conveniences. The full suite of Genesis SmartSense safety advances is also available on every model. There's only one other choice to be made, and that's one that should be very, very well received in the snow belt. And that's our H-Track all-wheel drive system, which will be offered in both the V6 and the V8 powered models. The G90 also provides the luxury of time by bringing the retail experience directly to you at work or at home. This includes the continuation of your time, your place demonstration drives, and at your service concierge and valet pickup services. Complimentary maintenance is also included with G90 as part of that stress-free ownership experience. This spring at the New York Auto Show, we'll be sharing yet another dramatic Genesis concept with you. And we'll also be providing additional details on what the structure of our Genesis organization will look like in the United States with this brand expansion of offerings. With that, I'd like to invite Vice Chairman Chung, Peter, and Albert back up to the stage to take a quick photo for the vehicle, and then have all of you join us for a really closer look at this fabulous G90. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon.
Okay, that was Hyundai cleaving the Genesis from their line into a new company called Genesis Motors.
But doing it in a soft way. It sounds like they're not going to be launching dealerships, at least not yet. They mentioned the personal sales service where basically you want to buy one of their cars, they'll bring it to you.
They'll come to you and get you out of the dealership so you don't feel like you're going to buy a Hyundai.
Which isn't, the end of the world. That might not be a bad way to go. The concierge service we discussed earlier will continue on as well. So if your car needs service, somebody will come and pick it up for you.
Yeah, we'll talk more about that a little bit later in the afternoon when we wrap up. We've only have a few minutes until Kia, which is our last press event, but not our last event of the day. In the meantime, let's go to our Emmy Hall, who caught up with GM CEO Mary Barra just a few minutes ago.
Hey everyone, it's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, and I'm here with GM Chairman and CEO Mary Barra. Mary, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Oh, absolutely. It's good to be here.
Now, the car behind us, I have to tell you, we've been talking about this at CNET HQ for so long. It's the Chevy Bolt. Now, it's got a range of 200 miles. Is that going to be enough to cure people's electric range or range anxiety?
I absolutely think it is, and especially when you look at the fact that it also can charge to 80% in about an hour. So if you're on a longer road trip, stop for lunch, and as long as you can plug in, you're going to be good to go again. So I really think it takes range anxiety away.
Now you also have the Chevy Volt. We got the Bolt and the Volt, and the Chevy Volt features a huge uptick in all-electric range, and it's got a full range of about 420 miles. Now, of course, that is a hybrid, but how do you see the Volt and the Bolt competing against each other?
I think what it does is it gives the customer a choice. A customer who wants electrification but maybe has a different use case. If 200 miles truly erases the range anxiety, which we believe for many people it will, then it can become your only vehicle. The Bolt, for people who regularly drive longer or want to have that added extra security, it fits that bill as well. So it's about choice for the customer.
Now, is there any chance that we'll see any of this longer range technology into the Spark EV?
Well, I think, when you look at obviously we're always looking to improve battery density and improve the overall performance, improve the cost perspective as well. So that's something we regularly look at, but I don't have anything specific to announce right now.
All right, can we talk a little bit about Cadillac? Now, when these all came out, these new sedans, they were just so well received by the press. You've certainly got the Germans sweating, and yet they don't seem to be doing as well here in the States as one would expect. So what's your plan for kind of upping the sales of Cadillac here in America?
Well, I think we continue to see improvement every year. Last year was very significant. Johan Danielson joined the team, and we rolled out the Dare Greatly campaign, where we really have to build the brand. I mean, I think we have the CTS, the ATS, the V versions. They're outstanding vehicles, but the brand is important as well. And so we need to make sure we continue to build the brand. It's an iconic brand. We are going to be disciplined in our path to do that, and you'll see more and more vehicles come out. I can't wait to see the response of the CT6 and the XT5, which replaces the SRX, which is a great seller as well. So we're on a journey and we're committed.
Now, so we're producing electric cars, we're producing sports sedans, and of course, GM's got some trucks in the lineup. Now, I can get a diesel, a 2.8 liter Duramax diesel with the Chevy Colorado and the GMC Canyon, and I can get diesels, bigger diesels with my larger trucks, but so far there's nothing in the 1500 light duty range. Do you guys anticipate bringing some more torques to that 1500 series?
Well, I would say stay tuned. I don't have anything specific to announce about that. But, you know, when you look at the coverage we have with the truck strategy, with the midsize truck, the heavy duty, the light duty, I mean, we've got a great truck lineup, and I think it's demonstrating in the marketplace with how well each of them are doing for both Chevrolet and GMC.
I mean, I do love the Colorado, I'm not going to lie. All right, now here's a question for you. Now, we all know Obama is going to be here at the Detroit Auto Show, I believe, on the 20th. And, you know, it's got 2 teenage daughters. Looks like they might be getting driver's licenses soon. Is there a car from GM that you can recommend for the Obama sisters?
Well, I think there's so many. We have to understand what they want. Their customers, what, you know, the car, there's so many choices from an electric vehicle like the Bolt EV to the Volt to the Cadillac, the new XT5. I mean, I could talk about every single vehicle. So you tell me what they like and what they like to do, and I have a vehicle for them across either Chevrolet, Cadillac, Buick, or GMC.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Mary, for taking the time to speak with me. I certainly do appreciate it. I know you're very, very busy. For right now, this is Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show with GM chairman and CEO Mary Barra. Thanks for watching.
Great, thanks, Emmy, and good chat there with Mary over at General Motors. We're going to be moving into Kia here in a few moments. We'll be taking a look at what they may have to add to their CES announcements, which were around an effort for self-driving called DriveWise.
Right.
Company says they'll have partial self-driving by 2020, full by 2030, basically getting in line with the industry in general.
Playing a little bit of catch-up at this point, but yes, absolutely getting on board. As far as what they have today, there's what I know and there's what I can talk about, as ever. But ultimately, they've teased 2 images of kind of a chunky-looking SUV, which we know is called the Telluride, but that's about all I can say. It's green. I can say that too.
Okay, it's screaming green, the Telluride, just like the hills around Telluride. And we're also going to be looking then to have wrapped our press conferences. Then we've got some interesting interviews for you coming up after Kia. We'll wrap a little bit of Hyundai as well, which we had a few minutes ago. We've got Joe Lawrence, COO of Porsche Cars North America. We have the head of EV development from Audi coming by to say hello to us. And we're also going to be talking to Lex Kersemakers, who is the CEO of Volvo here in North America, whose S90 is definitely one of the bells of the ball this Detroit around. So we'll have some good interviews for you coming up as soon as we wrap up with Kia. And then tomorrow, we're at it again in the morning.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We've got a whole line of things to go through. Acura, Lincoln, GMC,
And
Nissan.
Yeah.
And then a bunch of other interviews, including Mark Fields, CEO of Ford, will be joining us tomorrow morning at 10:30, which should be a great interview. We can talk more about this whole smart mobility initiative, them becoming a data company.
Yeah.
And we'll ask him which of his 5 friends he wants to share a lease on the Ford GT
Right,
with.
to see, you know, the new 6-way lease that they talked about, so you can do a timeshare on a car lease, which is, I think, a first of sorts.
I wonder if I bet if we all got together, we could probably swing a Ford GT.
Oh, wait a minute.
lease.
Maybe we need to go get a Roadshow lease.
Yeah.
I think we found a way to crack the nut on that one.
Let's see if we can talk about
Okay,
that.
we'll
once
talk
we,
to him about
get
that.
off air.
And we've just added Raj Nair as well, who is the executive president of product development and CTO. He can tell us a little bit what's going on with their latest self-driving technology.
He's also Ryan Seacrest's new best friend, I think, after that presentation.
Doubt that. We'll also be talking to one of the most interesting guys in the adaptive and autonomous driving space, Eric Kohling, who's the lead on safety and autonomous driving at Volvo. So we got a lot of good meaty interviews shaping up tomorrow.
Lots of tech to talk about. Lots of good stuff going on here at the show.
If I didn't work here, I'd watch this show.
As well you should, as are many others I'm chatting with right now. It's great to see everybody in the chat room.
All right, everybody. You're watching live coverage of the Detroit North American International Auto Show from Roadshow. Well, this is our first day in existence, formally.
I'd say it's a pretty good day. Pretty good first
day. Not bad way to start.
Nice booth here, right next to Volvo.
We have a great stage here. If you're coming to the show as a civilian, if you will, public days open Saturday morning. We're still almost a week out, a full business week out. But if you're coming here Saturday morning, as absolute hordes of people will be, and for the week after that, you'll find our CNET and Roadshow folks, various brand ambassadors and people who can tell you about our various work that we're doing at Roadshow here near Lexus and near Scion in the corner of the hall here with a great place to come relax, stretch out, charge your phone, and get to know us. Okay, we're going to go to Kia live in Detroit.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us. The future. It's a topic that always fascinates people. And in this business, there is no shortage of opinion about what lies ahead. While just about everyone can speculate, few are considered true futurists. And among that rare breed, no one is more respected or prolific than Sid Mead. This legendary illustrator and conceptual artist was behind movies like Blade Runner, Aliens, and Tron, and is one of the few who puts images to paper to provide a glimpse into what technology and design may have in store. And his visionary ideas inspired our California design team to dream up the thought-provoking concept you'll see in just a few moments. But before we get to the Telluride, let's talk about the new Kia. After investing heavily in design, manufacturing, R&D over the last 10 years, Kia has transformed into an industry-recognized leader in styling, quality, and advanced technology. And after entering last year as one of Yahoo's hottest brands, we certainly lived up to that billing. 2015 was the most successful year in our history, and our ability to outpace the industry without the benefit of a truck and a truck and a truck in our lineup speaks volumes about how far Kia has come in a very short period of time. But we're not slowing down. There are over 20 all-new or significantly redesigned vehicles headed to our showrooms over the next 5 years. And Kia will continue to grow and mature under the leadership of several key executives who are here with us today. So it is my honor to introduce the Vice Chairman and CEO of Kia Motors Corporation, Mr. Hank Lee. The Vice Chairman of Research and Development for Hyundai Motor Group, Dr. W.C. Yang. The President and Chief Design Officer of Kia Motors Corporation, Mr. Peter Schreier. And the President and CEO of Kia Motors America, Mr. Justin Sohn. Now, I mentioned 2015 was our most successful year, and there are a lot of reasons why. We set an all-time sales record surpassing the 600,000 unit mark for the first time. Optima was our bestseller for the 4th straight year, setting a new single nameplate record in the process. Soul sales increased for the 6th straight year, and deliveries of K900, our luxury sedan, nearly doubled, and will continue to grow with the arrival of a V6 model. And we sold our 6 millionth vehicle since starting in the US in 1994. 6 million vehicles. That's equivalent to selling over 30 cars per hour, 24 hours a day, for 21 straight years. Now, 2015 also saw one third-party group after another validate the world-class quality, dependability, and reliability of our products. According to J.D. Power, Kia is the #2 nameplate in the entire industry for initial quality and #1 amongst the non-premium brands. And if that wasn't enough, Kia also announced an aggressive 5-year, $10 billion plan to expand our green car lineup and improve average fuel economy by 25% by 2020. We'll be talking about our in-depth green car strategy next month in Chicago, where Kia's first ever dedicated hybrid, the Niro, will make its world debut. Now, as you can imagine, it's an exciting time for a company that never stops thinking about the future. And last week at CES, we debuted our DriveWise sub-brand for autonomous driving technologies and previewed an array of cutting-edge features that will find their way into Kia vehicles over the next 15 years. But by 2018, Kia will have invested over $2 billion in autonomous technology. And that's just the beginning as we look to improve the vehicles we make today and feed technology into the vehicles of tomorrow. Now, Kia is bringing new ideas and technologies to every segment we compete in, and you're about to see with the refreshed Forte sedan and the Forte 5. With all the talk about CUVs, you might be surprised to learn that our family of Forte compacts had their best year ever in 2015. We were up 15%, and as the reigning back-to-back touring car A champion and the Pirelli World Champion, the popularity and stature of the Forte line just continues to grow and grow. We've made some visual enhancements and added a host of advanced convenience and driver-assisted features to further Forte's momentum. So ladies and gentlemen, here now on the stage and to the right and left here is the decidedly futuristic 2017 Forte and Forte 5-door. Both the Forte sedan and the 5-door received subtle but noteworthy style changes, with new bumpers and wider grills up front for a more aggressive appearance and family resemblance to the all-new Optima, with new taillights completing the look in the back. And following the Optima's lead, the Forte 5 adds a number of driver assistance features such as rear cross traffic alert, blind spot detection, and lane change assist. And the sedan over here adds even more, including autonomous emergency braking, front collision warning, dynamic bending lights, and in a first for Kia, lane keep assist. Now, depending on the trim, both the sedan and the 5-door offer UVO 3, the latest version of our award-winning infotainment and telematics system, which is compatible with both Android Auto and Apple CarPlay, and utilizes a new 7-inch color touchscreen. Now, the top-of-the-line turbocharged version of our European-inspired Forte 5 is now available with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, while the new Forte S model amps up the sedan's sporty demeanor with a sport-tuned suspension, 16-inch alloy wheels, a rear spoiler, a chrome exhaust tip, and LED positioning lights. And speaking of the sedan, the range-topping EX model delivers class-up features such as leather seating, heated front seats, new 17-inch alloy wheels, and a smart key with perimeter approach lighting and front door pocket lighting. The X sedan will continue to be powered by our 2-liter GDI 4-cylinder engine, while the other two trims come standard with a new 2-liter Atkinson Cycle i4 paired with either a 6-speed manual transmission or an available second-generation 6-speed automatic transmission designed for greater fuel economy. Now, the Forte line is known for being stylish, sporty, and practical, and these enhancements improve each of those qualities. And with the production starting at our new manufacturing plant in Mexico in just a few months, we expect big things for the Forte family in 2016. Okay, so we've taken a look at the immediate future with the refreshed Forte family, and now it's time to look even further out. Sid Mead once said, "The line between total fantasy and futuristic is a thread of reality." And our California design studio took that observation to heart, and those threads of reality led them to a futuristic world that is very bright. So let's look ahead at our aspirations and inspirations with the world debut of the Kia Telluride concept.
It is paramount that car designers set themselves in the future.
We've got to always be thinking what the next trend is.
In terms of looking at futurism and what the future could hold, Sid Mead was probably the biggest influence.
I was lucky enough to meet him when I was in college, actually. I remember going back to my dorm room and just sketching a bunch of stuff that I just really felt excited about.
Working on a far-reaching concept is a lot of fun, but I always appreciate some of the challenges with something that's maybe a little bit more rooted in reality as well.
When we started to design Telluride, it was about creating a premium SUV, bigger than any of the vehicles we currently offer.
The way we approached the exterior definitely allowed for a lot of interior volume. The interior designers took that and ran with it.
For the Telluride's interior, we wanted to emphasize business class luxury airline seating.
We decided to go with an all-black interior. I think it brings out that technology.
There's smart fabric in the seat back of the seats. This fabric will actually read your vitals and display them on the screen next to you in the doors. We have this technology called LER, a panel in the overhead console that kind of simulates sunlight and actually help you recalibrate. You get in and you feel like your own little private utopia where you're also very in control.
As designers, we're living in the future every day. Telluride brings that future to life in a big way.
Welcome Chief Designer of Kia Design Center America, Tom Kearns.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, for generations, people have tried to predict what the future will look like. But at our studio, we're not interested in predicting the future. We want to create it. And in that process, redefine the relationship between man and machine. And that is the galvanizing idea behind the Telluride concept, which hints at a future that is grounded in reality, but not bound by the present. So let's begin with the basics. The Telluride is a full-size, 3-row, 7-passenger luxury SUV that will transport its occupants from urban neighborhoods to upscale ski resorts with ease. It has a lot of attitude with a menacing front fascia that supersizes Kia's signature grille. Recessed quad LED headlamps, pronounced horizontal LED indicator lights, and an aggressive polished metal skid plate below the bumper. Every exterior detail ties together the styling of the door handles, the hood scoops, and even the dual exhaust tip patterns, all the same similar shape and size. Longer, wider, decidedly more upright than the Sorento, Telluride envisions how a full-size Kia SUV would look. But the real story is what's going on inside the incredibly spacious cabin. That's where we've made the biggest leaps forward in terms of futuristic technology and ergonomic sophistication. In fact, the Telluride name itself reflects the harmony that can be achieved between the man, machine, and nature. 4 black leather captain seats appear to float in the expansive cabin in front of a 3rd-row bench. And take a look at that 2nd row. It has the seats that recline nearly flat with large fold-away footrests providing sublime comfort. Settle into this sanctuary and you will be surrounded by some of the most advanced features ever imagined for a passenger vehicle. Diamond-cut openings in the seat back are embedded with smart sensors to capture vital health information, which is then displayed on door panel screens. The health information synchronizes with light-emitting rejuvenation system, which is the large wing-shaped LED panel mounted beneath the oversized sunroof. And that emits a pattern of therapeutic light to treat jet lag and improve energy levels. Another unique technology is Swipe Command, which allows the rear seat passenger to scroll through and select media with the swipe of their hand across a thin, touch-sensitive band mounted to the center console. Other features include wireless smartphone charging and Kia's first use of 3D printed components on the dash, door panels, and steering wheel. A fingerprint-activated push-button start unleashes Telluride's advanced 3.5-liter V6, which is the powerful heart and no-compromise plug-in hybrid drivetrain. And the power is routed through all 4 wheels via an advanced all-wheel drive system. Now put it all together and you have a total combined output of 400 horsepower. Though the Telluride is only a concept, it embodies the DriveWise philosophy and previews what future Kia vehicles will aspire to: the seamless integration of human-focused features enabled by breakthrough technology. This vehicle is neither science fiction nor fantasy. It is a near-future look at what the relationship between vehicle and occupants could become. And when you come on up for a closer look, I'd encourage you to really explore the interior.
All right, great job, Tom. Great job to you and your team. And like Sid Mead said, there is no question your team is passionate about the future. And another fantastic job. Telluride is just one example of what Kia is doing today to bring the most forward-thinking solutions to our customers of tomorrow. And although it is purely conceptual right now, if you followed us closely over the years, you know that Kia has a history of bringing concept cars to life. So you can bet we will be closely monitoring the response to this beautiful vehicle here. With that, we thank you for coming and look forward to seeing many of you in Chicago. And we invite you to come on up and take a closer look at the Telluride and the refreshed Fortes. Have a great day.
Okay, here we are, wrapping up the press conferences for today before we get into some post-unveil interviews that are about to start. We just had Kia, and before that we had Hyundai and Honda. Boom, boom, boom to wrap up the day.
Yeah, it's been a pretty long day, but a pretty exciting day. We've seen some beautiful cars, and I got to say, I like the look of the Telluride.
Looks great.
It is an SUV that is unapologetically chunky and SUV, and I like it when cars are not trying to hide with curves and funky stuff. A little bit Bentley looking in the front end, I think.
Yeah, very Bentayga, isn't it?
The
Yeah,
Isn't
that interesting?
But
and they have an EV coming in, we think at the Chicago show.
Right, they teased some sort of an EV possibly built on the Ioniq platform that we're going to be seeing here a little bit later too. They didn't really say too much about that, just that it's going to be happening.
It's coming.
Yeah, Telluride, all sorts of cool, crazy tech as you'd expect from a concept car, including the ultimate concept car feature, suicide doors.
Right, that's the only place you ever find those since back in the day. And of course, they did a lot of hearkening to Sid Mead, who, if we can take my machine here, I mean, he was the greatest futurist illustrator ever. Of course, their car looks nothing like anything Sid Mead ever drew. So. Good connection, sort of, but I still want that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Sid Mead did some absolutely amazing, he's the icon of retrofuturism these days, and I don't know that he would have enjoyed the Telluride either, but maybe some of the tech inside, like the health monitoring stuff, similar to what we were talking about with Ford earlier.
They hit all the bases with biometrics, therapeutic light-emitting roof, touch and swipe command, which seems to be their own hybrid of gesture. And I don't understand this. There's 3D printed parts in the dash. Are they trying to achieve poor fit and finish? Is that the idea?
I think they're seeing a buzzword, and they're gonna check that box.
Check that box. We did 3D printing.
Absolutely.
Right.
So that's our last concept of the day, I think. Well, man, we've had a lot of things. What's your favorite car of the day so far? Let's start with that.
I'll tell you, I did like that Infiniti G60, Q60. Still trying to get used to their new naming. I'll be blending all the new naming schemes.
There's a marketing person somewhere who's stomping their feet.
The Q60 is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a good-looking car.
Beautiful car. Nothing too remarkable about it beyond that, to be honest, but they already had a great car. And then they've just brought it forward now with a new name and a tremendous great look. And I was also very impressed and remain very impressed by what Honda's stick-to-itiveness with the Ridgeline. The more I think about it, the more I like the fact that they're out there just kind of cutting their own trail.
I think, I got to say, as much as I can definitely see the argument that this is not a truck and people would get upset about that kind of thing, ultimately, this is what people need. They don't need to be towing thousands and thousands of pounds unless they have, 4 horses or something like that. People need to go pick up the odd sheet of drywall. They need to pick up some mulch. They need to pick up some plants. They need to pick up some stuff like that. But most of the time, they just want kind of an oversized car with some practicality. And that's exactly what this thing is. And if that's what it is, fine.
Even a full bed of something. I mean, you can do some serious, for the average homeowner, that's a hard weekend's worth of work in that truck. If you load that thing up with firewood or 20 sheets of drywall, trust me, you feel like you've done some real work.
Absolutely.
So I think that's going to be a sleeper hit for me. I'm going to keep it. I think the lines are so much nicer than their last Ridgeline, which was a tortured-looking thing.
It's a big step forward.
Yeah, this is a nice-looking truck as well. And I also think the Lexus, although it's not coming until 17, their new Lexus LC 500, Mercedes SL. I keep saying that because it's a category of 1, so now it'll be a category of 2 once they arrive in it. That's they have permission to do that. Lexus can actually go after that car, which a lot of the car makers I don't think really could.
Absolutely not. On my end, I was impressed. I actually like the look of the Pacifica. I think it's a pretty good looking van.
Great
I gotta
looking.
say.
That was our first one.
That was our first reveal of the day, and ultimately, not a car that I think a lot of enthusiasts are going to get particularly excited about, but ultimately it's got some nice innovations, and bringing that to the family is a good thing. The E-Class, which we spent a lot of time discussing, all the technology on board. Again, not exactly from a styling standpoint the most progressive car out there, or necessarily the most desirable from a driving standpoint. From a tech standpoint, pretty impressive. Really good stuff. All the autonomy features, all the safety features, everything else.
Could pretty readily be probably perhaps the biggest story coming out of here. I don't know if our cameras can pick this up. What's moving behind us here, Tim? This is the Lexus. You were actually at a media appearance when this came out. This is the Lexus sedan
I missed
prototype.
it, yes.
This is the LF-LC, if I recall.
Happening live on the show floor here, cruising by
And to me, as I looked at this, I thought, they looked at Maserati's Quattroport and said, close, but let us show you how to do it right.
Yeah.
Similar proportions.
Pretty good.
Anyway,
it's a little dark.
There's a live roll by.
The color was unfortunately chosen.
Yeah, black on black. Sorry, that doesn't look like much.
Those are the wonderful things that you can do here on the show floor, and I'm glad that we're able to take advantage of that. But yeah, that's one of the better looking cars we've seen so far. In terms of one I'm most intrigued by, maybe the M2. That's the one that I might actually think about.
You get the hots for that. Come on, admit it.
It could maybe be in my garage someday. Probably not new. Maybe a certified pre-owned kind of deal.
Couple years old, yeah.
Something
And
to
then
think
of course
about.
we had the predictable, but we don't want to discount them. The new generation Porsche turbos.
Right.
Turbo and Turbo S, Coupe, and Ragtop.
I look forward to wearing a neck brace after doing a launch in that thing in the not too distant future. Sub 3 seconds, 0 to 60. That's going to be a good time.
Insane. Sub 3. That's amazing. Okay, let's see. Coming up in a few moments, we're going to have Porsche's CEO, North American CEO, Joe Lawrence, joining us. While we get him situated, get him up here in just a few minutes, we're going to take a short break, and I want you to take a look at some of the latest videos we've just filed from the Roadshow crew, powered by CNET here at Detroit.
Now that the Titan is in dealers, Nissan has been exploring other possibilities for its full-size truck. The company's first experiment is this, the Titan Warrior concept, that aims directly at off-road truck enthusiasts, similar to what Ford has done with the SVT Raptor, which has proven to be a huge success. The Warrior certainly has all the ingredients of a hardcore off-roader, with big tires, a beefed-up suspension, a torquey diesel V8 engine, and menacing looks. Just look at it. It's wicked and kind of reminds me of a Transformer. I'm just waiting for it to turn into a giant robot and step on me. The heart of the Warrior concept is the Cummins 5-liter turbo diesel V8 engine and Aisin 6-speed automatic transmission from the production truck. But things definitely change when it comes to the suspension. Up front, the Warrior gets custom control arms with upgraded ball joints, internal bypass reservoir coilover shocks with custom reservoir mounts, tie rod extensions, and hydraulic bump stops. Out back, in addition to the performance shocks, there are new axles, custom anti-roll bars with relocated brackets, rear lift blocks, U-bolts, and hydraulic bump stops as well. Being a concept at this point, Nissan is probably waiting to see what type of feedback the Warrior generates before making any decision about putting it into production. I, for one, personally hope that Nissan gives it the green light, because a shootout story between this and the new Ford F-150 SVT Raptor sure sounds like a lot of fun.
With the public's trust in diesel pretty much being shattered by last year's VW scandal, Audi needs a new alternative fuel. Enter the H-Tron Quattro concept. I'm kidding, Audi's been working on hydrogen fuel cell vehicles for about 10 years now, but even I couldn't resist taking that dig. Now, the H-Tron is a tall wagon concept that shares a lot of its design cues with the automaker's e-tron electric vehicles. And like the e-tron, it is a quattro vehicle, so it's got 2 electric motors, one at the front, one at the rear for all-wheel drive.
Total power is about 100 kilowatts, which translates to about 132 horsepower for those of us who speak English. That's good for a 0 to 62 time of about 7 seconds. Now, what separates the H-Tron from the E-Tron is its 372-mile range with just a 4-minute hydrogen fuel fill-up. The concept also features a few active aerodynamic features, including a rear spoiler that extends at speed. And in the cabin, it's got a concept cockpit that uses curved OLED displays to display its Audi virtual cockpit. Now, it is just a concept at this point, but the automaker has pledged to expand its plug-in electric and full electric vehicles over the next coming years. I'm Antoine Goon with Roadshow, and we've been taking a look at Audi's H-Tron Quattro concept at the Detroit Auto Show.
Following the release of the very impressive XC90 SUV, Volvo is turning its attention to the premium sedan segment with the 2017 S90. It will replace the S80 in Volvo's lineup, and yes, they still do indeed make the S80. Don't feel bad, I forget about it too. But the new S90 looks to take on the likes of the BMW 5 Series and the Audi A6. On the outside, the S90 features some design trademarks that we are becoming familiar with on Volvos. There are the T-shaped Thor hammer LED daytime running lights and C-shaped taillights. In addition, there are other small design elements like the concave grille up front and the subtle character lines around the body. That gives the S90 a look that's handsome and clean. It sits on the same scalable product architecture platform the XC90 rides on and will be powered by either the T8 hybrid powertrain that combines a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine that's turbo and supercharged and 2 electric motors with a net output of 400 horsepower. The T6 setup, which is the gas engine by itself, serves as a base powertrain option with 316 horsepower. All-wheel drive will be standard on both powertrains. The 2017 Volvo S90 arrives in dealers late this summer, and so far looks primed to continue the momentum Volvo has picked up with the XC90. It features a distinctive look, interesting powertrain options, and a gorgeous cabin, which altogether may give the 5 Series and the A6 some fits. And that's something the S80 was never able to do. I, for one, look forward to getting behind the wheel, and hopefully I don't forget about this thing existing.
It's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, and behind me is what has got to be the surprise of the show. It's the Buick Avista concept. Yes, it's a Buick, y'all. I know, I can hardly believe it by myself, but look how beautiful that is. Now, Avista roughly translates to being to be seen, and please, 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 we want to be seeing this. Now, the specs behind it are 400 horsepower, a twin-turbo rear-wheel drive 8-speed automatic transmission, and look, they're not confirming, but does that not look like it's built on a Camaro platform? Because I think it might be. One of the things I really like about this concept is that there's no B-pillar. The greenhouse just extends all the way from the A-pillar all the way back, and it gives it a nice, airy, open feeling and a great feeling of movement.
I can tell you the Buick Avista, which we're calling a labor of love, is just a magnificent project for us. It really, for us, embodies what we feel is the soul of Buick. And in fact, that would be one of the key inspirations for the designers who worked on the exterior, is that rich history of the brand and how the energy and the dynamism that came with that brand from its over 100-year history, all that into this vehicle. The surfacing, the design language, it all brings back that energy and dynamic quality of the Buick brand.
Now, this concept is a 2x2, that's right. There's 2 seats in the front, 2 seats in the rear, and there's even just 2 doors. Now, coupes are a hard sell in America, so we'll see if Buick brings this to production. If it remains a coupe, please, please let it remain a coupe. And in the interior, we've got a bunch of technology in here. There are screens galore. There is a lot of driver's aids, a lot of interesting things that Buick should be bringing to market soon. That's it for this first take of the Buick Avista concept. Hey, follow Roadshow today for all of your North American International Auto Show news. Hey everyone, it's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North America International Auto Show, and I'm here with the Audi A4 All-Road. Now, here's a quick specs on this little guy. It's a 2-liter turbocharged 4-cylinder engine, 252 horsepower, 273 pound-feet of torque, and it is mated to a 7-speed dual clutch transmission. Now it is quattro, so I've got power going to all 4 wheels, and this car is raised up just a little bit, about 1.5 inches from the regular A4. But what I really want to talk about is some of the tech that's inside. A lot of the technology that is available in the luxury Q7 is also available here in the A4 Allroad. There's adaptive cruise control, there's also traffic assist with stop and go, which will not only operate the brake and the throttle, but also the steering in traffic jams at speeds of up to 40 miles an hour. Some other cool technology is a left-hand turn assist. So you signal, you go to turn left, but oops, there's another car coming, it's gonna apply the brakes for you. And also a side exit assist. So if you start to open the door, but the car senses that there is a bicycle or a passenger or another car coming in the opposite direction, you'll get a visual warning right here on the door to let you know, hey, don't get out of the car yet. And of course you get the Audi MMI interface along with 4G LTE connectivity and my favorite, the virtual cockpit. The Audi A4 Allroad Quattro starts at about $37,000, but you know you're going to option that puppy up, so you'll probably pay just a little bit more. But expect it to go on sale at the end of 2016. That's it for right now. I am Emmy Hall with Roadshow. Hey, follow us at Roadshow to see all of the great coverage here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show.
This is the new Mercedes-Benz E-Class, and yes, it's longer and it's got a new engine, but trust me, you're going to be more interested in the tech. That's because this E300 here features the automaker's boldest rollout of autonomous driving technology yet. It's got a feature called Drive Pilot that allows it to maintain its position in a lane and behind a lead car up to 130 miles per hour. We're not talking mere adaptive cruise control here, that's semi-autonomous driving. It's also got the very first implementation of V2X communication. That means that it's got the transmitters and receiver to allow it to communicate securely and wirelessly with other cars and infrastructure. And as this technology spreads to more models on the road, it means that this car will one day be able to allow the driver to see around corners and through obstructions. That's a really big step on the road to autonomy. Now, the coolest features actually won't be making it to the North American market at launch. That is a remote parking feature that will allow it to autonomously go in and out of a garage without the driver behind the wheel, and an active lane change feature that allows the driver to, when autonomously driving, hit the turn signal and have the car look in the lane with its sensors and safely make a pass without the driver ever intervening. Those will be in the European market, but they won't be ready for the spring 2016 launch of the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. I'm Antoine Goodwin. We've been on the floor of the 2016 Detroit Auto Show taking a look at the new Mercedes-Benz E-Class. You want to check out Roadshow to find out more about what's under the hood and what sort of performance you can expect from it.
Welcome back to the Roadshow, our live stage here at the Detroit Auto Show, formerly the North American International Auto Show. Let's give it its due. It's a big one. I'm Brian Cooley with our Roadshow editor-in-chief, Tim Stevens. And now joining us, real pleasure to have Joe Lawrence here. He is Porsche Cars North America Chief Operating Officer. Joe, welcome to the Roadshow stage.
Thanks for having me.
So you've had a bunch of announcements today. Probably the biggest is the capital T turbo. We've been discussing how are you internally differentiating between the new 911, the 991.2, which has a turbocharger, and the new 911, 991.2 capital T turbo.
Well, that's not a bad way to put it with the capital T, because it really is the top range 911 turbo. And so even though now we have our 911 Carrera and Carrera S for the first time ever, also with a twin turbo engine, the 911 turbo is the top of the range. It means it is the top level 911, not only in terms of performance, but in terms of features, luxury, the top model. And you know, we've had that situation also with the Panamera and the Cayenne, where the S models also have twin turbo engines, and the Turbo also has a twin turbo engine. But the turbo really becomes also a differentiator. So it's not just about the turbo engine, but about the positioning of the product. And as far as performance, it's a 3.8 liter twin turbo as opposed to a 3 liter twin turbo in the Carrera and Carrera S. So it's a much larger, much more powerful engine. Now 540 horsepower in the turbo, 580 in the Turbo S.
And 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds,
Less than
is
3.
that right?
You know, it's really great this year because we can say that every 911 turbo variant that we offer, and there's 4 of them, does 0 to 60 in 3 seconds or less. So depending whether you get a coupe or a cab, a turbo or a Turbo S, you're anywhere from 2.8 to 3 seconds, 0 to 60.
Nice, clean dividing line, and
That's
you're
right.
at or below it in every case. You have an enormous number of 911 variants because you've got a passionate audience for 911, and they support that.
Yes.
And every model of car, and I'm not blowing smoke here, you guys don't ever have a dud. You're very careful about introducing new models, and as far as I can tell, they all fully sell.
Yeah.
You don't end up with any models that were like, hey, let's phase that one out.
Right.
But how do you resist that appetite to grow, and up against the exclusivity that helps to drive Porsche? How do you balance that?
Well,
Because you guys could keep going.
That's a great question. We get it often, and the interesting thing is, if you look at the 51,756 vehicles that we sold last year, that represents 0.3% of the U.S. market. And so even though it's more vehicles than we've ever sold in our history, first time ever over 50,000 units, we are still a tremendously exclusive brand. And you know, that figure really underlines that fact. And you mentioned all of the different variants of the 911, and that's kind of interesting too. I think the reason we're able to get away with that is that we have a large number of buyers that are spec ordering their vehicle. And so we're able to individualize the car exactly as they want. So if it was something where we had to stock a bunch of 911s at dealers, well, you don't want to have all those different variants. But because there's a high number of people spec ordering, hey, we let them have pretty much whatever they want.
And you're also streamlining a bit in terms of your names, at least. We're seeing the Cayman and the Boxster now come together. Can you walk us through the thinking behind that?
Yeah, interesting. So we will be later this year rolling out the 718 Boxster and 718 Cayman, and of course that's a new, not a new nameplate for Porsche because of course we had it on a mid-engine race car in the 50s and 60s, very successful, and that's why we're bringing that persona also to the Boxster and Cayman. It does signal a bit of a repositioning where we're going to be more traditional with the Boxster being the roadster and being slightly higher positioned than the Cayman. Also the power will be the same between the two vehicles. And we're also moving to, you know, always keeping that mid-engine, which makes the Boxster and Cayman so special, but moving to a twin-turbo 4-cylinder with a new level of performance for that range, starting at 300 horsepower, So, great
So
news.
Boxster and Cayman continue on as distinct lines, distinct nameplates, right?
Distinct nameplates, but
sharing a platform.
tied together with 718.
Okay, 718 platform ties them together now, as opposed to have any difference under the hood. Under the skin.
Exactly. They always were based on the same platform. The Cayman typically had a little bit more power, and of course it's a hard top as opposed to a roadster. But now we will position them with the same power, and the Boxster being slightly positioned above in terms of price, which is normal in the industry when you have a coupe and a roadster.
Okay, so Boxster moves
Yeah.
up a little bit, but they stay twins.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Question I've got for you, for the Porsche purists out there. I'm going to hit one for the readers of all the Porsche Panamera and all the club magazines and enthusiast magazines, and they look at a show like this. Tim and I have been here all day documenting the march toward autonomy and driver assist and connectivity in every car maker here, and that's going to make some of your stalwarts nervous and say, stop. Keep a Porsche, at least 911, at least some good gutsy versions of Cayman and even Boxster and Autocross Delight. Where are you going to go in terms of resisting this trend toward increasing driver assist, and they would say intrusion?
Well, I don't think we're going to resist toward that. I think we are more of the position that you can have your cake and eat it too. And we have already introduced some of our own technology moving toward autonomous, like lane change assist, active cruise control, these sorts of things you can now buy on Porsches as well. I think the idea is more about the quality of the drive. And when you're stuck in stop-and-go traffic, it's still nice to be in a Porsche. It's great, great interior, great ergonomics, all of that. But stop-and-go traffic, you're not exactly, revving the car out to redline. So you want to make that drive as comfortable as it possibly can be. Because, we like to talk about our sports cars as everyday magic. It's not a car just for the track. It's not something you only take out on the weekends. It's something you can drive every day through the winter if you like. And so we want our drivers, we want our owners experiencing it every day. And if that means that we can make their commute a little bit more enjoyable with some types of features that are paving the way toward autonomous driving, great, without taking anything away from that weekend drive up in the mountains.
I guess in Panamera and Cayenne, absolutely, I expect that.
Right.
In the sports cars, it's more of a minefield, isn't it?
I don't think so, because again, it's interesting. You referenced my time at Porsche Canada, and we, I drove 911s all through the Toronto winter.
Through the winters.
Took my kids skiing in a 911 turbo with the skis in between the rear seats. Put snow tires on it, all-wheel drive, perfecto. It was a wonderful car. So again, we stress Porsche provides everyday magic. It's not just meant for some special occasion. You can drive it every day.
Another step that some purists are a little bit concerned about is the change in powertrains. Some people don't like turbos, but ultimately there's also a bigger shift coming. That would be the shift away from gasoline altogether into an EV-based powertrain. We saw the Mission E last year. It was one of the most talked about concepts of the year, I think, and it was certainly a very beautiful car. And as we were discussing earlier, there's not a week that goes by that I don't get someone asking me, when am I going to get to drive the car, which is why I keep asking people from Porsche, when do I get to drive the car? So that car is going to happen, but when is it going to happen? What's it going to look like? And ultimately, when can Brian and I go take it for a spin?
Well, we confirmed early in December that we would be building a vehicle based on the Mission E concept, and that it would be available before the end of the decade. So that gives you some idea.
Time to save up a little bit.
Still
I don't think we're driving it this summer. No, just telling you.
So still some way to go there, but we are so excited about that project. I cannot tell you the number of calls I got from dealers, with customers clamoring to already get in line for this car. It really made a statement with the design. Had to be the most amazing looking four-door I think that anyone's ever seen. But of course, it's what's under the skin that is really revolutionary for Porsche as a pure electric sports car, but with four doors and with electric motors front and rear, all-wheel drive. And we have some amazing statistics to live up to that we've promoted there. So over 600 horsepower, 0 to 60 in under 3.5 seconds. And I think most interestingly, 300-mile range and 80% charging of that battery within 15 minutes. So fantastic car, and we're confident in our engineers not only to build that car, but to make it a Porsche. And you mentioned the enthusiasts and, will Porsche remain Porsche? I can tell you every day in this company we talk about Porsche will remain Porsche.
I always like to check in before we let any senior auto exec go. Which Porsche are you driving these days?
Good question. I am driving a wonderful car. I'm actually really proud of the way I spec'd this vehicle. I'm in love with it. I think I'm going to have to buy it. It's a 911 GTS, Carrera GTS, rear-wheel drive, stick shift, with rhodium silver, red interior with the little DuckTales spoiler.
I like those
we
guys.
have, like the old early 70s RS.
That I think is the spec. You go toward the lower end. You go with the 6-speed. You don't need
Clean
all the
and
options.
lean.
Yep,
Right.
Absolutely.
Beautiful color combo too.
Yeah,
That's a hot
it's
looking
great.
car.
I love it.
I think
All right, when it comes off of executive loan and it goes
I'll let you
CPO,
know.
let us know.
Okay.
One of us.
If I don't buy it myself.
Right.
All right.
All right. Joe, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Just been a pleasure. Thank
you. Okay.
All
Appreciate
right.
it.
Joe Lawrence, the Chief Operating Officer of Porsche Cars North America, joining us here live at our Roadshow stage. Next up, we're going to be taking a short break and then coming back to talk to Siegfried Pint, who's the head of Audi's head of electric vehicle development. Short break now, back live, more insightful interviews at the Roadshow stage from theroadshow.com and CNET. Stay with us.
Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, and you might be wondering why I'm wearing this collar and some of these weights on my hands. Well, I'm at the Ford booth at their Driving Skills for Life exhibit, and they've kind of outfitted me out as if I were drunk, to kind of give me the feeling as if I'm drunk. So I've got a big weight on my foot to kind of throw me off balance. I've got mobility limiters, and then of course, I've got to have my beer goggles, which really is going to make me look, oh wow. Wow, I really can't see anything. And then these earmuffs are gonna muffle the sound around me, so be prepared for me to start speaking really loudly. Okay, wow, I feel drunk. Okay, there's a sobriety checkpoint line here, so I'm gonna try to walk it. This is the strangest thing I've done all day. Okay, so I've got this green line. Oh, guiding me over to the, no, dude, the green line's right there. Okay, he's telling me it's right here. All right. So I can really feel the weight on this arm throwing me off balance and the weight on my foot throwing me off balance. Wow, Ford is really, Oh my gosh, how far off was I? Oh, hey, I wasn't so bad. You know, of course, drunk driving really is no laughing matter, and it's excellent that Ford has got this program together to show teens the dangers of what can happen when you are drunk behind the wheel. Thanks so much for watching me make a fool out of myself, everyone. Stay tuned, we've got more great coverage coming up live here from the North American International Auto Show with Roadshow.
Audi is legitimately invested in the electric vehicle game. If you didn't know that already, you certainly have in literally the last few months, as we've seen e-tron and now H-tron variants coming from the company on the International Auto Show circuit.
That's right, and with us here on the Roadshow stage is Siegfried Pint, Head of Electric Vehicle Development at Audi AG. Siegfried, thank you very much for joining us. We saw earlier today the new F-tron Audi. Can you give us a little bit of a description of how that differs from the e-tron cars that we've seen before?
Yeah, happy to be here, happy to have me here. Yeah, the e-tron is actually the next step that we face in electric powertrain development. And based on the e-tron that we have already introduced at the LA Auto Show the other year, we are presenting the next technology, bringing to the US market is the fuel cell in the same vehicle platform, the very flexible MLB Evo platform. So based on this e-tron technology, we have a smaller battery and for sure the electric power plant represented by the fuel cell.
And is the drivetrain basically the same or very similar between the two? What do you have to change when you go from providing power from a battery versus providing power from a fuel cell?
If you look at it very precisely, you see that we have a modular toolkit for the electric drivetrain, and the two electric motors that drive the H-tron are taken from the three-motor system that drives the e-tron. The e-tron has a power of 320 kilowatts, and the H-tron has a power of 210 kilowatts, and both machines are taken from that drivetrain. What we have done differently is, of course, we have reduced the battery capacity from 95 kilowatt hours in the e-tron down to 1.8 kilowatt hours in the H-tron, which is, yeah, from a capacity point of view, very comparable to a HEV battery. But, and this delivers 100 kilowatts, in addition to that, we have the continuous power provided by the fuel cell, which represents 110 kilowatts. And so it sums up to the 210.
We were talking before we got started with our interview here about how you came to electric vehicles, because this is still such a new field in the auto industry. I'm always intrigued by what intrigues people in this business who say, I'm going electric in my career path. You were in some Formula One engineering first. What was that bridge? Why is there a connection there?
Yeah, it's a good question, Brian. Thanks for asking. After, let's say, finishing my Formula One career in 2006, I asked myself, what's going to be next? What's going to be the next big technology step that we are facing in the automotive industry? And I purposely selected electric drivetrains because electric drivetrains are very, very fun to drive and very sporty. And so I made up that decision to change into electric drivetrains. And I think from a technology point of view, Formula One business or Formula One technology is very transferable to electric drivetrains because we have a broad variety of technologies still in electric powertrains, and there's no, actually there's no mainstream that you can see. For instance, electric machines, there are asynchronous machines, there are inductive machines, there are synchronous motors around. And that is actually fun to work in that broad range of possibilities. Very comparable to Formula One back then.
Yeah, electric cars make so much sense to me, and I think to anyone once they drive them. Never mind, what we're going through in terms of battery and charging and range right now, but the idea that we currently have a world full of motors that go up and down to create energy that goes round and round is madness.
Especially when you look at the efficiency of an internal combustion engine, that more than half of the energy goes into waste heat.
Oh, 60, 70%.
Yeah,
and then you look at electric motors with high efficiency, much more compact. They start by being rotational, which is what we want out of them anyway. The whole thing seems so much more elegant. Too much to say that it was a bug in history, as one famous technologist likes to say, that we ended up having to go through ICE to get to electric.
Back again to electric, actually.
Oh, okay, you're right.
Many cars
Yeah,
years ago were electrically driven.
Very good.
No, especially from Porsche.
Shouldn't we have ended up being electric in the very beginning? Had history not gone a different route? I mean, honestly.
I think history had to go a different route due to the battery capacity. Back then we had only lead-acid batteries, and they had a very low capacity, and the capacity wasn't enough to propel a decent car. And so we had to go the workaround via the petrol engine, because petrol is superior in terms of energy storage capacity by volume and by mass. But these days, I think battery technology is in place to replace, or not to fully replace, the internal combustion engine. I wouldn't say that we are going to erase all the internal combustion engines from the market. There will be a third powertrain that will be pure electric in the portfolio. And this will be, I would say, in significant amounts. With an Audi, we go so far and say that within 10 years' time, 10% of the US sales will be purely electric.
Does that include hydrogen cars as well, or are you talking battery electric at that point?
I'm talking about battery electric. Hydrogen, there's two major obstacles to overcome with hydrogen. It's, of course, overall, the mattering fact is the hydrogen supply infrastructure. It has to be in place. And there needs to be a customer demand for hydrogen cars. I mean, the main USP of a hydrogen car is that the refueling time is as low as it is in a petrol-driven car. So, and if the customer demand goes in that direction, I think Audi is ready to have the technology in place to deliver it. But to be honest, if you ask me when will that be, I don't count on that in this decade.
I'm sure you've got your partners at Audi. Every car maker's got their partners in terms of technology. But leaving that aside, if you had to bet on a breakthrough in battery technology to get greater energy density, lower weight, faster cycle time, recharge time, is there any one thing out there you could tip us off to that you think is really promising?
I think for the next years, and I talk about midterm range, we still have to count on lithium-ion technology. Up to 2025, there will be an evolutionary development of a lithium-ion technology. It will increase in its power and energy density, but not in big steps. It's still going to be an evolutionary development. But I think it's good enough to have a significant market penetration.
Is there any hope in supercapacitors at this point, or is that just a
supercapacitors are superior in power supply, but they are really bad in energy density.
And if you were to take a look at the market now, turn your engineering expertise to the average person, like when you sit down to dinner with friends or family and they say, oh, you work on electric cars, and they ask you questions, they don't get it, maybe they're among the majority who are still thinking, I don't understand that. What one or two things do you tell them to educate them, to bring them along, telling the average person?
Actually, you don't have to have a fear to drive an electric car. Actually, it's straightforward and very easy to drive and to work with. Charging is very easy. You only have to plug it, use the charging interface, or even better, if we have the wireless charging in place by 2018, by 2019, you even don't have to work with any charging devices. Only in the use case when you do long-range trips, you have to use DC charging or supercharging stations. So actually, it's more user-friendly than having a gasoline car. I tell to my friends when they say, okay, you have charging time. You spend time at the charging station and say, okay, actually it's very different. I have to drive with my petrol-driven car every week to the to the gas station, or it's at least twice a month. You have to meet the petrol station, actually a place where I don't want to be. With my electric car, I can charge at home. It's like having petrol at home. And every morning, I take off. I start with 400, 500 kilometers of range. And actually, I don't deal with any recharging issues. And only in the very seldom case, when I do a long-range trip that goes beyond 400 or 500 kilometers, I have to use a supercharging or DC charging station. So actually, from a consumer point of view, the electric car is superior because it's easier to use. And it drives really, really nicely. As you said already in the beginning, the instantaneous power supply of an electric car, I usually say to my people, the electric car has to accelerate like an Q7 has hit you in the trunk. That's how it has to start. So the driving is superior. The vehicle dynamics, we have new chances in vehicle dynamics with respect to longitudinal and lateral dynamics. The lateral dynamics can also improve. We have introduced a three-motor concept where we can implement a active torque to support steering, and by doing that, the vehicle dynamics can be greatly affected.
Yes, low and planted is one of the hallmarks of the electric car we're seeing more and more.
And that instant torque response too, which
everybody's
a fan
superior,
of, of course.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Siegfried, thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
Thanks
for having me here.
It's a pleasure. Okay,
Thank
we've
you.
been talking with Siegfried Pint, who's head of EV development, electrification at Audi AG. Coming up in a few minutes, Robert Davis from Mazda North America and Volvo's CEO, Lex Carmakers. Stay tuned. We've got more here live from the Roadshow at Detroit.
With Roadshow, powered by CNET. We're here at the Ford booth, and now behind me is the new Ford Fusion Sport. Now, you know, it doesn't really look like much, right? But check it out. It has got a 325 horsepower twin turbo V6 under that hood. That's right, it's just a little bit of a sleeper. And did I mention that it's all-wheel drive? Yeah, I think you're gonna roll up on a stoplight on that and you're gonna see someone think, oh yeah, Ford Fusion, I got you. And then what's gonna happen? Pachow! They're gonna bust you right off the line. But let's take a look around at what some of the other manufacturers have to offer here. You know, I've always been a truck gal, and Chevrolet is right across the way. So let's take a look over there. Of course, you know, you can't go wrong with the new Mustang, especially in the convertible. I myself am hoping to get behind the 350 GT with the flat plane crank, because holy wow, is that gonna be awesome. Now, as you can see, man, this Detroit Auto Show is huge. I mean, I've been walking along all day and I'm wearing flat shoes. I can't believe some of these girls that are wearing heels. I just don't understand it. All right, Chevy. Let's go right over here. Now we've got the Chevy Silverado. And this is in the Z71 trim, so this is a little bit more off-road. Let's not get in that guy's shot. That is a little bit more off-road than the regular Chevy Silverado, but I'm always excited to see the Colorado. Let's see, Colorado, where are you? Ah, come this way. Let's go look at this guy. Now, this is the off-road package. So, of course, you've got some lights up on top. You've got more aggressive tires. One thing that I don't like about this, you know, that it is kind of billed as an off-road car. However, you've got these side steps, which is immediately going to limit your ground clearance. And in the front, you've also got a chin spoiler. And you know what's going to happen as soon as you go over a rock? That thing is out. So if this were my truck, I would definitely put a little bit of a lift kit on it, take out some of these unnecessary accessories, but with the 4x4 system and with the optional 2.8-liter Duramax, having a diesel in here with all that extra torque, it's going to be excellent for off-road. So come on, let's go this way. Come on, y'all. Of course, one of the cars that everyone at CNET has been very excited about lately is the new Bolt. That's right, Bolt, not Volt. I know they sound a little bit the same, but the Bolt is going to have an all-electric range of 200 miles. Let's go this way. An all-electric range of 200 miles. Now, I don't know about you, but whenever I get into an EV, all I can think about is how having that range limit really takes some of the spontaneity out of my life. But with 200 miles, I mean, who knows? Maybe I will be able to get in it and just live my life like I normally do every day in my regular gas-powered car. And another big story here at Chevrolet is the advent of the Cruise hatchback. Everybody loves a hot hatch, well, at least I do. And it's so nice to see that Chevy is getting in line with this, offering us a sporty looking hatch that's gonna have a little bit more cargo space and all of the same tech that we've come to expect in Chevrolet, like OnStar and 4G LTE. All right, moving along. Over here we've got the new Malibu. Now I did get a chance to drive the new Malibu just a couple of weeks ago, and it's got a whole slew of safety features that are new for this segment, which is kind of awesome, right? There's not a lot of cars in this segment that have adaptive cruise control, that have radars, pedestrian detection, and things of that nature. So it's really great to see Chevy kind of stepping up the game in this. And of course they have their teen driver program in this, which will limit the volume of the stereo when your teen is driving, which to me is like, as an older person, that's awesome. As a teenager, that sucks. But I love it, I love it, I love it. Hey, come on, this way. Let's go see what's happening at Buick. Now, Buick did give us a brand new concept, the Avista. And I gotta tell you, Avista is to be seen because it's pretty amazing. Every person that I have sent these photos to, all of my fans on Facebook, everyone that's on the Roadshow Twitter account, they all love it because it's gorgeous. So come on, let's go see what it's got. Ooh, you might notice over here the new Acura NSX. Man, I have to tell you, I am dying to get on that press trip. I really want to drive that baby. Buick, all right, here we go. There, now, you see that? Can you see it? A glimpse, as in through the forest? There it is, the Avista. Look at its glorious negative B-pillar window space. Look at those lines. It's just glorious. And the best part about it, it's a 2x2. That's right, 2 seats in the front, 2 seats in the rear, and it's a coupe. I mean, how many manufacturers are showing us brand new coupes these days? Come on, let's get around these executives. Let's look at the car. Hello, gorgeous, right? 400 horsepower going to the rear wheels, a ton of technology inside. This is really Buick's chance to bring in a younger demographic. Mostly when you see a Buick, everyone is associating it with the older folks, right? Your grandma drives a Buick, your grandpa drives a Buick. But look at this. I mean, my grandma's pretty hip, but there's no way she's gonna drive this, right? This is for a young, hip, modern person that's really an enthusiast. The rear end of this, these taillights that are just streaming directly into that rear fascia, it kind of bulges out just a little bit. Great wider haunches, it really sits down really low. Rear diffuser, dual exhaust. The whole thing is just fantastic. I love the lines and the flow of this. I love the chrome trim around the door, around the greenhouse, and the fact that there's no B-pillar just really brings it open and gives it a nice sense of movement, speed, and grace. You know, there's really no telling if this is ever going to be produced by Buick, but man, if they were smart, they would produce this thing right away, because all I gotta say is shut up, Buick, and take my money. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching this little bit of a live walk around here from the 2016 Detroit Auto Show. This is Emmy at Roadshow. Be sure to stay tuned for all our content.
Welcome back to the Roadshow stage, live on the show floor at the Detroit Auto Show. I'm Tim Stevens. He's Brian Cooley. And joining us now is Robert Davis, Senior Vice President of Mazda North America. Robert, thank you for joining us. You must be pretty excited there at Mazda. You've got a great new car on the roads. The Miata is one of everyone's favorite cars from last year, and it's hard to imagine that not being a pretty big success in the coming summer.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great launch for us. 26 years in the market, almost 1 million Miatas worldwide. #1 roadster in the world, an all-new car. You know, defying convention, lighter, better, stronger, safer, and a better handling car than we've ever had in the past. So
we have many Miata fanboys and girls on our staff who are very excited, who are going to be fighting for the keys. We have an ND coming that we're going to be testing for a while, and they're all very excited about it.
Yeah, they're great. I don't think you're going to be disappointed. If you love the car in the past, you'll love the car today.
Now, you play in one of the most competitive sectors, I think the most competitive, which is where Mazda 3 slots. You must have 7 viable competitors in that category. Let's use that as a barometer of what makes Mazda Mazda, because that seems to be the toughest market you're in. What does make a Mazda these days?
Well, Brian, it's really all about the feel, and whether it's the feel of the way the car drives or the feel that you interact with the car and the way that the car makes you feel. So it's really driving the car and being part of the car and caring about what the car does to with your life. And it's more than transportation from A to B, because in that segment, there's plenty of those. We can name off a dozen, right? But it's more about the way you want to be seen, the way you want to interact with your car, the way you want to interact with your car brand. And Mazda 3 was a trendsetter in that in 2003 when we launched it, and continues to be today.
So fun to drive is always something you guys promote a lot. And you know, Zoom Zoom was a big part of that for many, many years. You've always had that in your message to us as car buyers. At a reasonable or inexpensive price point where most of your cars fit, how do you do much different than the other guys?
Well, you do it with a combination of things. Fun to drive is certainly one element, but really the connection with the road. The other is Kodo design, designing something that looks different and expresses a lot of emotion. You know, we're people in our business and our company that really want to be the car of an extension of yourself. You're not buying an appliance. It doesn't say Kenmore on it. You want it, you really want it to be something that expresses your own opinion. And then SkyActiv technology. SkyActiv technology developed to take safety, fuel economy, performance, all the things, the environment, all the things that we hold important, and develop it to the next level. You know, 7 years ago, people in your business were saying, where's your hybrid, Robert? Where's your hybrid? Where's your hybrid? We've been the #1 fuel economy leader at EPA 3 years in a row with no hybrids. So it just tells you that there's still a lot of base technology left to develop before you get to electrification, before you go to the fuel cell. Get the base technology refined as good as you can get it.
And it's interesting because SkyActiv is one of those things, to be honest, the name tells you nothing about what it does. So it's not like it's a hybrid or it's a 4-cylinder, it's SkyActiv. Okay, what is that? Most users aren't going to dig into the 3 or 4 components that make that efficiency bundle. You just get to the bottom line, right, and deliver the MPG.
Well, the funny story about SkyActiv, the name SkyActiv as a marketing term came about with the challenge of the engineering challenge. SkyActiv came from us telling the engineering group, hey, listen, the sky is the limit. Don't hold back on your traditional conflicts in your own mind and set yourself free, like the concept that you can't have good fuel economy with good performance. And we know now with a lot of Mazda cars, even some competitor cars like the C7 Corvette, that you can do both. So don't let yourself be limited.
We've certainly seen that with the new MX-5. It's gotten smaller, but it's still got a great performance. Is that getting to be more of a challenge with all the safety features that people expect these days with airbags and crumple zones and all the sort of things that everyone comes to expect in a car of that size?
Yeah, Tim, I mean, it's never easy, but we like the Miata, and you can call it Miata.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'm
you don't
trying
have to call it
I'm still
MX-5.
struggling.
It's a bad old habit.
Right.
Mine too.
So it's always going to be a challenge, but everything in our business is a challenge now. But we've got to defy convention and execute at a different level. So Miata is safer and lighter. You know, it's got less power, but the horsepower feels higher because it's lighter. It's easier to use. It's better. It's more comfortable. It's got more features. So you've got to continue to challenge yourself over and over again to develop that kind of car, because there's no real bad cars in today's environment.
Yeah, interesting point. There aren't a lot of bad. We get that question a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's harder and harder to say, here's what you should steer away from. There's almost nothing.
In some ways, it's easier to buy a car these days because you can't go wrong. In other ways, it's a lot harder because it's harder to find a negative. But I know there are, as great as the new MX-5 Miata is now, there are a lot of people who want a little more on the power front. Is that something that we've seen the Mazda Speed Editions in the past? Is that a safe expectation?
No, I can't talk to you guys about that. You know that.
We're all
not
friends
talking
here.
about
It's
future
cool.
product. It's, but I think everybody will be pleased with where the Miata is going, and it's got a good long-term future for us.
I'm always trying to get at the essence of a car and its and the company behind them. I think buyers are always interested in that. You've been at Mazda 25 years. You map almost completely back to the MX-5 era. As a result, people in this industry move around all the time. Usually, why have you stayed at Mazda, and what does that tell us about the cars and the company?
Well, I've always been really passionate about cars. I was in that environment growing up. And when I came to Mazda, I saw a lot of people, both in the US and in Japan, that shared a lot of the same interests I did, and built cars with passion and did things that, quite honestly, sometimes didn't make business sense. If you go back and look at the first Miata, from a business standpoint, it didn't make sense. And with passion, they went and executed it anyway. And then as I dug into the company and saw RX-7 and Cosmo and different cars over the history of the company, it really struck a chord with me. On a personal basis, Mazda's given me opportunities to do things and see things that I never imagined. I'm a finance guy. I ran Mazda R&D and Mazda Design in the US. Sales and marketing today, customer service. So there's been a lot of aspects of Mazda that I see in myself. And it's really about being a student and understanding and always being willing to learn about our business and having that passion every day to get up and go do it. And I think it really comes from Mazda's home base in Japan is in Hiroshima, not in Tokyo.
Yeah.
And we obviously know what happened in Hiroshima in 1945. But the challenging spirit of coming back after that, not letting that get you down, not allowing that to mark your existence, but overcoming it and challenging it. In less than 6 months, Mazda, after the atomic bomb, was building cars again, or trucks, utility trucks. It's an amazing story about a people in a part of the country that faced incredible odds. And I think that spirit still comes through today.
That's great. Thank you very much, Robert, for joining us here on the show floor. Great car. We're looking forward to seeing more things coming in the future as well. Stay tuned with us here at Roadshow. And up next is Lex Christenmaker, CEO of Volvo North America. Again, stay tuned at Roadshow.
Thanks, Robert.
Thank you, guys.
Most important element for growth of an automotive brand today? Answer: strong product. But more specifically, a strong lineup of crossover SUVs. For Buick, which has been busy trying to rehab its image and attract new, younger blood to the brand, it has enjoyed remarkable success with its subcompact Encore and mid-size Enclave crossovers. Later this summer, it will add the compact Envision to the lineup, which not only fills a gaping hole in its product portfolio, but also throws them into one of the industry's fastest growing segments to compete with vehicles like the Acura RDX, Audi Q5, and Lincoln MKC.
The Buick Envision capitalized a lot of styling features you can see in the exterior with very prominent style lines starting at the front, wrapping all the way around the side.
The design is handsome but conservative, breaking little stylistic ground. But perhaps it doesn't need to, as its smaller and larger siblings have fared well, particularly among conquest buyers who have never owned a Buick before. Buick's typical design cues like the waterfall grille, porthole styling, and LED accent lamps are here. While on the inside, Buick went to great lengths to provide a quiet interior with plenty of chrome accents and high-grade materials.
From a technology play, the Buick Envision is absolutely loaded down. The cameras work together along with the front radar to enable two types of technology in this vehicle. We have collision mitigation braking along with adaptive cruise control. If you were to look into the IP, you'd see a button to show active lane keep assist. If the driver were to become distracted, turning around and talking to one of their back passengers, the car will actually pick up if it's starting to drift into another lane and put 4 Nm of torque back into the steering wheel to keep the driver back on road. CarPlay and Android Auto is a feature that will be coming out in sequential model years for the Buick Envision, and you bring that all together and make it a very, very impressive technology package for this vehicle. When you're driving the Buick Envision, it comes to you right away from the moment that you press on the accelerator that you have something special. There's a lot of horsepower on command, 252 to be exact. But when you tie that with the twin clutch system, it really does work together so that it gives you maximum horsepower with minimum slippage and a really overall fun driving vehicle. The twin clutch system is actually pretty unique to Buick. It utilizes, instead of a traditional all-wheel drive system, which uses a single clutch and then uses the brakes to actually transfer torque or keep torque from spinning a tire, it actually pulls the clutch away. So you save on driver intrusiveness from the chassis trying to come into the system, also improves on fuel economy, and overall response time is very, very quick, which is one of the big highlights for the driving performance in this. So you take the twin clutch system along with our 6-speed and our 2-liter turbo and put them all together to make a very impressive driving machine.
The 2016 Buick Envision will be in dealers this summer to bolster the Buick crossover lineup. So far, the Envision looks and sounds like a promising alternative to the RDX, Q5, and MKC, but we won't truly know until we get the opportunity to get behind the wheel. Many car makers have walked away from building minivans. With the booming popularity of crossover SUVs, Chrysler is staying the course because, after all, it's a segment that they created more than 30 years ago, and one that they are still garnering a healthy number of sales in. When developing this 2017 model, Chrysler says the goal was to change people's perceptions of minivans and retrain brains to see something different. To do that, there's a new platform, new powertrains, including a hybrid, more innovative features, a sleeker design, and a new name, Pacifica. Inside, there's an available tri-pane panoramic sunroof, Chrysler's great stow-and-go seating system, an integrated vacuum, and hands-free sliding doors and liftgate. On the infotainment front, a Uconnect 8.4 system is offered that unfortunately doesn't include Apple CarPlay and Android Auto capabilities. Chrysler says those are on the way in the next generation Uconnect system. For the people in back, a Uconnect Theater entertainment system features 2 10-inch high-definition screens letting passengers watch movies, play built-in games, and connect personal devices to surf the internet. Available driver aids include a 360-degree surround view camera, park assist, adaptive cruise control, forward collision warning, lane departure warning, and blind spot monitoring. The 2017 Chrysler Pacifica is longer, wider, sits lower, and available with 20-inch wheels, giving it a hunkered down stance. There is more rake to the windshield, and the roofline tapers off at the back for a more athletic silhouette. The overall design is rounder with more crossover-like character, which, as we all know, is all the rage right now. Fiat Chrysler's head of design Ralph Gilles said at an advanced press premiere earlier that, and I quote, "Even a single guy can get laid in this." I'm not so sure I'd go that far, but it does look pretty good for a minivan. Chrysler is promising class-leading ride, handling, and NVH on the new platform that offers a 30% increase in torsional rigidity. Powertrain choices include an updated 3.6-liter Pentastar V6 engine with 287 horsepower and engine stop-start capabilities for improved fuel economy. It's connected to a 9-speed automatic transmission. The Pacifica Hybrid will deliver an estimated 30 miles of all-electric driving range from its 16 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery pack. Chrysler says the battery can be charged in under 2 hours on a quick charger and expects an 80 mpge rating from the EPA in city driving. The 2017 Chrysler Pacifica goes on sale this spring, with the Pacifica Hybrid landing in dealers during the second half of the year. Will the new design, along with its undeniable minivan functionality and new levels of refinement, convert some shoppers looking at crossover SUVs? Maybe a few, But the good news is that there's still a decent number of minivan faithful out there, with segment sales hovering at about 500,000 units a year, according to Chrysler. I'm not going to be surprised if a good number of those going forward are Chrysler Pacificos. Kia's latest concept gives us a sneak peek at a possible future full-size 3-row SUV from the Korean automaker. The Telluride concept features a more upright and boxier design, which goes against the current trend of the more rounded crossovers hitting the market today. But the more interesting news is all the advanced entertainment and what Kia calls health and wellness technology packed into the cabin that is truly interesting.
For the Kia Telluride, the second row is the big show. So everything that we design around the interior is tailored around the driver experience in the second row. It's a very luxurious approach, almost business class, where we have the seats that are really reclined, and there's a lot of HMI involved in the interaction with the vehicle. In the second row, we have smart fabric in the seats, and they're supposed to read your vitals, and those vitals are then displayed on OLED screens right on the doors. So the whole story is basically you get into the car, you recline, your vitals are read, and based on your dysynchronisis or jet lag, you would want to receive a light therapy. And in this light therapy, which is again placed in the top of the console, you have this LED wall that emits a blue light that actually helps you fight jet lag and be synchronized to your current time zone. Another neat feature for the Kia Telluride is we have a partnership with Harman Kardon, and we have their BT headsets shown and exhibited in the second row. They're ejectable and also wirelessly charged, so the user can put them on, have their experience, and have whatever song or media they're playing displayed right on the center console. For the center console, we have something we're calling Swipe Command. Seamlessly integrated into the center console, where you put your arm, there's a touch-sensitive aluminum band that, based on your motion of your hand, changes the screen that is displayed above you. So you can swipe left and right, up or down, or tap to select a command. In the Kia Telluride, we have wireless charging strategically placed in a couple of really interesting places. For example, we have one pod where you can just throw in your phone in the center console and it'll be wirelessly charged. Also, from the rear center console, we have these retractable doors that come out and become a table, and you can place your phone on there and they charge as well. So it's constantly interacting with your phone and your hardware that you have, and it enhances the experience of being in the vehicle.
Since the Telluride is based on a lengthened version of the Sorento platform, it is not too far of a stretch that a vehicle based on this concept could find its way into production with enough consumer interest. But if a production vehicle will ever feature therapeutic LED lighting and smart sensors to monitor occupant vitals is another question entirely.
Fans of utility and versatility rejoice. The American hatchback is not dead, as evidenced by this, the 2017 Chevrolet Cruze hatchback debuting at the Detroit Auto Show. Now, the hatchback is very similar to the sedan that debuted last year, meaning that it's powered by the same 1.4-liter turbocharged engine, putting out 153 horsepower and 177 pound-feet of torque. That engine's good for an impressive 40 miles per gallon on the highway. Now in the cabin, we've also got the latest version of Chevrolet's dashboard technology, including a connected MyLink infotainment system that has 4G LTE connectivity and in-car Wi-Fi. It'll also debut with Android Auto and Apple CarPlay in the dashboard. Now, the biggest difference between the hatchback and the sedan is that bootylicious rear end. The Cruze hatchback has 18.5 cubic feet of storage space with the seats up, which expands to a massive 47.2 cubic feet when you put those seats down. Chevy hasn't announced pricing for the Cruze hatchback, but don't expect any bargain basement L models here. They're positioning the hatch as a more premium model, so it's going to start at LT, Premier, and there's going to be a sporty RS model at the top of the line. Now, speaking of RS, you're going to want to stay tuned to the rest of Roadshow's coverage of the 2016 Detroit Auto Show. I'm Antoine Goodwin. We'll be taking a look at the 2017 Chevrolet Cruze hatchback.
It's Emmy Hall with Roadshow here at the 2016 North American International Auto Show, and behind me is the Volkswagen Tiguan GTE Active Concept. That's right, that is a lot of names for what is essentially a plug-in hybrid off-road vehicle. That's right, this car starts every single journey in rear-wheel drive in electric mode. That's 0 emissions and can go up to 20 miles. Now, while the T1 GTE active concept does start every single drive in rear-wheel drive, it is all-wheel drive, and you can activate that either by the touch of a button, or if the car senses that you're losing traction, it will kick in and throw the power down to all 4 wheels. The car's powered by 3 engines, right? I've got a gas engine, a 4-cylinder turbocharged, which puts out 148 horsepower and 184 pound-feet of torque, as well as 2 electric engines. When all those are working together, I've got 221 German horses just ready to go. Now, what's exciting about this is that it really is built for off-road. I've got LED spotlights up on my roof, I've got more aggressive tires, and I've got skid plates that are easily removable, you know, because I'm probably going to damage them. Now, inside I've also got a new gesture-controlled infotainment system, as well as a customizable home screen where I can essentially decide which widgets I want to show at my home screen at all times, or I can let the whole screen be used for certain features like your navigation or certain off-road information. Now, Volkswagen really does need a new SUV in its lineup in order to compete here in America. They have committed to spending $900 million in developing a new SUV for this market, so it's really exciting to see what Volkswagen is going to come up with. If it were me, I'm hoping for this little guy, because as you all know, off-road is the way to go. That's it for today. I'm Emmy Hall with the Roadshow. Hey, follow all of our 2016 North American International Auto Show coverage right at Roadshow. Thanks for watching.
Okay, welcome back to Roadshow's live coverage here at the Detroit Auto Show. That's the colloquial name. It's really the North American International Auto Show in Detroit, which reflects its scope and size and weight that much more. I'm Brian Cooley with Roadshow Editor-in-Chief Tim Stevens. And joining us now, it's a real pleasure to have from Volvo, their North American CEO of Volvo Cars, Lex Kirchemakers. Did I get it right?
Absolutely.
That was
There
very
we
well
go.
done,
Okay, I feel
Brian.
good.
I'm impressed.
I feel good. All right. Lex, Volvo's in an interesting position right now with the new S90 really ascending for the first true time into the top level of premium cars. Tell people who are buying S-Class and A8s and 7 Series why to start by one of your dealerships.
I think what we're aiming for is actually one class lower. It's the A6 and it's the 5 Series and the Lexuses. And what we believe, we are on a journey in the United States. We have been out of sight, out of mind. We have launched the XC90 during last year. Is that if you want to be a true premium brand, a flagship sedan should be part of your portfolio. And now we have developed our new platforms. We have the tonality. We found the right tonality and crisp in our design. So now we believe that we have a true competitor for those, and a true alternative for those who think it's about time to switch.
And the XC90 was absolutely one of our favorite cars of the year. It's been a fantastic success from a design standpoint and from a technology standpoint. How do you build on that and then take that and port that down to a sedan, but maintain the character of both cars?
Yeah, it's of course with the XC90, and this morning we won the Truck of the Year in the United States, the Valhalla of trucks. So we're extremely proud about that. But it's a we use absolutely the same ingredients, and the challenge is, of course, to tune that down to a sizable sedan. And it's the same segment, though, but still you need to make a sedan out of it. And yeah, you can look at the auto show today. We think, but we're not totally biased, that we managed to do a good job. But the platform, the driving characteristic, the infotainment technology, it is all copied from the XC90.
So let me ask you this. Volvo's been making some great cars for some time now, the sort of modern era of Volvo. What has held you back from the gains in market share and really larger scale that you're seeking now? What have been the hurdles that have stood in your way?
Now you probably remember that we used to be part of Ford Motor Company. And when we were sold in 2010, we knew we had to start again. So what we have been doing, because the platforms and the engines we used from Ford, that would come to an end, which is logic when you discontinue. So we knew in 2010 that we needed 4 or 5 years to develop all the new technology. So we have been a little bit introvert over the past years. We had to focus on developing the cars we are going to roll out now. But with the launch of the XC90 and with all the development done, we thought it's now time again to be in the minds of the customers again. We have been out of sight, out of mind. And 2015 was the time to do so, and that's what you see now as a result. So now nothing holds us back anymore to really come back in the United States.
And I think that's something that most consumers don't realize, is that it takes that long to develop a new car. 4 or 5 years is pretty average. So that's a pretty good example of how long it can take to reboot a brand. But that also means that 5 years ago, you had to be thinking about things like lane keep assist and infotainment systems that would work with your smartphone. How much of that was in the works back then 5 years ago, and how much of that has been added in as you've gone along?
Yeah, no, you have to think about it, because you can imagine with those development circles, you have to think well ahead. And when we develop a platform or a top hat, you need to secure that we embrace all those technologies. Same as with plug-in hybrids and batteries. You see in the XC90 there is no batteries in our TA, despite the fact there is a package of batteries. Because we could start with a total new platform, we could do it from the beginning, and that's why we have such a fantastic layout.
I see a lot of automakers, to be honest, still struggling with their relationship with Apple CarPlay and Google Android Auto. Either technical implementation issues, I hear there are some business terms issues in terms of who will inform who about future updates to stay in sync. And then there's the idea of who are we letting into our dash? And who are we offering relationship with our owners and buyers to? What's your philosophy on how you're going to move forward in this? It's very important to our audience in particular.
No, yeah, we take this a little bit more practical. Is that, okay, we have our embedded systems. We are like road information systems or music systems.
Yeah.
And we allow them into our system like you allow an app onto your screen. We have this little bit of flat screen in the car. And we managed to incorporate them in a very, very natural way, but it's still very clear that this is the Volvo system and this is the system from the outsiders. And we leave it literally up to the customer what they prefer to do, because that's unavoidable. At the end, the customer will make up his or her mind. And we are a facilitator in this respect.
If you get usage statistics back that say, boy, they're basically just using CarPlay and Android Auto, is there a path where you might move to a car that offers virtually no Volvo infotainment, the way Hyundai is doing with one of their head units, and says, we're going to hand it over to the mobile industry and let them bring your own to the car? Or is that giving up too much of the Volvo experience?
Yes, it does. That said, though, if you look in the current XC90, where you get the outside systems in, you get the good. We managed to do it in a way that it's linked to the Volvo human-machine interface. So it still has a Volvo identity, despite it comes from the outside. So I think we managed to make a sort of a compromise. But it could well be that the entire automotive industry in 5 years from now says, you know what, let us focus on the cars and let other people take that part of the business. At the moment, though, we still believe we have too much added value by putting it all as an embedded Volvo system, that we say, no, we have our own system, but we facilitate other things to come in.
Let's talk about autonomy a bit. I was in Gothenburg about a year ago testing out the autonomous driving systems that are going to be piloted there next year in 2017. But now in the S90, we're seeing a lot of that sort of functionality coming to the highway already. Can you give me an idea of the differentiation between what's in the S90 and the sorts of autonomous functionality that you're testing in Sweden currently?
As you probably noticed, Volvo is really, really into autonomous drive. It's not, we don't believe in it so everybody can read a newspaper. We believe in it because we have a vision called Vision 2020. We don't want anybody killed or seriously injured in a Volvo by 2020. That's quite a thing. Now you have your passive safety, you have your active safety, but still, despite all this technology, we know that 80–90% of all the accidents is caused by human behavior. We need to get that out of the system. We can't allow getting all those people killed into the traffic. That's why we see autonomous drive as part of our journey to our vision. And it's a step-by-step approach. And in the XC90, we introduce pilot assist. Up to 30 miles, you follow the car ahead of you. You need to connect to another car. With the S90, we now introduce pilot assist as a standard because we believe this is an integrated part of our journey to the Vision 2020. And that pilot assist goes already up to 80 miles an hour. So we just make step by step, we go from semi-autonomous drive to autonomous drive. But it's quite a journey to make. It's a journey from a technology perspective, but it's also a journey for the consumer. If we would launch a car now which is fully autonomous, I wonder if the society is ready for it. We have to take it step by step. So that's what we are following, and that's this pilot assist in the S90 is for us an extremely important step. And by that we're also the first car manufacturer who makes it standard.
The technologies that allow driver assist and partial autonomy to happen they're largely chip-based and software, and it's relatively commodity compared to many systems 50, 60 years ago where it was metallurgical engineering was an edge that was harder to copy by a competitor. How much of an edge and for how long can you get with self-driving innovations, or do they evaporate just that quickly every year?
Yeah, technology development goes very fast. And it's not only Volvo, of course. Everybody is talking about autonomous drive. So we operate in an environment where we know everybody is joining that track. We don't see it though, and I'm coming back, and it sounds a little bit idealistic, but at the end, we believe we need to come to a better society where people just stay alive in cars. So at the end, it doesn't matter. And we see this as a sort of a marathon, not as a sprint. If somebody goes a little bit faster on this area, at the end, we have our vision. We have a vision that autonomous drive is part of a driving experience. We don't believe, though, that you should give up your driving pleasure. At the end, it's a button in the steering wheel which says, now I go autonomous. Because when I look on the internet, I see a lot of dialogues. I want to continue driving my car. I don't believe in it. We don't need to have that discussion. It's totally obsolete.
And that's like you said before, that's trying to rush the consumer as well.
Exactly.
Too fast.
And I want to continue to drive, but if I'm driving into New York, into Los Angeles, when the speed is 30 or 40 miles per hour, nobody gets any excitement out of that. So that is when you push the button and you say, I'm going semi-autonomous now.
If you are getting excitement out of that, then probably you are exactly the person who needs to put your car in autonomous mode, because you're probably
That's a road rage scenario.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, absolutely. In terms of the design language that we're seeing, I mean, the cars look absolutely fantastic. Can you walk me through where that heritage, is that part of the heritage of Volvo that's coming from? Where exactly did that language coming from, and what sort of things can we look forward for coming from that language?
It's very Scandinavian. Now we are the only Scandinavian brand, so we can fully explore on this Scandinavian design language, which is all about simplicity and only put there the things which are necessary. And you see that on the inside, but you also see it on the outside. And the design team, and we have rock stars as designers, because that's where it starts with, very creative, but they need to give them the environment and the framework from engineering to do so. Because we could develop a new platform, we could develop a platform which facilitates beautiful cars, short overhangs, the right dimension, the right stance, and that is a fantastic starting point for design. Put a flavor of Scandinavian design over it, that combined with rock stars of designers, and that's what you get.
I always like to ask this of our industry guests. Tell us about the Volvo you're driving right now.
At the moment, I'm driving a V60 Polestar, you know, our high-performance part of the brand.
We got a sporting driver amongst us.
And that's because I'm a product guy, so that's what I'm driving.
Is there any hope of more Polestar edition cars in the future here in the U.S.?
Now, as you know, we now acquired all the rights to Polestar. It's an integrated part of the product portfolio. And without releasing too much, but absolutely, we're going to bring more Polestar cars.
You didn't buy that to bury it, clearly.
No, but it's also about the timing. At the end, we want to be an environmental brand. And as we have our business in order now with our basic 4-cylinder turbo engines and electrification, we offer highly efficient cars. And I think then You can have a part of the company which is rewarding and indulging a little bit with high performance cars. It doesn't bite. And believe me, in the future, also the Polestar brand will reflect the Volvo philosophy of electrification and highly environmental friendly cars.
I just want to paint my house in that Polestar blue.
That Polestar blue is the best
I think
blue.
it fits very well in front of the driveway.
Neighbors, neighbors love when you paint your house that color. Yeah, that goes for big. Lex, thank you so much for joining us.
It was my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a real pleasure. All right, let's see. We're going to take a little break now, come back in just moments with our final thoughts on this day one of the Detroit Auto Show from Roadshow. Stick around, right back.
Thanks very much.
Okay, the day is done. Day one, just the first day of the Bataan Death March, the Detroit Auto Show.
This is a glorious experience. What are you talking about?
It has been great. I'm here with editor-in-chief of Roadshow, Tim Stevens, and this is, we don't want to admit it too widely, but this is kind of our dream gig.
We're having a lot of fun here, Brian.
Are you kidding? We sit here at Detroit, we go live with this beautiful stage.
Concept cars are rolling right by us. You got to watch your toes. It's a pretty great place to be, and I'm very glad to be here. I'm very thankful to be here as well.
Standing on the shoulders of CNET with CNET's latest launch, Roadshow at theroadshow.com. In case you're watching us on some other platform, the mothership is theroadshow.com. All right, Tim, let's recap our favorites. 3 or 4 picks each. Hit me first with one. These are just cars that stood out to us without a ton of analysis.
I think we're going to agree on this one. I'll start with the Mercedes-Benz E-Class.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This is mid-segment car for them. A lot of tech, autonomous functionality, hands-off, lane changes, big, beautiful LCD dashboard, touch screen thingers on the steering wheel. Lots of great tech built in. Again, moving out a lot of tech, being progressive on what is for them a mid-range car. It looks quite nice too.
That's the thing. I think the most interesting part is the fact that it's got this basket of technology pushing the envelope on self-driving and interface and configurable screens and vehicle to X, vehicle to infrastructure and to other car communication. That was really out there. But in a car that is not an S-Class, it's brought down a couple notches from the top. And that's a very interesting strategy to me. As
Approaching
opposed-
attainability.
You can always load that into an S-Class.
Sure,
That's
absolutely.
easy and expected. But this comes down to what is for Mercedes, like you mentioned, a pretty democratized vehicle. I'm going to go with our first car that we saw today, the Pacifica minivan. Bringing back a name, many of you are groaning going Pacifica. No, not that Pacifica.
We were
Different.
groaning too.
This is not from the bad old Chrysler Daimler days. This is a hot-looking minivan that, I just said that, didn't I?
You did. It's a hot-looking minivan. I'm going to tweet that out right now.
What is wrong with me? It's a hot-looking minivan. Tim's going to tweet that while I tell you about it. It's got a little bit of a crossover look. They've really reshaped it so it doesn't look like a box with a proboscis on the front. That's what every minivans look like, right?
Proboscis. Wow, now you're going for the expensive
You
words.
can add that to your tweet.
All right.
It's got a children's interface for the back, so the kids can follow along on the trip on a cartoony version of the nav map. That's very novel.
That's genius. Yep,
Yeah.
very smart.
It's got a vacuum in it. It's got automatic side doors like you have on tailgates now. You walk up, I think, just wag your foot underneath the body and the side doors open. Lots of niceties. You know, these vehicles aren't rocket science.
And plug-in hybrid as well, so 30 miles of range,
Yeah.
pure electric, 80 miles, 80 mpge.
80
I don't think we
mpge.
have the formal EPA rating just yet. But that's great. The big question mark is cost. With the town and country, which it's replacing, started at about
That's right.
30 grand. We're probably going to step up a few degrees from there. But yeah, absolutely great, great choice for families, especially those who want to be a little bit more progressive in the technology side of things.
If you still sneer and snicker at minivans, this one might not change your mind, but at least you'll shut up.
And I'll
I
be
think
honest,
you look at it and go, all right.
That's exactly what we were doing when we heard
Yes.
they were going to be rebranding.
For just about a minute we
How
did.
about that? All right, my next pick was going to be the BMW M2, just because I kind of regret that I didn't get a 1M book when they were available, and now the
Aren't you
spiritual
glad- aren't you
success
glad you
will be
waited?
available. I suppose so, yes.
Yeah.
So this is basically a hopped-up version of the 2 Series, but it's given the full M treatment this time, lightweight suspension, hollow roll bars. They deleted the bushings on the rear end. Lots of great tech. I believe it's a twin-turbo inline-6, if I remember correctly. So good power, should be great handling, should be a lot of fun.
This is a true M car.
Right.
Not an M Sport trim.
Right.
Okay.
Although they did launch an M Sport SUV, but we'll not talk about that.
Of the X4 M40i, one of their longer, more verbose names that we saw here.
Kudos to you for remembering that after however many hours we've been sitting in these seats.
That's my claim to fame. I'm statistically, an odd fan of the Honda Ridgeline, because anyone who's a fan of the Ridgeline is statistically odd. It's not the most widespread, often purchased truck. It fits in we've decided it fits in a category of one. It's neither Canyon or Colorado, nor is it a full-size pickup.
It's class leading in every category.
Every category, number one. However, really nice looking compared to the last one that had a polarizing look to it. I wasn't crazy about. Remains a car-based truck. Got a lot of niceties in there. Honda's interface is getting nice on the technology. You know, they do a great 3.5-liter V6. That's a coin of the realm for them. Speakers embedded in the bed in the rear for those who want to go out and party or have that thing on the side of the lake.
Tailgater's dream.
Right? And they're all waterproof and ruggedized. But, you know, Honda knows how to build a very livable, well-built, rugged vehicle. And they do practical well, even though some real truck people will sneer at Ridgeline.
That's going to be a truck that most people would get a lot more out of than your average mid-sized truck. So yeah, for a lot of families, it's going to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and a pretty looking thing.
My next car, we just were talking with Lex Chrisemacher. How did I do? Was that all right?
Yeah, very close.
Thank you
I'll give
very
you
much. From Volvo, and the S90 is definitely one of the top cars of the show. It's a full-size luxury sedan, basically taking the DNA of the new XC90 and lowering it a couple of inches. All the great infotainment stuff that we saw in the XC90, a lot even more progressive autonomous functionality in the car, up to 80 miles an hour now. It'll drive itself basically. Really gorgeous design, simple Scandinavian design, really nice.
I got to say,
car.
they really have abandoned the era where anyone can look at them and say it looks boxy and utilitarian anymore.
Right.
If you didn't buy into that with the XC90, because it is a big vehicle, it's got some box to it, it has to. When you see this S90, you just think, you know, it's like they like to do in commercials. That's a Volvo?
Yeah, absolutely. And it does have some echoes of Audi and a few other manufacturers in there, but ultimately it doesn't in any way look derivative. It looks genuinely distinctive, which is great. My only bummer,
That's a good point.
we didn't see the V90. I would have liked to see a wagon version, and a Polestar version would have been even better. But
yeah, I'm a wagon guy too. Good point. We missed that.
So, in second thought, I don't care about the S90 at all.
Last car that we're going to share
Strike
with
it from
you
the record.
that I love, for the record, is the new Lexus competitor to the SL. I mean, the Mercedes-Benz SL, the full SL, is considered to be a category of one. Speaking of categories of one, I mean, there's no other car like it until 2017, when Lexus will have something called the LC 500. No pricing yet, but it looks like it's going to be in that, you know, at or near $100,000 level. serious performance, not quite up where the LFA is, but pulling some of that DNA down. Two-seater, high luxury.
Right, more
you know,
luxury than
it
the
says
LFA.
I've made it. But where with the SL, no serious driver likes to push that car around a track anymore.
Right.
It's been since the 60s, since that was a light and bright, tight little car. This one looks like it's got serious performance cred because Akio Toyota, the scion, so to speak, of the Toyota family, was here. And he's a serious driver. This guy's a major, major hot shoe, even though he's a big auto industry exec. And he came out here to really give his word to the fact this is going to be a majorly fun to drive performance car.
It should be great, yeah, and it looks fantastic. So would be nice
if
they
it arrives
actually
anything like
built
that?
the thing. Absolutely, yeah. It's
That's
always a
gonna be an
question mark.
eye-turn-
But one
head-turn.
car that did wind up looking just like the concept is the Q60. This is a sport coupe that we saw debuted earlier today.
Yes.
I got a chance to look at that a little bit early as well, and it looks fantastic. They had the Q60 concept here last year, and the production model looks very, very close to that. New motors, 300 or 400 horsepower, or 208. Take your pick. All-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. About the only thing you can't pick is a proper transmission. You have to go with 7-speed automatic. But otherwise, a great-looking car, and I look forward to seeing them on the road.
And to decode that one for you, that is the progeny of G35, G37 in
Yes.
two-door form.
Absolutely.
That's what a Q60 means, and a Q50, for whatever reason, that means four-door.
That's the vernacular.
Couldn't they call it a Q40 and a Q20? I mean, help me here. I'm trying to keep a lot of cars
Well,
memorized.
there's a reason that,
in
that
this
not
line of
everybody
work.
can do this job,
Yes.
Brian, and that's because we can memorize such things, and that's
that
it.
make no sense.
Or do our best anyhow.
All right. That's it for today. We've got another big day tomorrow. We come back live, and let's see. We've got a 7:45 Eastern start. That's 4:45 where I come from. We'll be on stage kicking things off and rolling straight into Acura, Lincoln, GMC, Nissan. Those are our 4 unveils and press conferences tomorrow. And then we've got a busy day of auto executive interviews, analysis, panels, more live show floor tours, and our presentation of the first ever Roadshow Shift Awards.
Right, we're going to be highlighting some of the most disruptive technology in the industry this year, things that really shook things up, and things that are going to become big things in the future, but maybe are just becoming things now. It's going to be a nice look forward.
Bottom first here.
We like to be progressive here at Roadshow.
Right. Brian Cooley, Tim Stevens, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Remember, theroadshow.com. See you bright and early. Thanks, everyone.